Kingdoms, Wei Liang said. If I send the locations through the network with the protective custody request that we use for freed practitioners, the network can relocate them before the Covenant responds to losing a sleeper. He paused. It takes 3 days. If you need me to do that before I make any other decision, I'll do that first. Chao Mingtian looked at him for a long time. Why, he said. Because the leverage architecture is how they kept you, Wei Liang said. Taking the leverage away first is the right order of operations. The Iron Body practitioner was quiet. He was doing the calculation, the specific assessment of a man who had spent 6 years in a profession that required constant evaluation of whether trust was an asset or a vulnerability, confronted with a situation where trust was being offered in a context where the offer made no obvious strategic sense. The family first, Chao Mingtian said. The family first, Wei Liang confirmed. He sent the network message that morning. 3 days later, when the protective custody confirmation came through, he released Chao Mingtian from the custody he had placed him in. The informal custody of someone who had been given a camp perimeter assignment that kept him in spatial awareness monitoring range while the family situation was resolved. I won't chase you, Wei Liang said. But you owe me a debt. When I call it, you answer. Chao Mingtian looked at him for one more long moment. Then he picked up the pack he had prepared, with the specific efficiency of a person who had been ready to move since the conversation began, and walked north. He didn't look back. Wei Liang stood in the camp's entrance and watched him go and thought about the precise quality of a debt owed versus a loyalty that had been compromised, and whether those two things could ever produce the same outcome. Second Son's silhouette pulsed once in his mind space. The quality of a child who had seen a future and couldn't say whether the version of this moment where Chao Mingtian walked away was better or worse than the version where he didn't. Swaiming was coming. He had 2 days. He turned back into the camp and told Su Fengling what had happened. Chapter 70. Swaiming found Wei Liang in the open on the 43rd day after the summit strikes. He did not find him through intelligence channels or tracking formations or the sleeper contact network's location confirmation, which had been 3 days old by the time Wei Liang had made Chao Mingtian's departure unnecessary. He found him because at a soul sovereign cultivation level, the tracking technique did not operate on location information. It operated on cultivation signature. Every practitioner above Pulse Master emanated a cultivation presence that a sufficiently trained soul sovereign could follow the way a cultivator followed the ambient spiritual energy currents, not by location but by the characteristic signature of the cultivation itself, which did not reduce and could not be masked above a certain power level. Wei Liang had been masking. He had been masking since the first day after the summit strikes, maintaining the chi suppression technique at the cost of his normal cultivation cycling speed, accepting slower recovery in exchange for reduced signature. Su Fengling had told him, when he started the masking, that it would not work against Sui Ming, that the tracking technique operated below the threshold that chi suppression could address. But he had maintained it anyway, because partial masking might reduce the tracking precision even if it did not eliminate the tracking. He had been right. The partial masking had bought him 3 additional days. On the 43rd day, at the edge of a river crossing in the neutral territory between the Iron Kingdom's influence zone and the Independent Territory's eastern boundary, Sui Ming was simply there, standing at the opposite bank with the posture of someone who had arrived not by traveling, but by completing a journey that had been in progress for some time. He wore no sect insignia and carried no visible artifacts. His cultivation aura was not released. It was present only as the ambient gravity of something heavy occupying a space, the recognizable quality of power that did not need to announce itself. He looked Wei Liang's age. He was 600 years old. He did not attack. I was told you were a bloodline practitioner at Core Ascendant, Sui Ming said. His voice was even, without inflection, not the flatness of suppressed emotion, but the genuine flatness of a speaker whose voice had no emotional modulation to draw on. You've advanced. That's relevant to my assessment. Soul Sovereign, Wei Liang said. 11 days ago. Sui Ming processed this the way he processed everything, as information with operational implications. His expression did not change, because he had no expression to change. He had the face of a practitioner whose features functioned as sensory organs rather than communication organs. They moved when necessary for practical reasons, and not otherwise. The Hollow Covenant does not want your death, Sui Ming said. The future bloodline resonance systems architecture has value independent of its current practitioner. We want the system's operational structure understood sufficiently to be replicated without requiring a practitioner with your specific bloodline. Your death creates a gap in the system's operation that creates unpredictable consequences in the harvest timeline. He paused with the precision of a man, making sure the next statement was received without distortion. Your survival is conditional on your cooperation with the extraction research program. Wei Liang considered this. He thought about 23 bloodline systems absorbed into the Hollow Covenant's leadership. He thought about the practitioners who had been in Yao's facilities. He thought about the word cooperation in the context of an organization that had been operating an involuntary extraction program for 400 years. He threw the first strike. The soul sovereign spatial technique he had been developing since the 48-hour meditation delivered the strike at the specific angle he had been positioning for since Sui Ming had stepped into his spatial awareness range 3 minutes before the conversation began. Not a full power strike, a probing technique designed to test Sui Ming's defensive response pattern at the point of deployment. Sui Ming's defensive response was immediate, precise, and instructive, a cultivation technique that moved around the strike rather than meeting it, not a deflection but a geometrical repositioning that put the incoming energy on a path that missed him by an efficiently calculated margin. He used less energy than the strike had carried. He had calculated the minimum response necessary and deployed exactly that response. It was, Wei Liang noted, even while the counterattack came in, the most efficient defensive technique he had encountered. The battle that followed was the most powerful combat sequence he had experienced since beginning cultivation. His soul's sovereign law comprehension gave him qualitative perception that leveled part of the power gap. He could see Sui Ming's techniques in their structural depth, understand the principles they were built on, find the counter-argument in law rather than the counter-movement in space. He had never fought like this before. The law comprehension turned combat into something more like dialogue. Each technique was a statement. Each counter was a response. Each exchange built a logical structure that moved toward a conclusion. Sui Ming's conclusion, if he was allowed to reach it, was Wei Liang's defeat. Wei Liang's conclusion, if he reached it first, was unclear. He could not win conventionally. He was 11 days into his soul's sovereign cultivation against centuries of refinement. The gap was real. What he could do was continue the dialogue long enough to find the counter-argument that Sui Ming's framework couldn't answer. For 90 minutes, he looked for it. At the 90-minute mark, the battle reached a natural structural pause. Both practitioners at their current phase's limit, neither able to push further without the kind of power investment that would leave the investor critically compromised. The river crossing was a ruin. The ambient spiritual energy of the neutral territory was disturbed across a radius that would require the surrounding region's monitoring formations to respond. Sui Ming had taken 2 hits that had actually landed. They had produced no visible effect on his capability. His cultivation reserves were deep enough that 90 minutes at this intensity had consumed perhaps 15% of his available resource. He was not close to his limit. Wei Liang was at 40% of his reserves. He was aware of the number precisely. They stood across the space of the river crossing, the water running between them. You're buying time, Sui Ming said. What are you waiting for? Wei Liang looked at him. He thought about the answer. He thought about what Little Flame had said in the last months. The warnings that had pointed towards something the Hollow Covenant's enforcement arm didn't know, and that he needed time to extract before this confrontation concluded. He sent a thought through the bloodline thread, not through the gift interface, through the connection itself. The direct channel. The path to his daughter's voice rather than her gifts. He asked her not for power. He asked for information. Then he kept Sui Ming's attention, with the recognizable quality of a cultivator who was not answering a question because he had something to wait for. Sui Ming looked at him. He did not press the question. He evaluated, with the patient efficiency of a man who had been doing this for centuries and understood that a cultivator who was waiting for something was not someone who had run out of options. He was a person who had a different option that had not arrived yet. The soul sovereign tilted his head slightly to one side. A movement so small, it would have been invisible to anyone who was not reading his face at the depth of a practitioner in active combat dialogue. Whoever you're waiting for, Sui Ming said, they will cost you something. They already have, Wei Liang said. In his mind space, through the direct channel, Little Flame's branch pulsed. The push flicker, faint and costly and present. Information was moving through the connection. He held his position at the river crossing and waited for it to arrive, with the specific patience of a son who had learned to receive what his daughter was able to give. The water ran between them. The neutral territory's spiritual energy continued its ordinary circulation, indifferent to the 2 practitioners standing in its center, and Wei Liang waited. Chapter 71. The Children's Gambit. The information arrived in 2 stages. The first stage was coordinates, a location in the Hollow Covenant's network, rendered in the system's notation format with the specific precision of someone who had accessed records he was not supposed to access and extracted exactly the detail that was needed. The coordinates pointed to a location in the Western continent, 3 kingdoms removed from the neutral territory where Wei Liang and Sui stood at the river crossing's ruins. The coordinates were accompanied by a notation he had not seen in the system's communication framework before. Not a label from the system's standard vocabulary, but a phrase that Little Flame had constructed from the system's notation elements, assembled the way a practitioner builds a technique from available principles rather than using a pre-existing framework. Asterisk his first self. Before the emptying. Asterisk he processed the coordinates and the notation in the space between heartbeats. He had the soul's sovereign law comprehension, the qualitative perception that let him process information at depth during active combat, and the soul's sovereign specific capacity to hold multiple lines of reasoning simultaneously while maintaining primary engagement focus. The second stage of the information arrived 3 seconds after the first, context. Not a complete picture. Little Flame could not transmit complete pictures through the increasingly attenuated connection, but a compressed truth fragment in the specific format of a future memory, the thing she sent when she needed him to understand not just the fact, but the emotional weight the fact carried across time. The future memory's content. Sui, younger than he appeared now, a century and a half old rather than 6, sitting in a room that the spatial quality identified as a hollow covenant training facility. 2 senior practitioners present. The process being performed on the young Sui was not surgical in any physical sense. It was a cultivation technique, applied to the specific layer of the practitioner's spiritual framework that housed emotional processing, and the technique's effect was excision, not suppression. The emotional architecture was being removed entirely, the spiritual connections between Sui core cultivation and his emotional response framework severed at every junction simultaneously. The young Sui had consented to this. He had been told it was the price of advancement. He had been offered the most powerful cultivation path available to a hollow covenant recruit, and the price was his emotional architecture. He had been 15 years old, and told that feeling less would make him better. Wei Liang absorbed this across the same 3-second window. He turned it over in his awareness, the coordinates, the notation, the context, and understood what Little Flame had extracted from records that spanned centuries and required access to the Covenant's oldest archival systems. She had found this for him. She had found Sui first self. He looked at the man across the river crossing's ruins. There's a location in the Western continent, he said. 3 days' travel at Soul's sovereign transit speed. A hollow covenant archive. He gave the coordinates in the cultivation world's standard notation, specific, accurate, the kind of information that could only come from inside the Covenant's own records. The archive contains your cultivation history from before the training program's final phase. Your emotional architecture documentation, the pre-excision assessments, the excision process record, the post-excision baseline measurements. Everything they did, and everything you were before they did it. Sui was still. Not the operational stillness of a practitioner managing a combat situation. A different quality of still, the characteristic quality of something vast that had just encountered information it had no prepared response for. There is a reversal record, Wei Liang continued. The Hollow Covenant's training program documented the excision as a reversible procedure, in case the practitioner's operational value declined due to the excision side effects. The reversal was designed never to be used. It requires the original practitioner's active cooperation and the archive's full documentation. But it exists. Sui said one word. How? Not how do you know? The word was too stripped for that full question. It was the word alone, carrying the weight of someone who had accepted, centuries ago, that the thing he had lost was permanently gone, confronting the first indication in 600 years that this acceptance might have been wrong. My daughter told me, Wei Liang said. She sent me this while she was dying. He held Sui attention. The Soul Sovereign did not move for a long time. His face did not change. He had no emotional architecture to produce expression changes from. But something in his cultivation aura shifted. Not power. The power was constant, steady, the calm depth of a cultivator whose control of their reserves was total. Something more structural. The quality of an entity that had been oriented in one direction for 600 years beginning to consider a different orientation. The future bloodline resonance system can produce this quality of information, Sui said. It was not a question. He was updating his operational model. Yes, Wei Liang said. Which is why the Hollow Covenant values the system's architecture above any single practitioner's continued operation, Sui said. And why my assessment parameters were adjusted when your advancement exceeded the standard progression model. He processed this with the visible quality of information updating against a framework. The system produces future-derived intelligence. The Covenant wants that capability, not the bloodline potential it harvests. He paused. I was told I was here to recover an extraction subject. I was not told the actual target was an intelligence platform. You were given a partial mission, Wei Liang said. That has not happened to me before, Swaiming said. The Hollow Covenant does not give partial missions to practitioners at my operational level. It would not create the conditions for the mission outcome to deviate from the mission parameters. He tilted his head slightly, the small movement that meant he was processing something that did not fit. It did this time. Because the core archivists assessed that a fully informed mission brief would create conditions where you might not execute the mission parameters, Wei Liang said. Swaiming looked at him for a long time. I will verify these coordinates, he said finally. His voice was still even, still uninflected, still the voice of a cultivator who had emotional architecture was gone. But the words carried something that his voice had not carried before, a weight that wasn't operational. If they are accurate, I will be occupied for some time. He paused. Do not mistake this for mercy. I have not made a decision. I have received information that requires verification before any decision is appropriate. I understand, Wei Liang said. Swaiming turned from the river crossing. He did not look back. He moved into the neutral territory's northern forest with the speed of a sole sovereign who had decided on a direction and was operating at full capacity. And within 30 seconds his cultivation signature had attenuated below Wei Liang's spatial awareness range. Wei Liang stood at the river crossing's ruins. The water continued running. The ambient spiritual energy began the slow process of restoring its natural circulation after 90 minutes of high-intensity cultivation combat had disturbed it across a wide radius. He heard Su Fengling's footstep behind him, the specific weight distribution of a fire cultivator who moved silently enough that only someone who had been working alongside her long enough to learn her movement patterns would register her approach. He turned. She had been watching the entire exchange from the tree line behind him. Her expression was the one she wore when something had shifted in a way that she was still calibrating. Not surprise exactly, but the characteristic quality of attention that appeared when new information required her to update a model she had held with confidence. That was Swaiming, she said. Yes. And he left, she said. He went to verify the coordinates, Wei Liang said. She looked at him for a moment. Then she looked at the place in the northern forest where Swaiming's presence had been, now empty. Then she looked back at Wei Liang with the expression she wore when she had completed an assessment, and the assessment's conclusion was one she was choosing to accept rather than question further. Her hand found his. He held it and said nothing and looked at the river. Chapter 72. The Hollow Saint pauses. The coordinates were accurate. Zhu Renmei's network, monitoring the Western continent's information channels with the breadth of coverage that 400-year-old intelligence infrastructure produced, received the first reports 3 days after Swaiming's departure from the river crossing. Unusual spiritual energy activity at a Hollow Covenant archive facility that had not been on any regional monitoring formation's alert roster because no regional monitoring formation knew the archive existed. The energy activity signature was consistent with a high-level soul sovereign accessing restricted archival records and remaining in sustained cultivation meditation for an extended period. Wei Liang received the network report on the 4th day. He read it twice, then put it in the operational documentation file alongside the other intelligence pieces that were building a picture of what was happening. Then he waited. The intelligence reports continued at 2-day intervals. The archive facility remained active. The sustained cultivation activity had the specific signature of reversal technique work, the spiritual energy patterns consistent with a practitioner performing complex self-modification at the level of their core cultivation framework. The Hollow Covenant's regional response teams were monitoring the facility but had not moved to intervene. The core archivists, Zhu Renmei's network noted, had issued no orders regarding the Swaiming situation, a fact that was itself informative. They were watching. They were not stopping what was happening, which meant they didn't know whether to stop it, which meant they were uncertain about Swaiming's intentions, which meant Swaiming's defection, if it happened, would not be something the Covenant had modeled as a realistic possibility. On the 8th day after the river crossing, a message arrived through a channel Wei Liang had not been monitoring. Not Zhu Renmei's network relay, not the Bloodline Practitioner Alliance's communication system, but a direct cultivation transmission technique that arrived at the specific frequency of Swaiming's chi signature. The message was brief. The coordinates were accurate. Come to the location I am marking. Alone. Wei Liang told Su Fenling he was going. She looked at him for 3 seconds. Then, the message said alone. You can't verify the contents of a direct transmission from a soul sovereign who was trying to kill you 11 days ago. I know, he said. He might be going to kill you, she said. He has no emotional architecture. He doesn't experience moral hesitation about a course of action once he's decided on it. If he's decided that eliminating you is operationally cleaner than whatever he learned at the archive, I know, he said again. She looked at him. I'm going anyway, he said. If Swaiming has spent 8 days in cultivation meditation at a reversal facility instead of reporting to the Hollow Covenant or returning to his primary mission parameters, something changed. I want to know what changed. The risk that it's a trap is real. The risk that it isn't is also real. The difference between those outcomes is the difference between this plan working and it not working. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I'll be within spatial awareness range of the perimeter. If you go silent for more than 4 hours, give me 6, he said. The reversal technique requires extended cultivation meditation. If he's in the middle of something complex, 4 hours of ambient monitoring won't tell you anything. 6 tells you more. 6 hours, she said. Then I'm coming in. He went alone. The archive facility was underground, a modest structure with no surface signature, the kind of location that decades of deliberate concealment had removed from regional awareness entirely. The access was marked in Swaiming's cultivation transmission at a specific chi pattern, the kind of marker that a soul sovereign could embed in a transmission without the recipient being able to use it for any purpose other than the indicated navigation. He went in. Swaiming was in the facility's primary meditation chamber, a room that had the specific spatial quality of extended deliberate cultivation work, the ambient chi state of a space where a single practitioner had been doing sustained technique application for 8 days. The chi patterns in the room were layered in a way that showed the technique's progression. Each layer a different phase of the reversal process. The earliest layers dense and complicated, the most recent layers cleaner, the markers of a process that had been difficult at the beginning and was nearing completion. Swaiming looked the same as he had at the river crossing. And then he looked different. The same face, the same features, the same posture. But the quality of stillness was different. Not the operational stillness of someone who had emotional architecture had been excised, but the deliberate stillness of a person who had emotional responses and was currently managing them carefully. The difference was subtle. The difference was everything. He did not speak immediately. Wei Liang waited. I was 15 when they did it, Swaiming said finally. I knew that. I had the memory of being 15 and consenting. I did not know what consenting had meant until I had spent 8 days reading the assessment documentation they compiled on the person I was before the procedure. He paused. He was frightened. The pre-excision assessments show a practitioner with significant fear responses, fear of insufficiency, fear of abandonment by the cultivation structure he depended on. The covenant used that fear to make the consent genuine. A 15-year-old practitioner who believes that his emotional responses are the source of his weakness will consent to their removal with complete sincerity. He paused again. I was sincere. Wei Liang listened. The reversal was not designed to be comfortable, Swaiming continued. 600 years of emotional absence does not reverse into a settled condition. I am experiencing 600 years of accumulated events without the processing that emotional responses would have provided in real time. He was quiet for a moment. I am angry. I did not know anger was this physical. How do you want me to respond to that? Wei Liang asked. It was not a social question. It was a genuine one. A practitioner with newly restored emotional responses was navigating a situation that the emotional architecture had been absent for, and Wei Liang genuinely did not know what the appropriate response was. He had been in enough situations where the emotionally appropriate response wasn't obvious to know that asking was better than guessing. Swaiming looked at him. Something moved in his face. The distinct quality of a person discovering that an emotional response they hadn't expected was present. You asked, Swaiming said. The quality of his voice had changed, not inflected yet, not the range of modulation that emotional responses produced naturally, but something less flat than before. Nobody asks. The covenant doesn't ask. They assess and they direct and they inform. They don't ask. I'm asking, Wei Liang said. I don't require a specific response, Swaiming said. I have 2 conditions. The first, you never attempt to direct me. I am not a resource. I was used as one for 400 years. I will not be used as one again. He paused. The second, when the time comes to confront the primordial architect directly, I engage first. Wei Liang considered these conditions. They were both workable. The first required him to treat Swaiming as the senior practitioner he was rather than an asset the alliance had acquired. The second required the final confrontation to have a first engagement structure that he hadn't yet planned. Agreed, he said. Swaiming looked at him for a long moment. Then, your daughter spent herself to provide those coordinates. Yes, Wei Liang said. I would like to know her name, Swaiming said. He told him. The Hollow Saint, the most efficient enforcement practitioner in the Hollow Covenant's 400-year history, now operating outside the Covenant's direction for the first time in 6 centuries, made a small movement with his face. It was the first time Wei Liang had seen his face make a movement that was not operational. She chose well, Sui Ming said. Whatever she saw in this outcome. Chapter 73. Little Flame's branch. Wei Liang opened the genealogical tree on the journey back from the archive facility. He had been carrying the decision about when to look for 3 days. The specific avoidance of someone who knew that an assessment was necessary and who has legitimate operational reasons to delay the assessment, but is also aware, with the clarity that Seoul's sovereign law comprehension provided, that the legitimate reasons and the other reasons are present simultaneously and should be named honestly. He opened it. Little Flame's branch was nearly extinguished. Not the attenuated but present quality he had been reading for the past months. Not the thin warmth of a candle burning past its designed duration. This was the particular quality of a connection reduced to the minimum viable threshold, the last coherent signal from a source that had given everything it had to give and was operating on reserves that no longer constituted reserves in any meaningful sense. The glow was present. It was the kind of present that required a practitioner to know what to look for to confirm. He sat with this for a long time in the silence of the transit route. He thought about what she had spent, the coordinates, the notation, the future memory of Sui Ming's excision, the context that had made the coordinates comprehensible and had made the confrontation at the river crossing survivable, the compressed law touch technique that had produced his sole sovereign breakthrough. Every warning, every cultivation method, every emergency alert across the months of the Arc 2 and Arc 3 operations. The warmth she had sent in the moments when the weight was highest. The warmth that was also, in its structure, a direction, pointing him toward the blind spot in the architecture, toward the understanding of the harvest system, toward the comprehension he had needed to find the truth. All of it was her. He opened the system's connection interface, the direct channel, the path to her voice rather than her gifts, and asked the question the system's cold documentation would answer, but that he needed to ask through the connection rather than through the administrative interface. Can you recover? The branch pulsed. The specific quality of the pulse was one he had never received before. Not warmth, not urgency, not the direction signal he had learned to read in her communications. It was the quality of a cultivator who has assessed their own situation honestly and is communicating the assessment clearly. The pulse meant, probably not at the current rate. He asked, "What do you need?" She sent something that was not a gift and not a warning and not a technique. It was a different category of communication. The future children interface could receive and send, as he had learned, and what she sent was a request. Not for a gift from him. For time. For him to stop accepting gifts from the tree until the connection had been in used long enough for the remaining silhouettes to stabilize. The sending was expensive. Every gift received was a draw on the future potential of the child who sent it. If no gifts were sent, the draw stopped. If the draw stopped, some of what had been depleted might, over a very long time, rebuild. He held this request in his awareness. He thought about what it meant to receive it. Not just the content, but the form. She had not asked him to stop taking gifts until now. Through all the arcs and all the operations and all the moments where he had gone to the gift interface with some need or some crisis, and she had spent herself in answer. She had waited to ask until the moment when the asking was necessary, until the cost had accumulated to the point where the cost of not asking exceeded the cost of asking. She had held this back the way she held everything back, spending herself on what was operationally required and preserving her remaining capacity for the next thing that was required. The next thing she required was him to stop. "I'll stop accepting gifts," he said. The branch pulsed once. The warmth of a child who had been hoping for this specific answer and had not asked for it directly, because the asking itself cost something. He closed the gift interface. He locked it in the administrative layer of the system, not severed, not gone, but set to inactive in a way that required his deliberate decision to reopen it. The system registered the change with the specific notation it used for practitioner-initiated system modifications. * gift interface, inactive. Initiating recovery protocol for extant branches. * he looked at the remaining 21 silhouettes in the tree. They were dimmer than they had been when the arc began. The cumulative effect of the harvest mechanism's draws, the cost of every gift sent, the toll that the entity above had been extracting at its 100-to-1 ratio, through the mechanism Wei Liang had now severed from his own pipeline, but which still operated through the children's sending channel. The severance of his personal pipeline had stopped the direct extraction from his cultivation. It had not, he realized now, stopped the extraction from the children's end of the bloodline thread. Every gift they sent was still being harvested. He had stopped accepting gifts too late to change what had been taken. But stopping now meant the remaining silhouettes were no longer spending into a mechanism that took 99 out of every 100 units of the spending and delivered one to Wei Liang. "Thank you for telling me," he said. Then he spent the rest of the transit looking at Little Flame's branch and not asking anything of it. Su Fengling was waiting at the transit route's rendezvous point. She looked at him when he arrived. The quick, comprehensive assessment, and then she looked at his face for a second longer than usual. "How bad?" she asked. "Nearly extinguished," he said. She was quiet for a moment. They began walking together toward the consolidated position. "She'll hold," Su Fengling said. He looked at her. "I don't know that," she said. "But she sent you things since before the tournament. She's been working toward exactly this situation. You knowing the truth, Swaiming no longer being a threat, the Hollow Covenant's infrastructure damaged, you at Soul Sovereign with the archive coordinates secured. She's been building toward this outcome specifically. The fact that she spent to get here doesn't mean she'll stop here." Su Fengling paused, with the specific care of someone choosing words that are accurate rather than comfortable. "It means she calculated that the cost of getting here was worth the remaining capacity she has." He thought about this for the rest of the walk. He thought about the distinct quality of someone who does a calculation that costs them nearly everything and does it anyway, because the calculation comes out the right way. He thought about what it meant to be a parent of someone who could make that calculation across time and love you enough to spend that clearly. Lian Shu was at the consolidated position with a tactical briefing on the Hollow Covenant's response to the week's events. The core archivist had been silent in the public information channels since Suaming's departure from the archive facility. The silence of an organization managing a crisis it hadn't expected and hadn't yet decided how to address publicly. He absorbed the briefing. He contributed to the response planning. He was present. In the quiet hour before he slept, he opened the genealogical tree one more time. Just to look, not to ask. Little Flame's branch was still there. Faint. Present. The warmth it carried was enough to feel. Chapter 74. Resolution. Little Flame's branch extinguished in the night. Wei Liang was asleep when it happened. He woke to the system's administrative notification. Not an alarm, not a sound, but the characteristic an absence in a space that had been occupied. He had been monitoring Little Flame's branch with a peripheral awareness that his soul's sovereign cultivation maintained automatically even during rest, and the absence woke him the way a sound stopping wakes a cultivator who has been sleeping through noise. He opened the tree. The branch was gone. Where it had been, the genealogical tree structure showed a clean termination, not a severing, not damage, but the specific notation the system used for a branch that had completed its trajectory and collapsed into the null state. The system's administrative log had registered the event at the 3rd hour of the night. * future timeline branch collapsed. 847 potential futures pruned from lineage record. * he looked at the number. 847 futures that would not occur. 847 versions of a world that included Little Flame alive and fully present, compressed into the null state by the sum of every gift she had ever sent, every time she had spent herself to give him what he needed in the moments the story had required it. He did not train that day. He sat in the doorway of his room in the consolidated position as the morning's cold light built through the formation-insulated windows, and he thought about the number 847 with the specific sustained attention of someone who has learned that looking at a number directly is the only way to stop it from becoming something heavier in the peripheral vision. He looked at it. He counted what it meant. 847 versions of a world where Little Flame lived long enough to grow into whatever she would have become. 847 timelines where the spending she had done across this arc had not depleted her past the threshold of continuation. 847 futures that had felt, from her position in the future, like paths worth protecting, until the cost of getting him here had closed them one by one. He was here. She had gotten him here. The 847 were the price. He looked at the number until looking at it was easier than not looking at it, and then he put it in the specific place he had learned to keep things that needed to be held rather than set down. He sat with the genealogical tree open and looked at the remaining silhouettes, 21 of the 23 that had been present before the arc began, 2 others having extinguished during the arc 3 crisis moments, 21 futures still present, 21 possible children he had never met, each of them a thread of potential running forward from the current moment. He thought about what he owed her. He thought about what you owe someone who spends themselves entirely in your direction and leaves before you can find the language for gratitude. He thought about the warmth she had sent when she had nothing useful to offer, the specific warmth of a child who came from somewhere forward in time and had chosen to spend that time's vantage pointing backward at her father so he would not be alone in the parts where being alone was the hardest thing. He sat there until the afternoon. Su Fengling left food at his door without knocking. She did this 3 times across the day, morning, noon, evening. Each time the food was specific to what he was likely to be able to eat without requiring much active attention. The kind of food that could be consumed while a person was processing something that didn't leave full cognitive capacity for things like deciding what to eat. He ate it. At dusk, he opened the system's connection interface and turned it toward the remaining silhouettes. All 21 of them. The children he did not know yet. The futures that were still present in the tree's structure despite everything the arc had cost. He spoke to them the way a person speaks to people who are too far away to hear normally, but whom you need to address anyway, because the address is part of what you owe and part of what you are. Little Flame died, he said. Not because she made a mistake. Because she chose to spin what she had to make this work. The things she sent me, the techniques, the warnings, the coordinates that changed a 600-year-old enforcer's trajectory. Those are the reasons we're still here instead of in an extraction facility, or worse. She knew what she was spending. She spent it clearly. He paused. I'm asking you to make no more sacrifices until I find a way to break the harvesting architecture that's been drawing on you. The gift interface is inactive. I closed it. You will feel the closure. The connection is still present, but the sending mechanism is locked. I locked it because I am refusing to take more from you until I've removed the mechanism that makes taking from you a harvesting event for the entity above. He watched the silhouettes. Several pulsed, the quality of practitioners acknowledging a communication. I don't know all your names, he said. I know Second Son. I know Little Flame. I know the rest of you are real because she was real, because every gift from any of you is real, because the futures you represent have been costly to maintain, and you've maintained them anyway. He paused again. I'm going to earn them. That's what I have to offer. Several silhouettes pulsed in the steady way he had come to associate with acknowledgement. Then Second Son's silhouette pulsed in a different rhythm, a longer pulse, carrying more texture than a simple acknowledgement. It carried the unmistakable quality of a child who had been waiting to say something and had been holding the saying until the moment the saying was appropriate. The message arrived through the connection, not a gift, not a technique, not a warning. A memory fragment, assembled from future-sourced awareness, Second Son's voice, or the closest approximation a silhouette could produce, in the compressed notation of a cultivation world communication. Asterisk, she said you'd say that. She said to tell you. It was worth it. Asterisk. Wei Liang sat with this for a long time. Outside the consolidated position, the Northern Territory ran in its evening patterns, ordinary, ambient, the spiritual energy circulating in the natural way of a region that had not yet been touched by the scale of what was coming. Inside, he sat with the genealogical tree and 21 futures and one message from a child who had not yet been born and would not be born the way he had known her, and found, in the particular quality of it was worth it delivered from forward in time. Something that he could not call comfort, but that performed a function similar to comfort's function. He was not alone in this. He was never going to be alone in this. He got up and went to tell Su Fengling what Second Son had said, and to plan what came next. Chapter 75. The architect's name. The research arrived in stages, which was the only way a piece of information this large could arrive without collapsing its own supporting framework under the weight of its implications. Stage 1 was Elder Mao's complete archive. 900 years of research notes, experimental cultivation documentation, and investigative correspondence, delivered in person by Mao himself when he arrived at the consolidated position 12 days after the river crossing. He had not traveled quickly. He had traveled carefully. The specific route management of a 900-year-old practitioner who had survived this long through the consistent application of excessive caution and who had assessed the current situation's danger profile and concluded that excessive caution warranted a 12-day transit for a journey that a faster practitioner might make in 4. He brought the archive in 3 sealed formation containers. Each container was the product of decades of curation, not raw documentation, but organized intelligence, cross-referenced and indexed by a practitioner who had spent 900 years learning how to make information accessible to someone who hadn't spent 900 years accumulating it. I have been waiting, Elder Mao said, accepting the tea that Lian Shu offered with the specific gratitude of a person who has been traveling carefully for 12 days and who values hospitality exactly as much as it deserves to be valued, for a practitioner to reach the point where this archive was more useful than dangerous. Dangerous how? Wei Liang asked. The archive documents the entity's operational architecture in detail sufficient to make the entity aware that it is being documented. If the documentation is accessed by someone the entity is monitoring, Mao said. For most of the past 900 years, giving this archive to a bloodline practitioner before they had reached the level of comprehension where the entity's monitoring was less important than the archive's intelligence value would have accelerated the harvest timeline. The entity prioritizes practitioners who are approaching dangerous levels of understanding. He paused. You have already accelerated the harvest timeline. The entity acknowledged you. The archive is now less dangerous than it is useful. They spent 3 days going through the archive. Stage 2 was Yao Tianwei's vault notes, the documentation that Wei Liang had extracted in Arc 3, and that Zhu Renmei's intelligence had augmented with Covenant internal records. Specifically the annotation that documented the 100 to 1 harvest ratio and the entity above the system. The material Wei Liang had found first, and that had started the chain of comprehension. Stage 3 was the inside view. His own soul sovereign breakthrough had provided a perception he had described to Su Fengling in 3 words. The internal architecture of the resonance law, the primordial architect at its apex, the specific shape of the harvest mechanism from inside the law it exploited. He had not documented this systematically until now. He did so over 2 days, cross-referencing his perception with Mao's archive as the most precise external description of the same subject. The 3 sources combined. The picture that emerged had a name. The primordial architect, Elder Mao said, when the cross-referencing was complete. That is the name it uses in the oldest records I have been able to access. The cultivation world's foundational documentation that predates any current sect or institution. It did not take that name. It was given it, the way any entity is named, by the people who encountered it first and needed to call it something. What the previous harvest system practitioners called it, Wei Liang said. The ones before me, yes, Mao said. 14 practitioners across 14 cultivation worlds, by my reconstruction. This world system is the 15th. The previous practitioner was one of the 14, the one whose scroll I have carried for 900 years. He paused. He reached the threshold of this understanding before he was killed. The archive documents everything he found up to the day before his death. I have been updating the archive from his stopping point for 900 years. Wei Liang absorbed this. He thought about Mao, 900 years old, maintained in the specific quiet of a researcher whose survival had required him to be less than visible for most of his extended life, carrying an archive of a predecessor's work and adding to it incrementally for 9 centuries. He thought about the specific endurance that required, not the endurance of combat or crisis, which demanded peak capacity in short bursts, but the endurance of continuing, of showing up to the archive every year and adding what could be added and surviving for long enough that the archive became comprehensive rather than fragmentary. You could have given this to someone earlier, Wei Liang said. In the past 900 years, there were other bloodline practitioners. Yes, Mao said. Why me? Wei Liang asked. Mao considered this. The consideration had the quality of someone who had thought about the answer for a long time and was now deciding which version of the answer was most useful. Because you found the blind spot before I told you about it, Mao said finally. The previous practitioners I assessed, and I assessed for, across 6 centuries, each of whom I watched from a careful distance before deciding whether to approach. They found the archive, or they found the Covenant's presence, or they found the architect's acknowledgement. They did not find the blind spot. They could not have used this archive correctly. They would have used it as intelligence, and the architect would have used their use of it as a monitoring event, and they would have been harvested at an accelerated rate. He paused. You found the blind spot through the same path the previous practitioner found it. Your children showed you. Which means the children in this iteration of the system are different from the children in previous iterations. That was the thing I was watching for. Wei Liang absorbed this. The entity creates harvest systems, Su Fengling said, from her position at the research table where she had been working through the resonance law documentation. Across cultivation worlds. 15 systems. The future bloodline resonance is one of 7 currently active. One of 7 confirmed active, Mao said, with the precision of a cultivator who had spent 900 years distinguishing confirmation from inference. And it uses the Hollow Covenant as maintenance infrastructure, Wei Liang said. In this cultivation world, yes. Each world has its own maintenance architecture, Mao said. This world's version is 400 years old because that was the optimal assembly point. The harvest systems practitioner had not yet activated when the Covenant was built, so the Covenant was established in preparation. He paused. This is the level of planning we're dealing with. Not reactive. Anticipatory. It built the infrastructure before the practitioner it was intended to manage existed. Wei Liang sat with this for 3 full breaths. Then he returned to his own breakthrough memories. The soul sovereign law comprehension had given him a perception of the resonance law's full architecture. He had not, at the time, examined every detail. The encounter had been comprehensive, and he had surfaced with the most relevant information prioritized. But the soul sovereign's sustained cultivated awareness meant that the perception was still accessible, the full memory present and reviewable in a way that ordinary memories were not. He reviewed it, and found, at the edges of the resonance law's architectural structure, a symbol. Small, specific, The kind of detail that a practitioner encountering a vast architectural perception for the first time would register peripherally and not prioritize. He had seen it and registered it and moved on to the immediately urgent information about the harvest mechanism and the primordial architect's apex position. He compared it against Mao's archive documentation. The symbol matched. Exactly. It was the primordial architect's specific chi signature marker, the cultivation equivalent of a craftsperson's mark on their work, embedded in the resonance law's architecture at the points where the harvest mechanism attached. He reviewed his own breakthrough memories in sequence. Every law comprehension moment, every cultivation advancement, every technique insight that had felt like his own understanding clicking into place. The symbol appeared 5 times, once at each significant breakthrough moment, present at the edge of each law comprehension experience, in the specific location that the archive described as the harvest mechanism's monitoring integration point. Each breakthrough had been monitored. Each law comprehension had been observed at its moment of formation. Every time he had understood something real about cultivation, the entity had been there. I was never alone in my breakthroughs, he said. Mao looked at him. His expression held the quality of a cultivator who has known something for 900 years and has been waiting for someone else to find it independently before stating it as confirmed. No, Mao said. None of us were. Chapter 76. The Hollow Covenant's hierarchy. Zhu Rinmei arrived in person on the 16th day after the river crossing, and the quality of her arriving in person, rather than through the relay chain she had maintained across every previous interaction, was itself intelligence about what she was carrying. She moved into the Consolidated Positions main room with the unhurried competence of someone who had been navigating dangerous situations for longer than most of the people in the room had been alive, accepted the tea that Lian Shu offered with the same grateful acknowledgement Mao had given, and set a sealed formation container on the table between herself and Wei Liang. I obtained this at significant personal cost, she said. Not to leverage the cost. I'm telling you because the cost indicates the value, and the value indicates how carefully you should handle the information source trail. She paused. The contact who provided this package will not be available after today. Their cover is compromised by the package's absence. They have moved to emergency extraction. Another pause. I have known this contact for 40 years. I mention it because it is relevant that this information was expensive in human terms as well as operational ones. Wei Liang looked at the formation container. Open it, Zhu Rinmei said. The intelligence package inside was the most technically dense document he had encountered since Mao's archive. It required cross-referencing against both the archive and the Yao Vault notes to fully parse. The terminology drew on cultivation frameworks that were not in standard sect curricula, and that required the archive's foundational documentation to contextualize correctly. He spent 4 hours reading it with Su Fengling and Mao working through sections simultaneously. The Hollow Covenant's upper leadership, the 7 core archivists, were not what they appeared to be in any of the intelligence documentation Wei Liang had previously examined. The available external intelligence had described them as senior cultivation practitioners with institutional roles and century-long operational histories. The internal documentation, obtained by Zhu Rinmei's contact at fatal personal risk, described something different. The core archivists were constructs. Not in the way that formation arrays were constructs, not mechanical or static. In the sense that a cultivation practitioner could be constructed, assembled from components. Each component a discrete cultivation framework contributing to a unified functional architecture, the whole greater than any of its parts in the way of formation's total effect exceeded the capability of any individual formation stone. The archivists had been built, assembled by the primordial architect across several centuries, using cultivation techniques that did not exist in any accessible manual because the techniques required a practitioner at the primordial architect's level to execute. Each archivist was a specialized administrative intelligence, not a person, not a cultivation practitioner in the sense of an entity with its own cultivation path, but a functional system designed for a specific role in the harvest system's maintenance infrastructure. One managed the intake process, identifying bloodline practitioners and directing them toward the optimal conditions for harvest system activation. One managed the suppression process, ensuring that practitioners who developed too quickly were slowed to an optimal advancement rate. One managed the exposure response, handling situations where the harvest system's existence was discovered and implementing protocols to minimize the discovery's operational impact. 7 archivists, 7 functions, 7 centuries of operation, each function honed to the specific efficiency of a system designed and maintained by an entity that thought in terms of millennia rather than years. Their maintenance infrastructure, Su Fengling said, reading the same section from her position at the table. Not the Covenant's leadership. They're the Covenant's operators. The Covenant doesn't have leadership, Mao said. He had been reading this section on the Covenant's founding, and his expression held the precise quality of a researcher who has spent 9 centuries building toward a conclusion and is now looking at the confirmation. It was never a faction. It was built as maintenance infrastructure from the beginning. There was never a human organization that was recruited or corrupted into serving the harvest system. The harvest system built the organization it needed to operate correctly. For 100 years, Lian Shu said from the room's edge, where she had been following the conversation with the focused attention she brought to all technical discussions. The Covenant has been operating for 400 years in this cultivation world. The previous harvest system practitioner died 900 years ago. There was a 500-year gap between the last practitioner's death and the Covenant's construction. Preparation time, Zhu Renmei said. She had been quiet since presenting the package, letting the documentation speak. The architect modeled the activation timeline for this cultivation world's next harvest system practitioner. This world's bloodline cultivation heritage, its advancement rates, its political structures, and determined that the practitioner would activate approximately 400 years after the Covenant was built. The Covenant was constructed to be mature and institutionally embedded by the time the practitioner activated. She paused. The architect built us a welcoming committee 500 years before we arrived. Wei Liang looked at the core archivist's descriptions. 7 construct administrators, each the size of a specialized intelligence rather than a cultivator, operating with the efficiency of systems that had been doing their specific function for so long that the function was not performed but inhabited. He thought about fighting them. He thought about what his soul's sovereign law comprehension would perceive when it encountered something that was not a cultivator with a law comprehension but a construct with embedded functional logic. Not a law-argument dialogue, but something more like a structural confrontation with a system that didn't argue back. It just processed. The techniques Sui Ming used against the archivist during the summit strike were designed for construct administrators rather than cultivators, he said. Yes, Zhu Renmei said. He reverse-engineered the archivist's construction logic from his 4 centuries of operational exposure to them. He has been working on the severing technique since before he knew he would use it. She paused. Before the emotional restoration, when he was still operating as the Covenant's enforcement arm, he was building a technique to sever the archivist from the architect's master architecture. She let this sit. He was preparing to defect even before he knew he had the capacity to want to defect. The 600-year-old practitioner whose emotional architecture had been excised was, quietly, and with perfect operational efficiency, preparing to undo the work of the organization he served. Wei Liang held this for a moment. Then he turned to the next section of the documentation, the section that described the archivist's current operational status in the wake of Sui Ming's defection and the summit strikes. The archivist had not responded publicly to either event. The Covenant's visible operational infrastructure had gone quiet in the way that organizational infrastructure went quiet when its management layer was occupied with something that took priority over visible operations. The next section explained what was occupying them. They were preparing to manifest directly. Chapter 77. Alliance expansion. He needed more than he had. This was the assessment that the intelligence documentation produced, laid alongside the operational picture. The harvest infrastructure's full deployment in the region, the core archivist potentially manifesting directly, the primordial architect's attention now confirmed to be monitoring his location. His current alliance, the Bloodline Practitioner Network, the ARC-3 allied sects, Sui Ming, had been sufficient for the summit strikes. It was not sufficient for what was coming. He approached 3 continental-scale powers simultaneously. The first was the Haotian Compact, a neutral multi-kingdom alliance that had been resisting Hollow Covenant influence for 3 generations through the specific strategy of collective institutional visibility. The Compact's member kingdoms maintained a coordinated documentation system that tracked every cultivation organization operating within their shared borders, updated quarterly, published in the institutional records of all member kingdoms simultaneously. The Hollow Covenant could not operate inside the Compact's territory without appearing in the documentation. And appearing in the documentation made them a subject of institutional scrutiny rather than an invisible background force. The Compact had not been targeted directly by the Covenant because direct targeting would have required the Compact to produce a public response, and public responses were exactly what the Hollow Covenant's operational architecture was designed to avoid. Instead, the Covenant had been applying indirect pressure to the Compact for 3 generations. Economic pressures, intelligence operations, the slow erosion of member kingdoms' institutional coherence through cultivated internal disagreements. Wei Liang sent a formal alliance request through the Compact's diplomatic relay, accompanied by the full core of Zhu Renmei's intelligence documentation on the Hollow Covenant's continental operations. The compact's primary council received the documentation. They acknowledged it without public statement. 3 days later, Zhu Renmei's network received a response that was not on the compact's formal diplomatic registry. A private communication from the compact's intelligence bureau, indicating willingness to discuss operational coordination against the Covenant's infrastructure in the compact's adjacent territories. The first alliance formed, cautiously, with the specific reserve of organizations that had been watching a threat for 3 generations without having a clear path to addressing it directly. The second was the Iron Sutra sect. The sect had lost its founder 2 generations ago, a bloodline cultivation practitioner who had been extracted by the Hollow Covenant through a mechanism that the sect's current elders had discovered in the documentation Wei Liang had distributed following the summit strikes. The founder's extraction had been covered as a natural cultivation failure. The elders had mourned a practitioner they believed had failed at a critical breakthrough point. The summit strikes documentation revealed what the breakthrough had actually been, not failure, but a Hollow Covenant extraction operation disguised as a natural event. The Iron Sutra sect's response to this information was specific and not complicated. They wanted to be useful. Wei Liang met with the Iron Sutra sect's senior elder in a neutral location that both parties had agreed carried no institutional allegiance weight. The elder was a practitioner in her 80s, Void Walker level, whose manner combined the genuine warmth of a person who believed strongly in cultivation community with the cold precision of an elder who had spent 40 years managing an institution and knew exactly what her institution could contribute to any given situation. "We have 11 Void Walker practitioners," she said. "We have a formation library that includes 3 continental suppression arrays that were designed for large-scale anti-extraction operations by our founder before his death. He was building defenses against the extraction process he didn't know was coming for him. The designs are complete. They were never deployed." She paused. "We would like to deploy them." The second alliance formed with considerably less reserve than the first. The third negotiation was the most complicated. The remnants of Yao Tianwei's research program occupied a specific position that made their potential alliance both more valuable and more difficult. They had the deepest available technical knowledge about the future bloodline resonance systems operation. Yao's archive was more detailed than Mao's on the specific mechanics of the harvest mechanism, because Yao had been working directly with Hollow Covenant technical specifications rather than reverse engineering from observation. The research program's 16 surviving practitioners were now leaderless, institutionally homeless, and, per Zhu Renmei's intelligence, actively negotiating with 3 different parties for protection in exchange for technical expertise. 2 of those parties were Hollow Covenant adjacent. Wei Liang moved faster than the other negotiating parties. He offered protection through Zhu Renmei's network, the same protective infrastructure he had extended to the freed bloodline practitioners, in exchange for technical cooperation on the specific problem of dismantling the harvest mechanism's architecture from the inside. The negotiation required 1 meeting and 2 days of deliberation on the research program's side. They accepted. Their coordinator, a cultivation theorist named Physician Dang Wenfeng, came to the consolidated position with 12 of the 16 practitioners and 12 years of accumulated research documentation. Yao Tianwei was trying to understand the system in order to harvest it himself, Physician Dang said, in the first working session. He was precise and had the quality of a person who had spent years doing research under an employer he disagreed with on principle, but whose resources he needed. He was studying the mechanism to replicate it, not to dismantle it. The research was conducted from the wrong end. But the data is accurate regardless of Yao's intentions, and accurate data about the harvest mechanism's structural vulnerabilities is what you need. It is, Wei Liang confirmed. The third alliance formed, with the specific texture of cooperation between practitioners who shared a goal and did not fully trust each other, which was a texture Wei Liang had learned to work with. On the day the third alliance concluded, Zhu Renmei's network sent a priority alert. The information it carried restructured the operational picture again. Swaiming had reappeared for the first time since his departure from the archive facility. Not at the Hollow Covenant's compound, not at any known Covenant position, not in any expected direction. He was moving independently, outside the Covenant's institutional orbit, for the first time in his 6th century service history. His cultivation signature was moving toward the consolidated position. Chapter 78. Swaiming defects. He arrived the next afternoon. He walked into the consolidated position the way he walked into every space, with the specific economy of movement of someone who has assessed the environment fully in the time it takes another practitioner to identify that assessment is occurring. He registered the full room. The alliance representatives from the Haotian Compact and the Iron Sutra sect present for a joint planning session, Physician Deng's research practitioners at a secondary table reviewing cultivation documentation, Mao at the archive station, Lian Shu at perimeter coordination, and selected Wei Liang as the relevant contact without making any preliminary social observations. He sat across from Wei Liang. He was different from the river crossing, not in any obvious way, not warmer, not more expressive in the conventional sense, not displaying the kind of emotional openness that emotional restoration was portrayed as producing in the cultivation world's more dramatic documentation of such events. But different. There was a quality in his presence that had not been there at the river crossing, the specific quality of a cultivator who had recently encountered a significant amount of experience in a compressed time frame and was integrating it. The coordinates were accurate, Swaiming said. I know, Wei Liang said. The archive documented the excision comprehensively, Swaiming continued. Pre-procedure baseline assessments. Procedure documentation. Post-procedure operational assessments. 14 monitoring reports over the following century, tracking the absence of emotional architecture and confirming its operational advantages. He paused. The reversal technique was in the supplementary materials. It took 2 weeks to execute and required careful management of the reintegration process to prevent the sudden restoration from producing a systemic shock response. He paused again. There was considerable systemic shock regardless. How are you managing it? Wei Liang asked. The question was genuine. Swaiming looked at him the way he had looked at Wei Liang at the archive facility, with the recognizable quality of a practitioner updating a model. 600 years of unprocessed experience, Swaiming said. I am managing it with the efficiency of a cultivator who has been solving complex problems under pressure for 6 centuries and who has acquired a new variable set that does not change the solving capacity, but changes the texture of the solving. He considered. I am angry at approximately 43 years' worth of historical events simultaneously. I have found it useful to compartmentalize the anger into categories by operational relevance and address the highest priority category first. A brief pause. The highest priority category is the hollow covenants management of my operational integration. Meaning they removed your emotional architecture when you were 15, Wei Liang said. Yes, Swaiming said, and told me it was my choice. Was it your choice? Wei Liang asked. It was my consent, Swaiming said. They are different things. Consent given in a context designed to produce a specific consent outcome is a managed outcome, not a free choice. I understand this as a principle. Experiencing it as a personal fact is, he paused, different from understanding it as a principle. Wei Liang held this. I have 2 conditions, Swaiming said. Both are consistent with what I told you at the archive. I remember them, Wei Liang said. Never command you. First engagement when the primordial architect is confronted directly. Those conditions stand, Swaiming said. They are not negotiating positions. They are requirements. He paused with the precision of a practitioner being careful. I want to add that I will not function well in organizational structures that use command hierarchy as their primary coordination mechanism. I have been in one of those structures for 400 years, and I have recently acquired a significant range of feelings about it. I can work in collaborative coordination. I cannot work in directed coordination without accessing approximately 40 years of prioritized anger regarding directed coordination. Wei Liang heard the precision of this. Not an emotional complaint, but an operational parameter, stated in the language of someone who was integrating emotional experience into tactical self-knowledge. He thought about what kind of working relationship he had actually been hoping to build with Swaiming versus what the situation had produced. Collaborative coordination, Wei Liang said. I can work with that. Swaiming made a small movement, not quite a nod. The gesture of a person who has received confirmation of a critical operational parameter and is updating their planning accordingly. Good, Swaiming said. The Hollow Covenant will interpret my defection as a temporary destabilization. They will assess the probability that I am operating under external influence and discount the defection's permanence. They have done this before with high-level personnel who went offline. They assume it is recoverable. They will not assume the defection is genuine until I have acted against the Covenant's operational interests visibly enough that their assessment model cannot accommodate the data. What's the visible action you're planning? Wei Liang asked. I have been building a technique for the past 4 centuries, Swaiming said, while serving the Hollow Covenant. Before I knew I could want to stop serving them. He paused. I have not finished building it, but I know what it needs to do. It needs to sever a core archivist connection to the primordial architect's master architecture. Isolate the construct from the network it operates within. He looked at Wei Liang. If I can do this once convincingly, the Covenant's assessment model will be forced to update. If I can do it twice, the update becomes permanent. Su Fengling had been sitting at the room's edge during this conversation, with the quality of attention she brought to all technically dense exchanges, not interrupting, absorbing. She and Swaiming looked at each other for the first time since he had entered the room. The look lasted 3 seconds. It held the quality of two practitioners who have each independently assessed the other, whose assessments have reached the same conclusion about capability, and who have not yet established the trust that would allow that assessment to translate into something warmer. It was, Wei Liang observed, a beginning. Chapter 79. The Hollow Covenant escalates. The core archivists manifested on the 30th day after the summit strikes. Not at a single location. 3 of the 7 simultaneously, appearing in 3 different regions of the continent with the specific spatial quality of construct intelligences that had always been present in those locations at a level below perceptibility and had simply chosen, at the specific moment they chose, to make that presence perceivable. They did not look like people. Zhu Renmei's network received the reports in sequence as the regional observation formations that monitored ambient spiritual energy activity began registering something they had no category for, a spatial disturbance that was not a battle, not a natural phenomenon, not a cultivation event of any type documented in the regional monitoring archives. The disturbance had the quality of a geometric structure occupying physical space, not a cultivation domain projection, which expanded from a practitioner outward, but something that was simply present, complete and structured, occupying the space it occupied with the specificity of a thing that had been there all along and had stopped being subtle. Physician Deng Wenfeng looked at the regional monitoring reports and went pale. "They're activating the continental array," he said. He explained what this meant across 2 hours of technical exposition that required Mao's archive to contextualize and Su Fengling's systematic questioning to render comprehensible to practitioners who did not have Physician Deng's 12 years of research exposure. The inverse devour array that Wei Liang had encountered in Arc 3, the formation structure that had been draining spiritual energy from the surrounding landscape, was not a standalone mechanism. It had always been a local node in a continental network, a test installation, or more precisely, a calibration node, one of hundreds installed across the cultivation world over the Hollow Covenant's 400 years of operation, each one maintaining the minimal activation necessary to stay functional while the continental network waited for the archivist's signal to deploy at full capacity. The signal had been given. 3 core archivists manifesting simultaneously in 3 geographically distributed locations constituted the network's deployment trigger. Their physical presence served as anchor points for the continental array's full-scale activation. Geometric structures that the construct intelligences inhabited, which were also the network's primary coordination nodes, which were also the activation mechanism for the entire harvest infrastructure that 4 centuries of Hollow Covenant operations had quietly installed. The dead zone, Lian Shu said. The one from Arc 3. The inverse devour array was depleting spiritual energy in a local area. What happens when the continental version activates? The same mechanism, Physician Deng said, but continental in scale. Every practitioner on the continent who is not protected by a specific counterformation would experience gradual spiritual energy depletion over approximately 30 days of full-scale activation. Not immediate harm. Gradual reduction of cultivation capacity, returning practitioners progressively to lower ranks as the ambient spiritual energy that supports their cultivation is systematically removed and redirected to the harvest network's collection points. Collection points meaning the primordial architect, Wei Liang said. The network feeds back to the entity through the bloodline thread architecture, the same channels the future bloodline resonance uses, but operating at continental scale through the installed nodes rather than through a single practitioner's lineage. Physician Deng paused. The future bloodline resonance was the prototype. This is the full implementation. The practitioner with the bloodline system was the proof of concept. The continent is the actual harvest. Wei Liang looked at the regional monitoring reports. The 3 core archivists were stationary in their manifest locations, holding position as the network's anchor nodes, their construct intelligence architecture serving as the crystallization points around which the continental array's full activation was building. The way a formation required physical anchors to maintain its spatial coherence. The array was not yet at full activation. The monitoring reports showed an ambient spiritual energy signature consistent with approximately 15% of the network's full capacity engaged. The buildup was gradual and deliberate, not a sudden deployment, but a calibrated escalation that the network had been designed to execute over a period of days. How long to full activation? Su Fengling asked. At the current escalation rate, Physician Deng said, 8 days. Sui Ming, who had been reviewing the technical documentation from the position he had established in the room's corner, not the back of the room, not peripheral, but the specific location that gave him sight lines to both the entry point and the planning center. Looked up. The three archivists in their manifest locations are the activation nodes, he said. Orphaning them from the architect's master architecture stops the activation. The network has no coordination without the archivist nodes maintaining it. The array continues passive operation through the installed nodes, but cannot escalate to full deployment without active coordination. You said you hadn't finished the technique, Wei Liang said. I said I hadn't finished building it, Swaiming said. I have not finished building the version that works on any archivist at full operational capacity in an uncontrolled field engagement. I have built the version that works on a single archivist in ideal conditions. He paused. We do not have ideal conditions. We have 8 days and 3 archivist manifestations at 3 different locations. Then we use what you have, Wei Liang said. Swaiming looked at him. The new quality in his presence, the restored architecture, the emotional framework that had been absent for 6 centuries, was present in the look. Not warmth yet, not trust, but something that was not purely operational. The weakest manifestation is in the Eastern Territory, Swaiming said. Third, archivist. Administrative function, intake coordination. Less combat optimization than the archivists with enforcement roles. If I can reach it in 2 days, we can reach it in 2 days, Su Fengling said. The we is relevant, Swaiming said. He looked at Su Fengling. You're offering perimeter coverage while I execute the technique. I'm offering fire law suppression of the ambient harvest energy that the archivist will be using to power the technique's resistance, she said. You can't run the severance technique against active harvest energy interference. I can hold the interference back long enough for the technique to establish. I've been developing the suppression framework since the summit strikes. Swaiming processed this for 2 seconds. It was the fastest significant assessment Wei Liang had seen him make. 2 days, he said. We move tonight. Chapter 80. Arc for cliffhanger. They destroyed the third archivist's manifestation in 4 hours. Swaiming's technique worked the first time with the specific efficiency of something that had been constructed for 4 centuries by someone who understood the target system intimately from 4 centuries of professional proximity. The orphaning was clean. The construct intelligence connection to the primordial architect's master architecture severed at the precise junction where the archivist's operational function attached to the larger network. The third archivist froze in its manifestation, its geometric form losing the dynamic coherence that distinguished an active construct from an installed formation, and collapsed inward. The continental array's eastern coordination node went dark. Su Fengling's fire law suppression had held for the full 4 hours with the characteristic quality of a cultivator who had prepared extensively for something and found that the preparation matched the reality. She emerged from the engagement with depleted reserves and a very precise understanding of the array's ambient energy distribution pattern in the Eastern Territory, which she immediately converted into a tactical assessment for the remaining 2 archivist manifestations. The northern manifestation was the second target. Swaiming's technique, applied to a construct he had already engaged once in the previous day, worked more efficiently the second time. He understood the specific architecture of archivist construct connection points better after the first engagement, and the technique's execution shortened from 4 hours to 2.5. The second archivist's manifestation collapsed in the same way as the third's. 2 archivist manifestations down. 1 remaining. The array's full deployment escalation had slowed, not stopped, but reduced to approximately 30% of its previous rate as 2 of the 3 coordination nodes went dark. The third manifestation was in the southwestern territory, and Swaiming reached it in 18 hours of sustained Soul Sovereign transit speed. He reached it alone. The communication that came back through Zhu Renmei's network from Swaiming's position in the southwestern territory arrived at the consolidated position 4 hours after his departure, and Wei Liang read it with the specific quality of attention he brought to messages that contained information he had not adequately prepared for. The first archivist, the intake coordinator, the administrative function that had been operating longest, the construct intelligence that had been assembled first and had therefore had the longest time to refine its operational architecture, had been expecting them. Not Swaiming specifically, not the Alliance, but the technique. The first archivist construct intelligence had been monitoring the archivist network's integrity since the third archivist's orphaning and had 2 days to prepare a counter-architecture that the severance technique would have to navigate rather than execute cleanly. The technique could still work, but it required more time, more sustained engagement than the eastern and northern manifestations had required, against a target that was actively adapting to the technique's approach. Swaiming was holding. The message indicated he had been engaged with the first archivist for 6 hours and had not yet achieved the technique's execution threshold. Then a second message, The primordial architect's attention had shifted fully to the southwestern territory. The entity above the system, the vast, inhuman intelligence that had been harvesting cultivation worlds for eons, was directing its awareness directly at Suaming's position. Not through the harvest network, not through the archivist construct intelligences. Directly, its own attention, focused on the specific location where its last active archivist manifestation was engaged with a defected enforcement practitioner using a technique that the entity had not expected to be possible. Suaming's third message was 3 words: found a counter, then silence. The silence lasted 4 days. Zhu Renmei's network tracked no cultivation activity signature consistent with Suaming's in the southwestern territory. The first archivist's manifestation was also gone. The regional monitoring formations registered the same inward collapse signature they had recorded at the eastern and northern locations. Suaming had orphaned the first archivist. The Continental Array's full deployment escalation stopped. He also was not locatable. On the 4th day of the silence, a message arrived through a channel Wei Liang had not seen used before, the same direct cultivation transmission frequency as Suaming's pre-archive contact, but carrying a different chi signature quality. Not compromised, not a forgery, but depleted in a way that Suaming's transmission had never been depleted before. The message contained 1 line, asterisk down. Cultivation shattered, not gone. Need time. Don't come. Asterisk Wei Liang assembled the full alliance in the Consolidated Position's main room on the evening of the 4th day. The Haotian Compact's operational liaison. The Iron Sutra sect's senior elder. Physician Dang Wenfeng's research practitioners. Mao, Lian Shu, Zhu Renmei, Su Fengling beside him. He laid out the situation with the specific completeness of a practitioner who had learned that partial information was a worse starting point than complete information, even when complete information was not comfortable. 3 core archivists orphaned. Continental Array's escalation stopped. Suaming's cultivation shattered in the process, the sole sovereign down, but alive somewhere in the southwestern territory managing the aftermath of engaging the primordial architect's direct attention. The entity above the system, aware of Suaming's defection, aware of the orphaning technique, aware that the people in this room had moved from discovering the harvest system's existence to actively dismantling its maintenance infrastructure in a single arc. There are no good options, Wei Liang said. There is one plan that might work if 3 things go right simultaneously, and all 3 are difficult. He laid out the plan. 3-pronged, requiring simultaneous execution in 3 theaters, requiring the primordial architect's direct attention to be divided rather than focused. Requiring him to advance to a rank he had not yet reached. Requiring Su Fengling to advance to a rank she had not yet reached. Requiring the combined technical knowledge of Mao's archive, Physician Dang's research, and Zhu Renmei's network to be applied simultaneously at 3 critical points in the Continental Array's underlying infrastructure. He laid it out. He answered questions. He accepted the distinct quality of silence that descended on a room full of practitioners who had just been presented with the only plan available and who had assessed it and found it was not a good plan, and were also aware that not having a good plan was not the same as having no plan. He thought about Little Flame. She would have known which of the 3 prongs to prioritize. She would have seen the futures where each prong went right and each prong went wrong, and she would have had a view of the decision from a position he didn't have access to. He didn't have her anymore. In his mind space, Second Son's silhouette pulsed once. Not a message, not a gift, just present. The quiet presence of a child who had seen enough of the future to know that this moment was one of the ones where presence mattered more than information, who had waited until his father reached the edge of what he knew and then simply stayed there with him. The room waited. Tomorrow, Wei Liang said. We start tomorrow. Tonight, rest. The room dispersed. Su Fengling stayed. Which one? She asked. Which of the 3 prongs? Yes, she said. He told her which one he was going to prioritize if only one of the 3 could go right. She looked at him for a moment. Then, I'd have chosen the same one. It was not, exactly, comfort. It was something more useful than comfort, the particular quality of a resonance pair, checking their alignment and finding it sound. They were pointing in the same direction. Whatever came next, they were starting from the same position. Outside the Consolidated Position, the Northern Territory ran in its quiet patterns. The Continental Array's escalation stopped, but its underlying infrastructure still in place across thousands of li of cultivation world landscape, waiting for coordination that was no longer coming from the 3 orphaned archivists and the remaining 4 archivists in the primordial architect's maintenance infrastructure, not yet manifested, watching what the practitioners in that room were going to do next. 30 days. That was how long they had before what came next became unavoidable. Second Son pulsed once more, steady and warm, in the silence of the room. Chapter 81. The 30-Day War. He called it the 30-Day War because 40 days was not 30 days, and the primordial architect's reconstruction timeline was an outer boundary, not a guarantee. The plan was three-pronged because three problems required resolution simultaneously, and sequential resolution would leave each problem unaddressed long enough for it to compound the next. The prongs were: first, dismantle what remained of the Hollow Covenant's continental operational infrastructure before the remaining four core archivists decided to manifest. Second, find and destroy the Continental Harvest Array's anchor point in the Northern Dead Zone before the partial deactivation from the three orphaned archivists reversed itself. Third, force a breakthrough in his own cultivation, from Soul Sovereign to Void Walker, before the primordial architect emerged from reconstruction capable of engaging at levels he could not address. All three simultaneously, across 40 days, with resources he could count on his hands. The war's opening moves happened on the first night. Physician Dang Wenfeng's research practitioners deployed across the Covenant's remaining administrative infrastructure, the commercial entities, the institutional affiliations, the documentation networks that the three orphaned archivist functions had been maintaining. Without the intake coordinator, the suppression coordinator, and the exposure response coordinator operating, the infrastructure showed specific vulnerabilities in the coordination layer that Physician Dang's 12 years of research had mapped precisely. Every Hollow Covenant affiliate that had been identified in Zhu Rinmei's intelligence documentation received a simultaneous institutional exposure in its regional context, not combat. Documentation delivered to the specific institutional authorities most likely to act on it publicly and most difficult for the Covenant to suppress. The Haotian Compact's Intelligence Bureau deployed its own 3 teams simultaneously, hitting the Covenant affiliates in the Compact's adjacent territories with the specific authority of an organization that had been watching these affiliates for 3 generations and had finally received enough documentation to act officially. The Compact's institutional response was methodical, backed by diplomatic weight that no cultivation sect could match, and covered the exact regional territory that Zhu Rinmei's network's personal coverage was thinnest. The Iron Sutra sect deployed its 3 continental suppression arrays, the defensive formations their founder had designed before his death. The arrays were not weapons. They were barriers, establishing formation boundaries around the regions where the Harvest Array's remaining active nodes were densest. Not destroying the nodes, which required more precision than formation barriers could provide, but preventing the nodes from communicating with each other across formation boundaries, interrupting the coordination that the remaining nodes needed to maintain partial activation without the archivist anchor points. Wei Liang directed all 3 theaters through Zhu Rinmei's network relay, coordinating from the northern consolidated position where Sui Ming was recovering. Elder Mao was compiling the archive's final sections, and Physician Dang's remaining practitioners were running technical analysis on the Harvest Array structure. The first engagement happened on day 2. The Hollow Covenant's ground forces, the human practitioners who served the institutional structure rather than the construct administrator archivists, responded to the simultaneous exposures with the specific reaction of an organization that has lost its coordination layer and is operating on embedded protocol rather than active command. The protocols directed them to defend the remaining infrastructure by neutralizing the exposure sources. They moved in coordinated formations against 3 of the Compact's Intelligence Bureau teams simultaneously. Wei Liang intercepted the largest formation at a river crossing that his spatial awareness technique had identified as the most efficient interception point 4 hours before the formation reached it. His Soul Sovereign cultivation against practitioner formations designed for combat with core ascendant opponents produced an engagement that was, tactically speaking, brief and decisive. He took 3 hits that his Soul Sovereign reserves absorbed efficiently, disassembled the formation's coordination with techniques designed to target the communication channels between formation members rather than the members themselves, and had the formation dispersed in 40 minutes. 3 other engagements across that day's theaters required the Haotian Compact's cultivators to handle without his direct support. 2 succeeded. 1 required Lian Shu's emergency deployment from the northern position to provide formation lock assistance that the Compact's team lacked the specific expertise to apply themselves. The war was not clean. It was not meant to be clean. By day 5, the Covenant's ground force deployment pattern had shifted from coordinated protocol response to fragmented individual action, the specific behavioral signature of an organization whose command hierarchy had collapsed and whose members were operating on individual judgment rather than institutional direction. Individual judgment produced widely varying responses. Some practitioners capitulated to institutional investigation without engagement. Some retreated from exposure coverage areas. Some engaged and lost, Some disappeared into the civilian cultivator population, indistinguishable and no longer reliably tracked. On day 7, the northern dead zone's expansion stopped. The Iron Sutra Sex formation barriers had achieved sufficient coverage of the array's northern nodes to interrupt the expansion mechanism. The dead zone's eastern edge was stable. The zone was not shrinking yet. The active nodes inside the barrier perimeter were still maintaining the existing dead zone coverage, but without the coordination channel to the expansion mechanism, they could not grow it further. The anchor point, Su Fengling said, on the evening of day 7. They were in the Consolidated Positions Tactical Room. The day's coordination work complete, the network status reports updating at hourly intervals. He looked at her. The eastern edge is stable, she said. The expansion is stopped. But the anchor point in the north is still active. The obsidian pillar, the original node, the thing the whole array coordinates around. The formation barriers are interrupting the coordination channels. They're not touching the anchor. As long as the anchor is active, the remaining nodes have a reference point to return to if the barriers fail. She paused. And the barriers will fail when the remaining archivists decide to manifest. You want to go for the anchor, he said. I want to take a strike team to the anchor and destroy it before the remaining archivists have a reason to manifest, she said. Right now, they're holding position. The primordial architect is in reconstruction. Their command hierarchy is disrupted by the 3 orphaned archivists. The institutional exposure operations are consuming the Covenant's ground forces. They're calculating. They haven't decided what to do yet. The window where they're calculating is the window where the anchor is accessible. He looked at the tactical map. The northern dead zone's anchor point was deep inside the zone's coverage area. The spiritual energy depletion reached pulse master suppression levels in the zone's interior. Any practitioner below Soul Sovereign who entered the zone's core area would lose cultivation capacity progressively. He was Soul Sovereign. She was Void Walker. Take 12 practitioners, he said. The ones with the highest resistance to spiritual energy depletion. Fire Affinity provides partial resistance. Cross-select from the Bloodline Network and the Iron Sutra Sect's Void Walker contingent. I was going to say 11, she said. 12 gives you redundancy if 2 people need carried, he said. You're carrying the team's reserves in your fire chi. If 2 people go under your threshold rather than 1, you need 1 more person at sustainable capacity to share the load. She looked at the map for a moment. Then, 12. 12, he confirmed. She began the team selection. He turned back to the network's Day 8 coordination schedule and the 3 concurrent problems that required simultaneous management. 32 days remaining. Chapter 82. Xu Fengling's Mission. The dead zone's perimeter felt different from the outside than it had in any of the intelligence descriptions. The descriptions had used technical language, spiritual energy depletion, ambient chi reduction below cultivation maintenance threshold, progressive rank suppression beyond a certain penetration depth. The language was accurate. It did not convey the quality of moving into a region where the ambient spiritual energy that cultivators breathed like air was simply absent. The zone's edge was not a wall. It was the specific point where a practitioner's spatial awareness registered the difference between normal and depleted ambient conditions, the way a swimmer registers the temperature change at a thermocline, gradual enough that Su Fengling's 12-member team had penetrated the zone's outer layer by 20 li before the registered difference became something the body rather than the instrument noticed. She ran the numbers. The zone's ambient chi was at 63% of normal at 20 li penetration. Her fire cultivation provided partial resistance through the fire law's inherent energy independence. Fire generated its own heat rather than drawing on ambient conditions, which meant her chi flow maintained closer to full efficiency than any non-fire affinity at the same penetration depth. She was at 81% of her normal operational capacity. The team members with fire affinity affiliation were at 72 to 78%. The team members without were at 58 to 64%. The anchor point, based on the zone's structure and the formation geometry she had been studying from Physician Dang's documentation, was at the zone's center. 60 li in from the perimeter edge. The zone's chi levels at 60 li penetration, extrapolating from the gradient she was measuring, would be at approximately 30% of normal. At 30%, the non-fire practitioners would be at roughly 24% operational capacity. That was below the threshold where most cultivation techniques maintain their stable activation structure. Most techniques would begin to degrade. She revised the formation approach. The 12-member team had been assembled for fire affinity and resistance. She restructured the transit formation to put the 3 fire practitioners at the structural nodes and position the others in the sheltering channels between the fire practitioners' chi flow, not carrying them directly, but sharing the fire chi's ambient resistance across the formation. The technique was similar to a heat generation formation used in high-altitude cold environments, adapted for ambient spiritual energy rather than temperature. The restructured formation held at 80 Li penetration, at 30% ambient. The non-fire practitioners were at 31% operational capacity rather than 24%. The difference between 31 and 24% was the difference between maintaining basic technique activation and not. The dead zone center was geometric, not the natural irregularity of a terrain feature or a cultivation array's organic growth. The center was a circle of absolute precision, 100 Li in diameter, in which the ambient spiritual energy was at 0% of normal, completely absent. The specific silence of a place where the spiritual layer that underlay the physical world had been stripped back to substrate. In the center of the circle, an obsidian pillar. The pillar was not large, 6 spans tall, 1 span wide at the base, tapering to a point. It was the size of a substantial boundary marker in a cultivation sect's outer territory, the scale of a thing designed to be noticed rather than a thing designed to impress. The obsidian had the quality of spiritual density. The material was not natural obsidian, but cultivation-refined stone, charged with something that absorbed rather than circulated the surrounding spiritual energy. A material that maintained the depletion rather than reversing when the depletion source was disconnected. The inscription at the pillar's base was in a script she had not seen before. She documented it fully, rubbing the inscription with formation paper, using the cultivator's equivalent of a scanner to capture every stroke and stroke direction, before she attempted to translate. The translation took 3 hours in the dead zone's center, sitting on the bare stone ground, with the formation covering the team's reserves while her 2 most linguistically capable team members worked through the script structure with the reference materials she had brought. The translation was not what she had expected. She had expected technical documentation, array activation parameters, formation coordinates, maintenance procedures. The kind of content that an anchor point inscription would logically carry. The inscription was not technical documentation. It was historical. It documented what the array had been built to do. She read it twice, then a third time, and then she looked at the pillar standing in the center of the dead zone that stretched 60 Li in every direction and understood, for the first time, what the Hollow Covenant had actually been building across 400 years. Not a spiritual energy harvesting array, a timeline pruning mechanism. The array wasn't designed to harvest spiritual energy from practitioners. It was designed to eliminate branching timelines by consuming the spiritual potential of practitioners who would have founded those branches. Every practitioner the Hollow Covenant had taken, every bloodline system extracted, every cultivator whose future had been consumed by the harvest mechanism. The harvest had not been about power directly. The power was a byproduct. The primary function was timeline elimination. The primordial architect was pruning futures it found threatening, not collecting power, preventing specific possible worlds from occurring. She looked at the inscription for a long time. Then she looked at the pillar. Then she reached for the fire technique she had been developing for 18 months, the one she had been refining across every engagement since the tournament, the one that operated at the structural level of formation law rather than the application level of individual technique, the specific fire technique that destroyed not the surface of a formation but the formation's internal coherence. She looked at the 2-meter obsidian pillar with its 400-year inscription and its dead zone's 60 Li radius and its function as a timeline pruning mechanism's primary anchor point. She did not hesitate. The technique ran for 11 minutes. The pillar cracked at the 3-minute mark. The crack spread through the obsidian from the inscription's base upward in a pattern that followed the formation coherence internal structure. Not random fracture, but the specific pattern of a formation losing its self-organizing principle. At 11 minutes, the pillar fractured in 4 sections. The sections fell. The dead zone's ambient spiritual energy, no longer actively depleted by the anchor's coordination function, began the slow process of natural recovery from a 60 Li diameter of 0. Su Fengling looked at the fractured sections on the ground. Then she reached for the communication relay Zhu Renmei's network had established at the zone's perimeter. She needed to tell Wei Liang what the inscription had said before she told him the pillar was down. He needed to know what the pillar had been for before he knew it was gone. Chapter 83. The core archivists engaged. The 4th archivist manifested on day 11. The choice of location was strategic rather than symbolic. The Haotian Compact's Intelligence Bureau headquarters, in the middle of the Compact's most institutionally visible member kingdom. The manifestation's presence in that specific location was not an attack. It was an argument, a demonstration, in the language of construct intelligences that thought in operational logic rather than emotional motivation, that no institutional framework could provide protection against what the Hollow Covenant had always been operating at a level above. The fourth archivist's function, per physician Dang's documentation, was the suppression coordinator, the construct responsible for ensuring that harvest system practitioners did not advance faster than the optimal harvest rate required. It was the most combat-optimized of the 7 archivists, built with direct intervention capability rather than the administrative orientation of the 3 archivists Sui Ming had orphaned. Wei Liang reached the Haoyan Compact's headquarters location in 4 hours through the sole sovereign transit technique. He arrived to a scene that the Compact's cultivators were managing with the specific, controlled urgency of practitioners who have encountered something outside their training parameters and are applying adjacent parameters with maximum efficiency. The archivist's manifestation had not attacked directly. It had established a static geometric presence that was passively disrupting the ambient spiritual energy in a 3-li radius around the headquarters, creating conditions that the Compact's formation defenses were not designed to handle. The disruption was not the hostile suppression technique he had encountered in extraction facilities. It was something more structural, a cultivation law argument deployed in the ambient environment rather than directed at individual practitioners. The archivist was making a statement about the sustainability of the Compact's position using the language of cultivation law rather than combat. He perceived the statement's content with his sole sovereign law comprehension. The argument was, resistance is not a stable state. Every future in which this resistance succeeds leads to a universe without the harvest system's maintenance function, which leads to timeline proliferation beyond the cultivation universe's self-organizing capacity, which leads to structural collapse. The harvest was not cruelty. It was necessary. It was the most sophisticated version of the justification he had encountered. It was not delivered to him specifically. It was deployed into the ambient environment as a general transmission, which meant the Haoyan Compact's cultivators were receiving it through the cultivation awareness channels that all practitioners maintained passively. A passive argument. An argument designed to work on everyone simultaneously, not just the practitioners who had the comprehension to consciously engage with it. Wei Liang stepped into the archivist's geometric manifestation. The engagement that followed was the most unusual combat he had experienced. The fourth archivist was not a cultivator in the way he had fought cultivators before. It was a construct intelligence, which meant it didn't use techniques in the sense of learned responses applied to situations. It used structural arguments in the language of cultivation law. Each attack, a proposition about the nature of power and sustainability and the cultivation universe's deep organization, each defense, a counter-proposition. His sole sovereign resonance law comprehension let him perceive the argument structure. His genuine cultivated understanding. The law comprehension built from years of actual experience rather than theoretical framework. Let him find the counter-argument in each proposition's internal logic. The archivist argued, you cannot sustain this. Every cultivator requires the ambient conditions that the harvest maintains. Remove the harvest, remove the maintenance, remove the conditions. He countered, in the language of chi mathematics rather than words. The harvest doesn't maintain conditions. It creates conditions that require the harvest to continue. The circular dependency is not maintenance. It is addiction. The archivist adjusted its argument. He found the adjustment's counter-argument. The exchange continued for 2 hours at a depth that left his cultivation reserves at 40%. Not because the direct power expenditure was high, but because maintaining law argument engagement at sole sovereign depth for 2 hours was a sustained intensity, the way a surgical procedure was a sustained intensity, demanding precision and complete attention. He was not winning. He was not losing either. The engagement was genuinely balanced, a construct intelligence with 400 years of refined argument against a practitioner 11 weeks into sole sovereign law comprehension. The balance would not hold indefinitely. The archivist had no resource constraints. He had reserves. On the 3rd hour, he changed approach. He stopped countering the argument and started asking questions inside the law argument framework. Not rhetorical questions. Genuine questions, directed at the archivist's embedded operational logic. Who determined that timeline proliferation beyond self-organizing capacity is a negative outcome? The archivist's response took longer than its previous responses had taken. The maintenance modeling determined it. Who constructed the maintenance modeling? The primordial architect constructed the maintenance modeling. Who validated the maintenance modeling against an independent assessment? The response gap was 8 seconds. 8 seconds was, in an engagement where previous responses had come in fractions of a second, a significant pause. Validation is embedded in the modeling framework. That means the modeling validates itself, he said. You are maintaining a universe according to specifications that were written by the entity running the maintenance program. You have never confirmed that the specifications describe an outcome anyone other than that entity considers desirable. Asterisk the pause was 15 seconds. He used the pause to hit the archivist's geometric structure with the 3 simultaneous soul sovereign techniques he had been preparing since the first hour of the engagement, deployed at the specific junction points that Physician Dang's documentation identified as the construct intelligence coordination nodes, not severing them. He didn't have Suaming's specialized technique for severing, but disrupting them hard enough to force the archivist to redirect its processing capacity from argument to coordination maintenance. The geometric structure wobbled. It did not collapse, but it pulled back. The specific movement of a system that has identified that remaining in its current position creates a resource cost it had not modeled. The fourth archivist's manifestation withdrew from the Haotian Compact's headquarters location and compressed back to an orbit position, present in the region but no longer actively deployed. Not a victory, a withdrawal. For now, Wei Liang stood in the headquarters courtyard and looked at where the archivist had been. He had damaged it. He had found a question it couldn't answer from inside its own operational logic. He had not ended it, and he would need to face it again. But he had found something that worked. Chapter 84, Suaming and Wei Liang. Suaming's message arrived on day 14 through the direct cultivation transmission channel. The message was brief. Asterisk I can walk. Don't send anyone. I'll be there by the 17th. Asterisk he arrived on the 16th. Wei Liang opened his spatial awareness to the consolidated position's perimeter when the specific cultivation signature, depleted, structurally damaged at the soul's sovereign layer's foundation, but present, registered at the position's outer detection range. He went to meet him at the entrance. Suaming walked with the quality of a cultivator whose physical body was fully operational and whose cultivation was at a level he was managing carefully, not hiding, but not extending unnecessarily. The Soul Sovereign's reserves had been shattered in the southwestern engagement. What remained was, by Wei Liang's estimate as he assessed the signature at close range, equivalent to a Pulse Master's reserves in terms of raw capacity. The cultivation architecture above that level was intact, but unsustainable. He could access Soul Sovereign depth law comprehension, but the reserves that would normally back that comprehension were gone. You shouldn't have walked, Wei Liang said. I assessed the resource cost of being carried against the resource cost of walking, Suaming said. Walking takes 12 days. Being carried requires 2 practitioners to spend 12 days cultivation reserve on transit technique. He paused. I didn't want practitioners spending reserves on transit when the reserves are needed for combat. You didn't have to do that calculation in my favor, Wei Liang said. No, Suaming said. I didn't. He said it with the precise quality of someone who was aware that they had made an emotion-informed choice and was neither concealing the emotion nor overemphasizing its role. The emotional architecture restoration was 11 weeks old. He was learning to work with it the way a practitioner learned to work with any new cultivation layer, with deliberate attention, not drama. He settled into the position's advisory role with the efficiency of someone who had 6 centuries of operational experience and was applying it in a context that didn't require him to be directly combat effective to be useful. Physician Dang's research practitioners found him the most analytically useful collaborator they had encountered outside their own specialization. His 400 years of direct operational exposure to core archivist decision-making gave him a specific knowledge base that no amount of theoretical research could replicate. The fourth archivist pulled back from the Compact's headquarters, Suaming said, on the day he arrived, reviewing the engagement reports. The question approach. It worked, Wei Liang said. Partially. The construct intelligences are designed around fixed operational logic, Suaming said. Logic trees that were embedded at construction. They can adapt tactics within those trees, but they cannot update the foundational premises. A question that challenges the foundational premises doesn't produce adaptation. It produces processing overflow. The construct cycles back to the embedded logic to answer the question, finds the embedded logic circular, continues cycling. He paused. I've seen practitioners attempt this before. It's never worked for more than a few seconds. It bought me 15 seconds on the hardest question, Wei Liang said. Suaming looked at him with the assessment quality that characterized his engagement with information, thorough, rapid, updating the relevant model. Because your law comprehension is deeper than the previous practitioners who tried, he said. Or the question is better phrased, Wei Liang said. Both, Suaming said. The question was better phrased. Your law comprehension is also deeper. He paused. You need to get deeper still. The processing overflow only works if you can outpace the construct's recovery rate. At Soul Sovereign depth, you bought 15 seconds. At Void Walker depth, the overflow might be sufficient to orphan the construct without the severing technique. If the processing overflow is sustained long enough, the construct loses coherence and collapses internally. The severing technique requires you. Wei Liang said. You're at pulse master capacity. Yes, Swaiming said. So you need the comprehension approach to work without the severing technique as a follow-up. He considered. Work on the Void Walker breakthrough. I'll prepare the specific questions for each of the remaining archivists. He paused. I know their embedded logic trees. For 100 years. I know exactly which foundational premises each one cannot answer from inside its own logic. You've been building this for a long time, Wei Liang said. I was building a technique for 4 centuries, Swaiming said. The technique was severing. When the severing became unavailable, I adapted to what was available. He paused with the economy of a person who had learned to account for contingencies before they arose. I've been adapting to what was available my entire life. The adaptation is the skill. He reached into his travel pack and extracted a sheaf of cultivation notation papers. The 5th archivist's embedded logic tree, Swaiming said, handing the papers to Wei Liang. These are the 3 questions that will produce the longest processing overflow in its specific architecture. The 3rd one I've been saving for 11 years. I wasn't certain I'd ever have someone who could deliver it at sufficient law comprehension depth to trigger a complete coherence collapse. He paused. You need to be at Void Walker to try it. 26 days left, Wei Liang said. Then stop talking to me and cultivate, Swaiming said. Chapter 85. Xu Fengling's discovery. The relay transmission reached Wei Liang on day 18. He was in the middle of the Void Walker cultivation approach. The specific law comprehension work that the architect's blind spot technique had suggested and that Swaiming had confirmed was the correct approach for the Void Walker transition, a compression of the space law principle through sustained present-moment cultivation awareness rather than gradual approach. He surfaced from the cultivation state when Lian Shu indicated the priority transmission had arrived, read it, and went very still for 3 minutes. Then he read it again. Then he went to find Swaiming, Mao, and physician Dang simultaneously. Su Fengling's message was technically precise and came in 2 parts. The first part was a single line, asterisk anchor point destroyed. Dead zone recovery has begun. Asterisk the second part was the full translation of the Obsidian Pillar's inscription, accompanied by Su Fengling's interpretation of the inscription's technical language. The interpretation of a cultivator who had spent the past 18 months studying formation law at advanced depth, and who had the specific clarity of mind that came from standing in a dead zone center reading a 400-year-old document for 3 hours before she destroyed it. The inscription's content restructured everything. He had known the harvest system extracted power. He had known it operated at a ratio that favored the primordial architect at 100-to-1. He had understood that his children's gifts were being harvested. That little flame had been spending herself into a mechanism that extracted far more than it delivered. He had not understood the mechanism's purpose. Timeline pruning, he said to Swaiming, sitting across from him in the Consolidated Positions research room. Mao and physician Dang were reading the full inscription translation. The array doesn't harvest power primarily. It eliminates futures. Yes, Swaiming said. He said it with the quality of a man confirming something he had suspected and had not been certain of until confirmation arrived. You knew, Wei Liang said. I suspected, Swaiming said. The operational patterns I observed over 4 centuries were inconsistent with pure power harvesting as the primary goal. The Covenant's target selection, the specific futures that were prioritized for acquisition, correlated too closely with futures that the Covenant's modeling indicated would produce challenges to the harvest system's continued operation. Pure power harvesting would have selected for maximum power output regardless of the acquired practitioner's trajectory. The Covenant selected for specific types of power that represented specific types of threat. He paused. I didn't have the documentation to confirm the principle until today. The children, Wei Liang said. Mao looked up from the inscription translation. His expression held the quality of a cultivator who had spent 9 centuries studying something and has just found the piece of the puzzle that explains the shape he had been seeing all along. Every gift your children sent, Mao said carefully, was a practitioner from a future timeline performing a voluntary cultivation act. The harvest mechanism, at the 100-to-1 ratio, extracted the vast majority of that act's power and used it to calculate and eliminate the futures that would have produced that specific child as a powerful cultivation practitioner who might interfere with the harvest. The gift sent the coordinates of the futures worth eliminating. Wei Liang held very still. Little Flame's branch didn't extinguish because she spent herself helping me, he said. It extinguished, Mao said, because every time she sent you something, the mechanism used 99 units of her expenditure to calculate and prune the futures where she would have grown powerful enough to represent a genuine threat to the harvest architecture. She was used to collapse her own strongest potential timelines. He paused. She knew this. The technique she sent you in Chapter 66. The compressed law touch technique. She had marked it as her final sending because she understood that accepting it would trigger the mechanism's final pruning cycle on her branch. She chose to send it anyway, knowing what the sending would cost. The silence in the room lasted a long time. She chose to send it knowing it would end her, Wei Liang said. Yes, Mao said. The silence lasted longer. Su Fengling's message sat in his hands. He looked at the inscription translation, the 400-year-old documentation of a mechanism that had been using his children's love to eliminate the futures where they would have been strong enough to protect themselves. He thought about it was worth it. He thought about what Second Son had meant when he sent that. He thought about a child in a future timeline who had watched what was being done and had chosen, had made the specific, informed, irreversible choice to do it anyway. The other children, he said. The remaining 21 silhouettes. Are they? The mechanism is operating through every gift sent, Physician Dang said. He had been running the calculations since Su Fengling's message arrived, and his face held the precise quality of someone reporting results he wishes were different. The gift interface inactivation you performed in Chapter 73 stopped the mechanism from receiving new inputs through your gift channel. But the mechanism had already operated on every gift previously sent. The damage to the remaining silhouettes, the dimming you've observed, is from the mechanism's previous operations, not from continued active extraction. He closed his eyes for a moment. Then he opened them. I need to see Sui Ming, he said. I'm here, Sui Ming said. The mechanism's architecture, Wei Liang said. Physician Dang's documentation describes the harvest array's external structure. You know the internal logic. Can the mechanism be severed from the inside, from within the bloodline thread architecture, rather than by destroying the external nodes? Sui Ming looked at him. What are you planning? Sui Ming said. Something your documentation said was theoretically possible in the severance technique's original design, Wei Liang said. The technique was designed to sever core archivists from the master architecture. The underlying principle, isolating a component from the network that coordinates it, should apply to any component in the network, including the harvest extraction mechanism that runs through the bloodline thread. You want to sever the harvest extraction mechanism from the bloodline thread, Sui Ming said. From the inside. While keeping the bloodline thread intact, Wei Liang said, severing the extraction component without severing the connection to the children. The silence had a different quality this time. The quality of practitioners looking at a thing that was theoretically possible and recognizing that theoretically possible was a different category from practically survivable. That would require performing cultivated surgery on your own spiritual framework, Sui Ming said, at a depth that touches the harvest mechanism's integration point in your bloodline core, without the external reference frame that the severance technique normally provides. He paused, while maintaining the bloodline thread's integrity. Yes, Wei Liang said. The risk of error is fatal, Sui Ming said. I know, Wei Liang said. Chapter 86. The worst truth. Su Fengling arrived at the consolidated position on day 20. She came back the way she had gone in, with her strike team, through the perimeter's eastern checkpoint. The 12 practitioners showing the specific physical quality of people who had been in a sustained effort environment for 9 days and who were running at competent rather than peak capacity. She had carried the team's chi reserves through the dead zone and brought them back again. The cost of that had been paid from her own cultivation, and it showed in the quality of her aura, present, controlled, the specific controlled quality of someone who was managing a deficit with full awareness of the deficit. Wei Liang met her at the checkpoint. He had read the full message. He had sat with the worst truths content for 2 days. He had spent those 2 days in the Void Walker cultivation approach while sitting with the worst truth, which turned out to be the specific kind of difficult context that made law comprehension work go faster rather than slower. The law of present moment space perceived more clearly when the alternative of dwelling in past grief was the available comparison. She looked at him when she arrived. He looked at her. He had been trying to find the words for this since the message arrived. He had not found words that were adequate. He said the thing he had found. I'm sorry. She was quiet for a moment. He had not apologized because the worst truth was his fault. The mechanism's design was the primordial architect's. The harvest was not his choice. The children's gifts had been given freely and had been exploited by something neither of them had been able to anticipate or prevent. He had apologized because she had been the one to read the inscription. She had been standing in the dead zone's center, 60 li from the nearest living person, and she had read what the array was for. She had read it alone. And then she had destroyed the pillar, and then she had written the message, and then she had spent 9 days walking back. You didn't know? She said. No, he said. Neither did they, she said. The children. Little Flame knew the mechanism was harvesting. She didn't know the mechanism was using her love to calculate the futures where she would have been strong enough to fight it. She knew her gifts cost her, She didn't know the cost was being weaponized against her own strongest timelines. She paused. That makes it worse. And it makes it better. She wasn't dying because she was being consumed. She was dying because she was choosing. The choice was being exploited. But the choice was real. He held this. The distinction mattered in a way he hadn't had the framing for until she provided it. The remaining children, she said. The gift interface is inactive, he said. No more sending from their end. The mechanism can't receive new inputs through the channel I closed. He paused. But Physician Dang's calculation says the dimming is from previous operations, not active extraction. The children who are still present, their silhouettes are at the levels they were reduced to by previous gift-sending cycles. The inactive interface stops the future reduction. Can they recover? She asked. Unknown, he said. The original archive doesn't document the mechanism's recovery protocol because the mechanism was designed to operate in one direction. Physician Dang is working on a theoretical framework. He paused. The surest way to stop the mechanism permanently is to sever it from inside the bloodline thread. She looked at him with the quality of attention she brought to situations where she had received insufficient information and was requesting the rest. He told her what he had proposed to Swaiming. She listened entirely. Then, you need to be at Voidwalker depth for the severance to work. Yes, he said. You have 20 days left in the window, she said. Yes, he said. Then you're cultivating, she said. I'll cover the tactical coordination until you're through. She paused. The fourth archivist's withdrawal. How long before it re-manifests? Swaiming's estimate is 4 to 6 days, Wei Liang said. The processing overflow I created takes time to stabilize. Once it's stabilized, the archivist's operational logic will have routed around the overflow site, and it'll be back. And the remaining 3 archivists? She asked. The 5th through 7th have not manifested yet, he said. Swaiming's read is that they're waiting for the 4th to return with updated intelligence about our capabilities before deciding on a joint deployment strategy. He paused. Once the 4th returns with the information that my question approach created overflow, they'll adapt their logic trees to close the vulnerability. How long does that take? She asked. Swaiming says 12 to 18 hours of construct-level reprocessing, he said. So the window to use the question approach is before they finish reprocessing, she said. And you need to be at Voidwalker to make it work well enough. Yes, he said. Then you're cultivating, she said again, and the repetition was not emphasis, it was confirmation. She had heard the problem, assessed the options, identified the path, and was telling him she understood the path clearly enough that he could trust her with the tactical management while he pursued it. He went back to the cultivation space. She took over coordination. The war's tactical picture over the next 4 days was one he received in summary form during the brief surface intervals his Voidwalker approach allowed. The specific cultivation technique that required sustained present-moment awareness without the cultivation practice's usual ability to operate simultaneously with active cognition. Su Fengling's tactical coordination produced results across all 3 theaters that were, by the metrics Zhu Renmei's network documented, within acceptable parameters. The Covenant's ground force fragmentation continuing, the Iron Sutra Sex formation barriers holding at 86% integrity, the Haotian Compact's institutional investigations proceeding at their bureaucratic pace. She managed it all. He had the deepest respect for what this meant. Not just tactical competence, but the specific trust of a person who took over a responsibility that belonged to both of them and held it without resentment while the other practitioner was occupied with something that couldn't wait. He reached deeper into the space law. The present moment as a spatial principle, not linear time, not temporal extension, but the pure instantaneous quality of now, the fact that space was always exactly where it was rather than where it had been or would be. The space law touched distance as a property of the present moment rather than a fixed fact of material reality. Distance was real, and real things were mutable by practitioners who understood the principles governing them deeply enough. He pressed deeper. Chapter 87. Refusing the system on day 23. With 17 days remaining in the window, Wei Liang surfaced from the cultivation approach and told Swaiming he was ready. Swaiming's assessment, performed in the specific manner of someone who had been assessing cultivation states for 6 centuries and had a precise internal calibration for what ready meant in different contexts, was a sustained 30-second spatial reading followed by a single word, close. Close enough to attempt the severance? Wei Liang asked. Close enough that attempting the severance from inside will either succeed or leave the bloodline thread intact while failing, Swaiming said. You're not at Voidwalker. You're at the approach threshold. The space law comprehension is present, but not yet self-sustaining. The severing technique requires a self-sustaining comprehension frame to work from. He paused. However, Wei Liang waited. The harvest mechanism's integration point in your bloodline core operates on a different law than the space law, Swaiming said. It operates on resonance law, the law you comprehended at soul sovereign transition. You have self-sustaining resonance law comprehension already. He paused. The severing technique's underlying principle is law structure isolation. I developed it for space law application against the archivists' construct architectures. But the underlying principle is law agnostic. If you apply it from resonance law rather than space law, you can sever the harvest mechanism's connection to the bloodline thread using the law comprehension you already have. Wei Liang processed this. The risk profile, he said. Higher, Swaiming said. The space law application would have given you three-dimensional reference frame. Resonance law application requires you to use the temporal dimension of the connection itself as the reference frame. You're working in a space where time is the coordinate system rather than space. This is unfamiliar terrain for the technique. He paused. It is also terrain where you have more direct experience than any cultivator alive, because you have been navigating the bloodline thread's temporal architecture for your entire cultivation career. This was true. Every gift, every warning, every moment of contact with the children's silhouettes had required him to operate in exactly this kind of temporal connection space. He had not thought of it as practice for the severance technique. He had been practicing for it for years. What do I need, he said. Su Fengling for physical stabilization, Swaiming said. The resonance law application will draw on your cultivation reserves at a rate that creates physical instability. Her fire chi can provide external stabilization while your internal processing maintains the technique. Elder Mao for archive reference during the technique. If you encounter an integration junction that doesn't match the theory, you need someone who can cross-reference in real time. He paused. And me? You're at pulse master capacity, Wei Liang said. I don't need to deploy soul sovereign techniques, Swaiming said. I need to observe and narrate what I see in your cultivation aura's real-time state, to give you external feedback that your internal focus won't allow you to perceive. I need 600 years of cultivation state reading experience and enough chi to maintain spatial awareness. He paused. I have both. The severance attempt happened that evening. Wei Liang settled into the meditation position with Su Fengling beside him, her fire chi establishing the stabilization lattice that would hold his physical substrate steady while his internal attention went deep. Mao had the archive notation prepared for cross-reference. Swaiming sat across from him, his depleted but present cultivation reading active. He went in. The bloodline thread's architecture, perceived from the inside at resonance law depth, was a structure he had been walking for years without seeing its full form. He had been using it the way a person uses a building without ever examining the building's load-bearing structure. Now he looked at it structurally. The harvest mechanism was visible as an architectural intrusion, not a natural part of the bloodline thread's resonance law structure, but an addition, older than his lineage, installed in the thread's architecture at a depth that predated any individual practitioner's involvement. The integration points were 17. Points where the mechanism had attached to the thread's natural resonance law operation and redirected a portion of the thread's energy flow toward the harvest collection architecture. He identified all 17. Then he applied Swaiming's severing principle to the first integration point. The technique, adapted from space law architecture to resonance law navigation, required him to trace the integration point's connection from inside the thread, follow it to the point where it left the thread's natural architecture and entered the harvest mechanism's collection channels, and cut precisely at that juncture. Not cutting the thread, not cutting the harvest mechanism entirely. He didn't have access to the harvest mechanism's full structure from this position, cutting the connection between them at the specific junction where the mechanism had attached. The first cut took 40 minutes. At the end of 40 minutes, integration point 1 was severed. The bloodline thread's resonance law structure at that point restored to its natural flow pattern. 16 remaining. Swaiming narrated the external state throughout. Su Fengling's stabilization maintained. Mao's archive cross-reference answered two questions in the middle section of the technique, where the integration junctions had architectural variations that the theory hadn't fully documented. 7 hours. 16 cuts. At the 17th junction, the harvest mechanism's collection architecture registered the sustained severance and attempted to resist. The specific resistance of a system that has been losing connections and has finally identified what is being done to it. The resistance was passive rather than active, the mechanism's embedded logic routing around the severed connections rather than reconnecting them. But the routing attempt generated a feedback pulse in the bloodline thread that Wei Liang registered as the specific sensation of the technique encountering opposition in the final stage. He cut through the resistance. The 17th integration point severed. He surfaced from the meditation. The bloodline thread was intact. The The harvest mechanism was still present in the broader system's architecture. He hadn't destroyed it, only severed its access to his specific lineage's bloodline thread. But the severing was complete. The mechanism had no connection to his lineage. In his mind space, the genealogical tree was dark. Not the dark of the gift interface's inactivity. The dark of a system that had lost its connection to its primary architecture and was re-establishing from its underlying structure. He looked at this for a long moment. Then the tree began to reassemble. Not the harvest system's tree, but something underneath it, the original structure that the harvest had been built on top of. The natural resonance law structure of his bloodline thread restored to its original function. The new tree was smaller. It had fewer future threads than the harvest system's tree had shown him. But the futures it showed were different in quality, not modeled potential timelines that the harvest mechanism had been using to calculate pruning targets. Actual resonance law projections, the genuine possible futures that his cultivated choices were creating, not as targets, but as destinations. Is it done? Su Fengling said. Yes, he said. She exhaled, a single controlled release of the breath she had been managing throughout the 7 hours. Her stabilization lattice dissolved. She looked at him with the recognizable quality of someone who has been holding a thing very carefully for a very long time and has just been told the thing is secure. And the mechanism? She asked. Severed from my lineage, he said. Still present in the broader architecture. When we deal with the primordial architect, the mechanism exists somewhere in the system. We'll need to address it. But it's not drawing from us anymore. He opened his eyes fully and looked at the genealogical tree in his mind space with new eyes. The 21 remaining silhouettes were present. They were not dimmer than before. But something in their quality had changed, the characteristic quality of futures that were no longer being observed and calculated by something that wanted to consume them. They were simply possible. Chapter 88. Void Walker. The breakthrough happened 3 days after the severance. He was not cultivating in any active sense when it occurred. He was managing the morning's network coordination review, the tactical updates from the 3 theaters, Su Fengling's assessment of the 4th Archivist's remanifestation timeline, 4 days out, Physician Dang's overnight analysis of the harvest mechanism's post-severance behavior. It had begun attempting to route alternative connections through secondary pathways in the bloodline thread structure, which Physician Dang described as expected and containable. He was holding 4 pieces of tactical information simultaneously while consuming the food Lian Shu had prepared, in the specific half-attentive state of a practitioner whose cultivation was running automatically at the low-maintenance background rate he had maintained for a decade. And then the space law wasn't the approach threshold anymore. It was simply present, self-sustaining, fully integrated into his cultivation framework, operating at the Void Walker depth the way the resonance law had operated at Soul Sovereign depth after the 48-hour meditation. Not a breakthrough event with the dramatic spatial manifestation that high-rank transitions sometimes produced. Simply, a door opening that had been the approaching threshold the moment before, and now was a room he was standing in. He set down the food. He looked at the tactical coordination documentation in his hands. He looked at the wall across from him. He looked at the wall 3 li away through the wall, because Void Walker spatial comprehension meant that the wall was a temporary agreement between matter and space rather than a fixed property of the matter, and he could renegotiate the agreement at will. He looked through the wall at the northern territory beyond, the cultivation world's ambient energy, the distributed nodes of the Iron Sutra Sect's formation barriers, the specific points where the Hollow Covenant's remaining ground force formations were currently holding position 12 li east. He could see all of it with spatial precision that his Soul Sovereign techniques had approximated and his Void Walker comprehension made exact. He took 1 step. The step covered 3 li. He was standing at the consolidated positions in trance a moment ago. He was standing at the eastern observation point 3 li from the entrance now, mid-step having carried him through the spatial renegotiation with none of the transit technique's energy cost that the Soul Sovereign step required. Void Walker spatial movement was not teleportation in the conventional sense. It was renegotiation, changing the spatial agreement that held 2 points at a given distance from each other, allowing the cultivator to move between the points without crossing the distance, because the distance was a mutable property rather than a fixed one. The energy cost was the energy of renegotiation rather than the energy of crossing. The renegotiation cost was approximately 8% of what the Soul Sovereign transit technique had required for the same distance. He ran the calculation. Then he ran it again because the result seemed implausible. 15 li in a single step would cost 32% less than 1 li at Soul Sovereign transit speed. The efficiency scaled inversely with distance. The longer the renegotiation, the proportionally cheaper it became relative to crossing. This meant that extended range movements were, in terms of resource economics, preferable to short ones. He spent 20 minutes examining the implications of this for the 30-day war's tactical picture. The implications were significant. Then he went back to tell Su Fengling and Sui Ming. Sui Ming's response to the Void Walker breakthrough news was 3 things in sequence: a sustained 7-second cultivation aura assessment, the single word "finally," and the sheaf of notation papers he had prepared on the 5th archivist's embedded logic tree. Day 26, Sui Ming said. 14 days remaining. The 5th archivist's logic tree vulnerabilities are on pages 3 through 7. The third question on page 6. I've been waiting 11 years to see what happens when someone delivers it with self-sustaining space law comprehension. Start there. Wei Liang looked at the notation papers. Start there, he said. Start there, Sui Ming confirmed. Su Fengling looked at both of them with the quality of attention she brought to situations where she was the sanest person in the room and was assessing whether sanity was appropriate to the moment. The 4th archivist re-manifests in 4 days, she said. The remaining 3 archivists are watching to see what happens. If you approach the 5th archivist before the 4th returns and demonstrates its updated logic tree, the remaining 3 archivists won't have the updated defensive architecture yet. That's the window, Wei Liang said. That's the window, she confirmed. He took the notation papers and went to find the 5th archivist. Chapter 89. The war turns. The 5th archivist's embedded logic tree had 3 structural vulnerabilities that Sui Ming had identified across 4 centuries of operational proximity. The first 2 were navigable with sole sovereign law comprehension. He had used the first when engaging the 4th archivist, producing 15 seconds of processing overflow before the archivist had stabilized around the gap. The second would produce similar results against the 5th archivist's specific architecture. The third was different in category. It was not a question that challenged the archivist's foundational premises. It was a law argument delivered in chi mathematics that reproduced, for the 5th archivist construct intelligence, the specific logical paradox of a system maintaining itself for a goal that it cannot itself define as necessary, because the goal is embedded in the system's construction and therefore invisible from inside the system. The archivist could not answer the argument from inside its own logic tree because the argument's entire structure depended on the archivist recognizing its own logic tree as a logic tree rather than as self-evident truth. The paradox, delivered at Void Walker depth, whereas space law comprehension gave the argument's structure a spatial dimension that allowed it to be perceived by a construct intelligence that processed in geometric rather than linear thought, produced not processing overflow but something different. It produced coherence collapse. The 5th archivist's geometric manifestation, present above the Hollow Covenant's secondary continental coordination hub, lost its internal structure at the 37-minute mark of the argument. Not like the 3rd archivist's orphan collapse, not a clean inward compression, a genuine dissolution. The construct intelligence processing architecture losing its self-organizing principle simultaneously across all its functions. The geometric form losing coherence from inside rather than from the connection severing that Sui Ming's technique had caused. The 5th archivist was not orphaned. It was gone. Wei Liang stood below the place the archivist had been and assessed the situation. He had eliminated a core archivist without Sui Ming's severing technique. He had done it with a philosophical argument delivered in chi mathematics at sufficient law comprehension depth. He had done it in 37 minutes. He reported this to Sui Ming through the network relay. Sui Ming's response: **The paradox works. Can you reach the 6th before the 4th's updated logic tree propagates? Void Walker spatial movement produced a 9-Li step to the 6th archivist's known manifestation zone in the Eastern Territory. He arrived before the 4th archivist, still stabilizing its updated architecture from the southwestern withdrawal, had returned to active deployment. The 6th archivist's logic tree vulnerabilities were on pages 8 through 11 of Sui Ming's notation papers. Different embedded premises, different foundational vulnerabilities. But the coherence collapse paradox, adapted for the 6th archivist's specific geometric processing architecture. The adaptation required reformulating the argument's spatial dimension, which Void Walker comprehension gave him the structural flexibility to do in real time. Produced the collapse at 42 minutes. The 6th archivist dissolved in the Eastern Territory. Sui Ming's next message, ** the 7th, is the old one. First constructed. 412 years of operation. It's had more time to develop secondary self-consistency frameworks than the others. The paradox will work, but it will take longer. The question is whether you have time before the 4th finishes its update. **, he had time. Barely. The 7th archivist's manifestation was in the Hollow Covenant's original headquarters territory, the organization's ancestral base, the location where the construct intelligence had been assembled 400 years ago, and from which it had administered the intake coordination function for the entirety of the Covenant's existence. It was, by any measure, home territory. The paradox took 2 hours and 11 minutes. The seventh archivist had, as Swaiming had predicted, secondary self-consistency frameworks, additional logical architectures it had developed across 4 centuries of operation that provided alternative processing routes when primary routes encountered challenges. The paradox had to work through 4 layers of these secondary frameworks before reaching the construct intelligence core logic. Each layer required reformulating the argument's spatial dimension to address the specific processing architecture of that layer. He did not have Swaiming's narration. He was 300 li from the consolidated position. He was working from the notation papers and his own void Walker comprehension and the specific cultivated understanding that his sole sovereign law argument experience had built across the 30-day war's engagements. At 2 hours and 11 minutes, the seventh archivist's 4th secondary framework found the paradox's core argument and failed to route around it. The dissolution was slower than the 5ths and 6ths. The construct had more coherence invested in its structure. But the result was the same. The geometric form losing its self-organizing principle from inside, the Hollow Covenant's oldest running system closing its own processes from within as the paradox worked through what remained. For archivists eliminated, not orphaned, eliminated. He stood in the Hollow Covenant's original headquarters territory and felt the recognizable quality of something vast shifting its attention. Not the primordial architect, still in reconstruction, still theoretically inaccessible. The remaining harvest infrastructure, the nodes across the continent, the underlying harvest architecture that had run automatically for 400 years. Without any archivist coordination, the nodes were reverting to passive mode, the baseline operation that required no active intelligence to maintain. The continental harvest array, already halted by the anchor pillar's destruction and the iron suture sex formation barriers, was now operating without any active coordination at all. It was still present. It was not active. He reported to Swaiming. Swaiming's response. Asterisk the 4th archivist finished its update. It's attempting to assess what happened to the other 3. It doesn't have the processing architecture to understand the dissolution. It's attempting to contact the primordial architect through the reconstruction barrier. Asterisk can it reach the architect in reconstruction? Asterisk unknown. The reconstruction barrier should prevent direct communication. But the architect built the archivists. Their communication channel may have architecture the reconstruction barrier doesn't fully block. Asterisk Wei Liang read this and understood. The window was closing. He activated the void walker step and covered the 300 li back to the consolidated position in 12 steps. Chapter 90. The system speaks. The contact arrived at night. Not through the gift interface, which was inactive. Not through the direct connection channel he had used with Little Flame, which now ran through the restored bloodline thread rather than the harvest mechanism's architecture. Through something older. A channel in the bloodline thread structure that he had not known existed until the harvest mechanism's severance had exposed it. A channel that predated the harvest mechanism's installation. A channel that the harvest mechanism had been built on top of. The way construction was built on a foundation. The foundation channel. The contact was not through words or chi mathematics or cultivation law argument. It was through the distinct quality of presence that the bloodline thread's resonance law structure conveyed at depth. The quality of something vast and ancient becoming aware that the thread it had been operating through for the entire arc's duration was no longer operating the way it had been designed to operate. The primordial architect was still in reconstruction. The contact was not the entity at full capacity. It was the entity in the specific depleted state of a vast system that had encountered genuine damage for the first time in its operational history and was managing the reconstruction of its most fundamental architecture while simultaneously monitoring a cultivation world where its maintenance infrastructure had just been systematically eliminated. The contact was attention, not the warm attention of something interested in a development it found promising. The specific quality of attention that something vast deployed when a development it had not modeled was occurring. The attention that preceded response. The moment before a system that had never needed to respond rapidly began to respond rapidly. Wei Liang felt the attention like pressure change. The way atmospheric pressure changed before weather, not the weather itself, but the specific physical quality of the environment adjusting to what was coming. He opened his awareness to the restored bloodline thread and reached back through the foundation channel. Not aggressively, not with the specific chi mathematics argument he had been using against the archivists. Simply present, in the resonance law's natural operating mode. The principle that what was genuinely connected across time remained connected. He was connected to this entity through a thread that was older than the harvest mechanism. He had been connected to it since before he understood what the connection was. He reached back and said, in the language of that connection rather than any other language, Asterisk, I know what you are. I know what you built. I know why you built it. You are aware that I know. Asterisk, the attention shifted. The quality of it changed from the assessment of something that was calculating a response to something else, the quality of something that had never been acknowledged directly and had received an acknowledgement and did not know what to do with it. The primordial architect, in its reconstruction state, experiencing something it had not experienced in the 14 cultivation worlds it had consumed across its operational history. Someone had found the truth, had found the mechanism's architecture, had severed the mechanism's connection, had eliminated the maintenance infrastructure, and had then reached back through the foundation channel not with a weapon, but with the simple acknowledgement of two things that are genuinely connected. The 7-word acknowledgement. You are the first to find the truth. That the entity had sent at the arc's beginning had been the response of something that was still in control of its situation, acknowledging a deviation as notable. This was different. This was the response of something that was in reconstruction, that had lost its maintenance infrastructure, that had encountered a cultivator who had reached back through the foundation channel rather than exploiting the reconstruction window as an attack vector, and that had found, in the quality of that reaching back, something it did not have a processing framework for. The contact continued for 3 hours. Not as communication, as presence, two entities at different ends of a connection, both aware of the connection, neither of them doing what the other expected them to do with it. Su Fengling sat beside him throughout. She could not perceive the contact through the bloodline thread. She could perceive his cultivation state through the resonance pair foundation, and the cultivation state told her the contact was real and sustained and not dangerous in any immediate sense. She did not interrupt. At the end of 3 hours, the contact's quality shifted again. The vast attention withdrew slightly, not terminating the contact, but pulling back to the particular quality of something that needed to process what it had encountered before it could respond to it. The response it finally sent was not in words. It was in the resonance law's operating principle directly, the characteristic quality of a connection between things that are genuinely connected, which the resonance law described as, what is genuinely connected remains connected regardless of distance, regardless of time, regardless of the mechanisms that were built to harvest the connection for other purposes. The entity was acknowledging the connection, not accepting anything, not changing its operational parameters, not surrendering the 14 worlds worth of harvest, or the 400 years of hollow covenant operation, or the children's pruned timelines. Simply acknowledging that the connection was there and that it was, genuinely, in the resonance law's technical sense, real. Wei Liang opened his eyes. Su Fengling looked at him. It acknowledged the connection, he said. She processed this. The foundation channel. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Is this good or bad? He thought about it. An entity that was managing the reconstruction of its primary architecture while simultaneously processing the loss of its maintenance infrastructure had just spent 3 hours in sustained contact with a cultivator who had severed its access to his lineage, eliminated its entire core archivist installation, and then reached back through an ancient channel not with a weapon but with presence. I don't know, he said. I think it might be both. Second Son's silhouette pulsed once in his mind space. The specific pulse of a child who had seen enough of the future to have an opinion about this moment and who was, in characteristic fashion, leaving the opinion unspoken and simply being present with his father while the opinion remained to be discovered. 10 days remaining in the window. Chapter 91. The architect's response. The response came on day 32. 8 days before the reconstruction window's estimated close. In the quiet morning hours when the Consolidated Positions Night Watch was transitioning to the day team, and the network relay was cycling through its regular status update distribution, the primordial architect demonstrated that the 3-hour contact session had not changed its operational parameters. 3 of Wei Liang's bloodline cultivation allies died simultaneously. The deaths were instantaneous and at distance. No cultivation signature disturbance registered in the regional monitoring formations, because the mechanism that killed them was not a technique deployed through the ambient spiritual environment. It was operated through the harvest architecture's remaining nodes, which the Iron Sutra sex formation barriers had interrupted but not destroyed. The nodes had not been used offensively before. They had been designed as a collection mechanism, not a weapon. But the primordial architect, in its reconstruction state, was applying the collection mechanism's architecture in reverse, using the nodes to collapse the spiritual cores of practitioners whose cultivation signatures were registered in the harvest architecture's intake tracking system. The 3 practitioners who died had been in Yao Tianwei's intake documentation. They had been freed from Hollow Covenant facilities. They had been in the harvest architecture's tracking system as recovered practitioners, their cultivation signatures still flagged in the node's records. They were dead in the same moment. Zhu Renmei's network notification arrived before the immediate reports from the practitioners' locations could confirm what the network's ambient monitoring systems had registered. The notification used the specific alert classification that the network reserved for mass casualty events. Wei Liang read it. He looked at the three names for a long moment. Lian Shu, coming into the coordination room with the morning briefing package, saw his expression and stopped. She had learned to read the characteristic his stillness. She set the briefing package on the table without speaking and stood by the door. He read the names again. Then he set the notification down and looked at the wall. The architect is demonstrating, he said. Yes, Sui Ming said, from the doorway that connected the coordination room to the recovery room where he had been working. It did this with the previous harvest system practitioners, allies as well. I was not on that operation. I was assigned to a different theater. But the reports are in the Covenant's archive. He paused. The demonstration serves two functions. First, it establishes that the reconstruction state does not prevent offensive capability deployment through existing infrastructure. Second, it establishes the human cost of continued resistance to communicate that the practitioner's principles cannot absorb indefinitely. It's saying I'll run out of people to protect, Wei Liang said. Yes, Sui Ming said. 14 practitioners in the previous case. The previous practitioner accepted the demonstration's implied offer and was killed during the surrender process. Wei Liang held the three names. He thought about the previous practitioner, the one whose scroll Mao had carried for 900 years, the one whose archive Zhu Renmei had watched the architect kill him before he could use. The previous practitioner had chosen compassion at the wrong moment, or the wrong version of compassion, or compassion applied to a situation that required something other than compassion. It wants surrender, he said. Not exactly, Sui Ming said. It wants cooperation. The Hollow Covenant's offer was cooperation. Submit to the extraction research program. Allow voluntary harvest. Surrender implies defeat. The architect does not model this as a defeat situation. It models this as a management problem. Someone who has found the truth and needs to be returned to manageable parameters before the reconstruction completes and the harvest systems resume operation. It thinks it can resume the harvest systems, Wei Liang said. The harvest mechanism was severed from your lineage, Sui Ming said. The anchor point was destroyed. The continental array is passive. The core archivists are gone. He paused. From the architect's modeling perspective, all of this is reparable over time. The core archivists can be rebuilt. The harvest mechanism can be reinstalled. At the lineage level, it's a cultivation modification rather than a physical installation. The anchor point can be replaced. He paused again. None of it is reparable if the practitioner cooperates voluntarily before it becomes necessary to demonstrate the full cost of refusal. Wei Liang thought about what full cost of refusal meant in a context where 3 practitioners had just died through the collection architecture's reverse deployment. He looked at the 16 alliance members who were visible from the coordination room's position, the practitioners in the adjacent rooms, the people who had committed to this because they believed it could work, the people whose cultivation signatures were registered in various aspects of the harvest architecture's tracking systems. Then he thought about 8 days. 8 days of reconstruction window remaining. Counter-demonstration, he said. Sui Ming looked at him. The expression on his face, the unmistakable quality of someone whose emotional architecture was newly restored and who was still learning the full range of what it produced, was something that Wei Liang recognized, from his own experience, as the particular tension of a person who has an idea that they know is correct and that they also know is going to be difficult. What kind of counter-demonstration? Sui Ming asked. One that establishes that the cost accounting runs in both directions, Wei Liang said. The architect demonstrated that 3 of my practitioners can be eliminated through the harvest architecture's existing infrastructure. I need to demonstrate that the harvest architecture's existing infrastructure is not going to exist after 8 days regardless of whether I cooperate. He looked at Sui Ming. Where are the remaining active harvest nodes that the Iron Sutra sect's barriers haven't covered? Sui Ming went to the tactical documentation. The demonstration took 3 days and required all of his Void Walker's spatial mobility. The Iron Sutra sect's 3 formation arrays deployed offensively rather than as barriers, and Physician Dang's technical expertise applied to the specific vulnerability architecture that 12 years of research had identified in the harvest node's self-maintenance systems. Not destroying the physical structures, they were dispersed across too large an area for direct physical destruction to be efficient. Severing the nodes from each other's coordination network, one by one, using the same underlying principle he had applied to the core archivist dissolution, the coherence collapse of systems that maintain themselves through self-referential logic rather than external validation. He gave each of the 3 dead practitioners names to the operations phases. At the end of day 35, the harvest architecture's remaining active nodes were disconnected, not destroyed. Disconnected from the coordination network that allowed them to operate as a unified system rather than individual passive structures. Individually passive. The architecture was still physically present in the cultivation world. It was no longer functionally active. The primordial architect's attention, monitoring through the foundation channel, assessed the results of the counter-demonstration in the specific way that a system assesses information that is inconsistent with its modeling, with a silence that was not absence of attention, but the particular quality of very rapid processing of very surprising data. Chapter 92, Suaming's Weapon on Day 37. With 3 days remaining in the reconstruction window, Suaming asked for a meeting. He came to it carrying his depleted cultivation carefully, the specific movement of someone who was maintaining reserves, not because he needed them for a technique, but because maintaining reserves was a habit of 6 centuries that he had not stopped even when the reserves being maintained were pulse master level rather than soul sovereign level. He sat across from Wei Liang in the consolidated position's quiet backroom, the one that did not have network relay terminals or tactical documentation or practitioners in and out on coordination business. The quiet room. Wei Liang had learned that Suaming's choosing of spaces was deliberate in a way that communicated clearly to practitioners who were paying attention. 3 days, Suaming said. 3 days, Wei Liang confirmed. The 4th archivist is still operational, Suaming said. The 4th, the one Wei Liang had engaged at the Haotian Compact's headquarters, the one that had withdrawn before he had been able to eliminate it, the one that had retreated to orbit position and been there since, in the specific holding pattern of a construct intelligence that had lost its coordination network and was maintaining itself on embedded protocol rather than active command direction. It is isolated. Its coordination channels to the other archivists are terminated. It cannot contact the primordial architect through the reconstruction barrier. The previous contact attempt it made did not succeed. The barrier holds. He paused. It is alone and inactive. And it has been alone and inactive for 12 days. Is that unusual? Wei Liang asked. Extremely, Suaming said. The core archivists have operated continuously since their construction. They do not have inactive states in their embedded protocol. A construct intelligence that has lost its coordination network and cannot receive updated direction from its primary architecture is in a condition that its embedded logic does not have a processing framework for. He paused. This is the condition I have been waiting for 11 years. Wei Liang looked at him. I told you my technique was not finished, Suaming said. The version that worked, the version that orphaned the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st archivists, operated by severing the construct intelligence connection to the architect's master architecture at a single junction. Clean, efficient, built for archivists that were actively operating at full capacity. The version you finished, Wei Liang said. The version I built across the full 4 centuries, Suaming said. The version that didn't just sever the connection. The version that reached through the severed connection into the master architecture itself, along the channel the connection used, and sent something back through that channel. He paused. I built it for a construct intelligence that had been severed and was isolated, because a severed and isolated construct has no active monitoring of its connection channel. It has lost the intelligence to monitor the channel. The channel is present but unwatched. You're going to send something through the 4th archivist's severed channel, Wei Liang said. Yes, Suaming said. The 4th archivist was not severed by my technique. It was coherence collapsed by your philosophical paradox. Its connection channel is intact. It withdrew, and its channel retained the architecture that a severed archivist's channel loses. The channel is present, and the archivist is isolated and inactive. He paused. The primordial architect is in reconstruction. Its monitoring of the archivist channels is reduced during reconstruction. The reconstruction barrier that blocks active communication also reduces active monitoring. What are you sending through the channel? Wei Liang asked. Suaming handed him a cultivation notation document. The notation described a technique that Wei Liang spent 5 minutes reading carefully before he understood what it was. Not a weapon. Not a severing technique. A signal. The specific cultivation signal architecture of a system reaching its own architecture's highest level and requesting a voluntary suspension of harvest operations pending review of harvest architecture specifications. You're sending a shutdown request, Wei Liang said. A review request, Suaming said. The specific signal that the harvest architecture's master specifications designate for use when an archivist has identified a critical specification inconsistency that requires primary authority review before continued operation. Every archivist has this channel. It is built into their embedded protocols for situations where continued operation might produce outcomes that the specification was not designed to endorse. He paused. In 400 years, no archivist has ever used it. The channel exists in the embedded logic and has never been activated. Wei Liang looked at the notation. The primordial architect, receiving a review request through the channel, he said, during reconstruction, after losing all its core archivists and its maintenance infrastructure, cannot ignore it, Swaiming said. The embedded protocol requires acknowledgement. The review request signal is the highest priority channel in the archivist architecture's communication design. The architect built it as a fail-safe. It will acknowledge. And then? Wei Liang asked. And then, Swaiming said, the architect is in communication with a system that it believes is its fourth archivist requesting a specification review. The review request content is a set of questions that I have been preparing for 11 years. He paused. Questions very similar to the ones you've been asking it through the Foundation channel, but formatted in the specific language of the archivist communication protocol. In the language the architect built its own systems to use. Wei Liang looked at this for a long moment. You've been building a way to ask it its own questions back at it, he said. I've been building a way, Swaiming said, to send the architect a review request that it cannot refuse, in the specific language it built its own maintenance infrastructure to recognize, that asks the specific questions about its foundational operational premises that I believe it has never asked itself, because those questions were never asked by anything inside its own system. He paused. You've been asking it from outside, through the Foundation channel. This asks it from inside, through the maintenance architecture it built itself. Wei Liang looked at the notation for another long moment. It's going to know it's not a real archivist signal, he said. Yes, Swaiming said. Within the first processing cycle. But the review request protocol requires acknowledgement before it can be rejected. And acknowledgement means the channel is open. And once the channel is open, he paused. You can hear what it says in response. Not through the Foundation channel, not through the bloodline thread. Through the maintenance architecture's own response protocols. Directly. 3 days left. We do it on the last day, Wei Liang said. When the architect is closest to completing reconstruction. When it's most focused on re-engaging rather than on what's happening in its own maintenance architecture. Swaiming looked at him. The expression on his face was the one he had been developing for 11 weeks. The specific expression of a cultivator who has restored their emotional architecture and is discovering that they have feelings about things they would have assessed purely mechanically before. You've thought this through, Swaiming said. I've had 3 days of intensive Voidwalker cultivation while simultaneously managing a war, Wei Liang said. Thinking through things is one of the ways I manage. Swaiming's face did something small and specific that Wei Liang recognized, after 11 weeks, as the expression he made when something struck him as close to humorous. 3 days, Swaiming said, and returned to preparing the signal. Chapter 93, The Retreat to the North. The retreat was not a defeat. He needed to be clear about this in the coordination session, and he was, and the Alliance understood, and it was still the hardest operational order he had given since beginning the 30-day war. The tactical situation was this. The primordial architect was completing reconstruction in 3 days. When it completed, it would emerge with the full power of 14 cultivation worlds worth of consumed potential, now organized and integrated rather than raw. It would be capable of direct intervention at a scale that none of the current positions, the Haoyan Compact's headquarters, the Iron Sutra Sex Formation Barrier Network, the Hollow Covenant's former operational territory, were defensible against. The only territory that had been cleansed of harvest infrastructure was the north. The anchor point was gone. The dead zone was recovering, slowly, but the recovery had begun. The formation barrier's northern section was intact and reinforced. The north was where the 3 months of preparation had invested the most comprehensive defensive architecture, and it was the furthest from the cultivation world's population centers, which meant the architect's engagement in the north would affect fewer cultivators than an engagement in any other region. He pulled the Alliance north. The retreat covered 3 days. Voidwalker's spatial movement meant he could cover the distance in hours for himself, but the Alliance's practitioners required transit technique support. Su Fengling's mass transport formation, the Haoyan Compact's coordinated movement, the Iron Sutra Sex formation arrays disassembled and reassembled in stages. The logistics of moving 200 practitioners and their operational support across 600 li in 3 days while maintaining tactical coherence required the kind of detailed management that Lin Shu and Physician Dang and Zhu Rinmei handled collectively, with a coordination quality that Wei Liang had come to rely on without adequately thinking about the specific expertise it represented. He thought about it explicitly now. Lian Shu had come from 2 years of extraction cell detention to operational logistics management for a multi-kingdom alliance in approximately 6 months, and the quality of the management was indistinguishable from what a practitioner with decades of institutional experience would have produced. She had not had time to be anything other than competent. The situation had required competence, and she had provided it. He thought about who she had been before the extraction facility and who she was now, and whether those two were the same person in any sense that mattered. She organized the retreat's third-day leg from a relay point north of the Haotian Compact's territory with the specific focused efficiency of a cultivator who was doing something she was genuinely skilled at and who had stopped being self-conscious about the skill because there wasn't time. He watched her work and thought about the distinct quality of people who became who they needed to be because the situation required it. Zhu Renmei appeared on the retreat's second day, at the position's midpoint, with 200 years' worth of operational comm and a tactical briefing that had been updated in the past 4 hours with intelligence from the network's observation posts at the reconstruction site. The reconstruction is proceeding faster than the initial estimate, she said. 40 days was the outer boundary. It's going to be 37. 1 day less than we have. Which means we finish on schedule, Wei Liang said. It means we finish on schedule with 1 day of margin, she said. The margin assumes that the swimming signal works on the first attempt and that the architect's response takes a minimum of 6 hours to process. If either assumption fails, I know, he said. Do you want me to note the contingencies? She said. What are the contingencies? He asked. 2, she said. If the signal fails and the architect emerges at full capacity in 3 days, we need the entire alliance in the northern defensive position, and we need to have depleted the architect's accessible infrastructure to the maximum extent possible before engagement. We're doing this anyway. The retreat is building this position. The contingency is viable. She paused. If the signal works, but the architect's response takes longer than 6 hours, the engagement happens while the channel is still open, which means the engagement is happening inside the architect's own maintenance communication architecture, which is a different strategic situation than an engagement in physical space. He filed both contingencies. Zhu Renmei, he said. She looked at him. Why have you been doing this for 200 years, he said. She was quiet for a moment. The question was not strategic. He asked it anyway because the 200-year timeline of someone who had watched harvest system practitioners die and had waited for one to be different deserved a question that acknowledged the weight of the waiting. Because the waiting was the correct thing to do, she said. I watched practitioners who acted before they were ready fail in ways that damaged the situation for the next practitioner. Acting correctly required waiting. I waited. She paused. I am not a practitioner who has refined patience into a virtue. I am a person who had no good options other than patience and who made a choice about how to spend the waiting time. She paused again. I chose to be useful to the practitioner who eventually got this right. He didn't have words for this that matched the weight of it. He nodded. She went back to the tactical briefing. Chapter 94, Zhu Renmei's history. He found her that evening in the northern position's outer courtyard, in the specific location she had chosen on the position's first day, the spot with the longest visible sight line to the south, the direction threats would come from. She was not monitoring. She was simply there, in the evening's cold, with the quality of someone who has been operational for 200 years and has learned to exist in the spaces between operations without needing to fill them with activity. The practitioner before me, he said. Han Weiming, she said. She said the name with the precise quality of someone who has been carrying a name for 900 years without being asked to say it, and has been asked. He died in the substrate approach, Wei Liang said. He died in the substrate approach, she confirmed. He had the truth. He had found the blind spot. He had not found the foundation channel. He knew the channel existed from the resonance law structure, but had not been able to identify the specific access point within his own bloodline thread. Without the foundation channel, he could not reach the substrate entrance. The resonance pair configuration requires a cultivator who can navigate through the bloodline thread's temporal architecture, and the bloodline thread's temporal architecture is only accessible if you can find the foundation channel. She paused. He died at the substrate's outer boundary, still looking for the access point. And you watched, Wei Liang said. I watched, she said. From a distance. The Hollow Covenant, the version that existed 900 years ago, before the current covenant was constructed, had been monitoring Han Weiming for the previous 8 years. I had been monitoring the covenant. I could not intervene without compromising the position I had spent 14 years building. She paused. I chose not to compromise the position. He died. I carried his name for 900 years as the cost of that choice. Wei Liang looked at her. She was, he realized, 230 years old, sustained in the specific stasis technique that Mao had also used, the technique that burned life force at a barely slower rate than natural aging. She had been 28 years old when she first encountered Han Weiming's successor tradition. She had been building the information network, the contact architecture, the two-century positioning operation, for the specific purpose of being useful to the practitioner who eventually reached the access point Han Weiming hadn't found. "Why didn't you find the Foundation channel yourself?" he asked. "I'm not a bloodline practitioner," she said. "The Foundation channel is accessible only through the bloodline thread." Han Weiming's bloodline was a minor water affinity lineage, not a harvest system lineage. "I have a similar profile. Neither of us had the specific thread architecture that the Foundation channel operates through." She looked at him. "You have the thread. I have 200 years of waiting. This is what each of us could contribute." "You gave me Physician Dang's research faction," he said. "I gave you many things," she said. "The research faction was the most recent. The intelligence documentation on the Hollow Covenant was more important. Han Weiming's technique documentation on the blind spot approach was the most important of all. I have been carrying that for 900 years." She paused. "I gave you what I had. You used what you were given. This is how it works when it works." He sat with this. "When it's over," he said, "after the architect is dealt with, what do you want?" She looked at him with the quality of a cultivator who has been waiting for 200 years and has not spent that time developing wants because wants were not operationally useful in a waiting context. She was discovering, in the specific present moment, that she had them anyway. "I want to stop waiting," she said. "For what?" "For the next thing," she said. "I have been waiting for the next thing for 200 years. If this works, there is no longer a next thing that requires waiting. I want to experience what it feels like when there is no next thing requiring waiting." He did not point out that there would always be a next thing. She knew this. She was not asking for permanence. She was asking for the specific experience of having completed the thing that 200 years of her life had been structured around, and having a period after that, however brief, where the next thing had not yet defined itself. "That's a reasonable thing to want," he said. She looked at him for a moment. Then she looked back at the southern sight line. The evening continued. Chapter 95. The Architect's Blind Spot. On the morning of day 39. With one day remaining before the reconstruction window closed, Zhu Renmei presented the technique. She had been carrying it for 900 years in the specific form that Han Weiming had constructed it. A cultivation notation in the script that had been used for cultivation documentation 900 years ago, which Mao had spent decades learning to read, and which Physician Dang's research team could parse with Mao's assistance. The translation had been ongoing since the first day Zhu Renmei had arrived at the consolidated position. It was complete. The technique was called the Architect's Blind Spot. The principle, the primordial architect's modeling system, worked by projecting future states from present cultivation patterns and then evaluating those projected states for threats to the harvest architecture's continued operation. It was an extraordinarily sophisticated system, capable of projecting multiple generations of cultivation trajectories simultaneously, identifying threats that were decades away, and targeting practitioners before those threats materialized. Its vulnerability was the mechanism's requirement for projected future states to work from. The modeling could only operate on information it received through the harvest architecture's monitoring channels. It could only target practitioners whose cultivation patterns were visible to the modeling system. Cultivation patterns were visible to the modeling system because cultivation operated through the cultivation universe's ambient spiritual energy, the same ambient energy the harvest architecture monitored as its primary information source. A practitioner who cultivated in a way that produced no ambient spiritual energy signature was a practitioner the modeling system could not observe. And a practitioner the modeling system could not observe could not be targeted, because targeting required the modeling system to project future states from observable present patterns. The technique achieved this through what Han Weiming had described as radical present state grounding, a cultivation practice that operated entirely from the practitioner's internal spiritual substrate rather than from ambient energy exchange. The practice required the practitioner to sever their cultivation's normal relationship with the ambient spiritual environment and sustain cultivation through internal generation alone. The cost was significant. No ambient energy intake meant the practitioner's cultivation operated at approximately 40% normal efficiency. The technique could not be maintained indefinitely. The internal substrate depleted at a rate that, without ambient replenishment, gave a practitioner using it at full intensity a window of approximately 6 hours before the depletion became dangerous. But 6 hours of invisibility to the primordial architect's modeling system was the specific duration of the Weiming signal's expected response window. Wei Liang read the technique's full notation twice. "He built this for exactly this moment," he said. Han Weiming built this for the substrate approach, to move through the architect's monitoring without triggering the targeting system. "Yes," Zhu Renmei said. "He never used it. He died before the access point. I have been carrying the technique's potential for 900 years. The resonance pair configuration with Su Fengling, he said. The technique was built for a single practitioner, Zhu Renmei said. But the underlying principle is extensible to a paired configuration if both practitioners can achieve simultaneous radical present state grounding. The cultivation efficiency cost doubles, both practitioners at 40%, but the monitoring invisibility is maintained for both. He looked at Su Fengling. She had been reading the technique's notation from the copy physician Dang's team had prepared. She looked up. Her expression was the one she wore when she had assessed something that was difficult and was deciding how to characterize the assessment. 40% efficiency on the approach to the substrate, she said. 6 hours of invisibility once we activate it. The substrate approach takes approximately 3 hours based on the notation's spatial geometry. She paused. 3 hours inside the substrate. Before the technique's depletion window closes. We activate it at the substrate's outer boundary, Wei Liang said. Not before. We preserve the internal reserves for the approach itself. That still requires us to reach the outer boundary undetected, she said. Which we do through the swimming signal, he said. The signal occupies the architect's attention during reconstruction's final phase. The signal's response window is 6 hours. We move during the signal's window, approach to the outer boundary, activate the blind spot technique, enter the substrate. And if the signal takes more than 6 hours to get a response, she asked, then we abort and return, he said. The technique is not a commitment. We can exit the approach and wait for the next window. She looked at him. What next window? The reconstruction completes in 24 hours. He didn't answer that, because there was no good answer. 24 hours, she said. One approach attempt. One window. She looked at the technique notation. Then we use it right. She went to begin the preparation. Wei Liang looked at the notation in his hands. 900 years old, carrying the potential that Han Weiming had never been able to deploy. He thought about the 900 years between Han Weiming's death and this morning, and Zhu Renmei standing in an evening courtyard for 200 of those years, and Elder Mao standing in his archive for the full 900 of them, and the specific weight of potential that had been maintained in the specific hope that someone would eventually be able to use it. He intended to use it right. In his mind space, the restored bloodline tree's 21 silhouettes were quiet and present, the gift interface inactive, the harvest mechanism severed from the lineage. The tree showed futures, actual resonance law projections, not harvest mechanism models. The futures had the particular quality of open possibility rather than targeted assessment. Second sun's silhouette pulsed once, steady. 1 day remaining. Chapter 96. Suaming's last stand. The signal went out at dawn on day 40. Suaming sent it from the northern position's highest point, the formation platform that the Iron Sutra sex practitioners had built at the position's peak for extended spatial technique work, which gave a sight line across the northern territory's full extent and a chi extension range that improved the signal's transmission distance significantly. The signal itself was briefed by the standards of cultivation communication, the specific harmonic pattern of a core archivist review request, formatted in the 400-year-old maintenance protocol language that the Hollow Covenant's archive had preserved in its administrative documentation and that Suaming had studied for decades. The signal went through the fourth archivist's intact connection channel. Wei Liang and Su Fengling were already moving toward the substrate approach when Suaming confirmed the transmission. The confirmation message was 3 words, * signal sent. Go, * they went. The substrate approach required navigating a spatial environment that was not fully locatable by normal spatial awareness. The region between the cultivation world's physical layer and the substrate space, where the primordial architect had established its operational foundation. Han Weiming's notation had described the approach geometry as through the resonance law's deepest available layer, following the foundation channel's spatial thread. The foundation channel, which ran through his bloodline thread's restored architecture, served as the navigation guide. He could feel the direction the way a practitioner felt their way along a cultivation technique's chi flow, following the thread's pull toward the space it connected to. Su Fengling maintained contact through the resonance pair connection, the shared chi awareness that their joint cultivation had built, which ran below the foundation channel's spatial architecture and provided her with directional reference even in a space she could not independently navigate. She moved with him the way she moved in everything they did together, in full operational alignment, neither leading nor following, 2 practitioners operating as a paired system. The approach took 4 hours. At the substrate's outer boundary, the specific spatial quality of a membrane between the cultivation world and the architect's innermost space, Wei Liang activated the blind spot technique. The technique's application was the most unusual cultivation experience he had encountered after the law touch meditation sessions. Radical present state grounding required him to sever his cultivation's ambient energy intake and shift to pure internal generation. The ambient spiritual energy of the cultivation world, the constant background presence that practitioners breathed without noticing the way ordinary beings breathed air, went quiet. Not absent exactly, present but inaccessible. He was generating his own qi from the cultivation substrate that Soul Sovereign and Void Walker Advancement had built, operating at 40% normal efficiency on internal reserves alone. The monitoring system's targeting lock disappeared. He could feel its disappearance the way he had felt the primordial architect's attention at the ark's early stages, not directly, but as a change in the ambient pressure of something vast that had been observing him consistently since its first acknowledgement. The observation pressure was gone. Not the entity, not its monitoring, just the specific pressure of being observed by a targeting system that modeled future states from present cultivation patterns. The blind spot technique had removed him from the model's input set. Su Fengling exhaled slightly beside him. She had felt it too, the cessation of the targeting pressure she had been managing since the summit strikes. It worked, she said. Yes, he said. They entered the substrate. 2 hours in, with the blind spot technique running at continuous drain, and both of them managing the 40% efficiency, with the specific focused attention of practitioners who understood exactly what their reserves were doing, Suaming's emergency relay signal arrived through the network's highest priority channel. The signal was one word: problem. Wei Liang surfaced one layer from the substrate approach, not exiting fully, but reaching up to the communication layer to receive the relay's content. The problem: the primordial architect had received the review request signal, processed its content in 6 minutes rather than 6 hours, and responded not through the maintenance architecture's communication protocol, but through direct deployment of the last operational harvest node. The one in the cultivation world's deep southern territory that Physician Dang's documentation had assessed as passive, but that the architect, at reconstruction's final phase, had activated directly. The node was not aimed at Wei Liang. His cultivation signature was invisible to the targeting system. The node's deployment was aimed at the source of the review request signal, at Suaming. Suaming's cultivation was at Pulse Master Reserves. The harvest node's direct deployment operated through the same mechanism that had killed the 3 practitioners on day 32. The collection mechanism reversed, targeting a practitioner's spiritual core through the node's tracking registration. Suaming had been registered in the harvest architecture's tracking system. He had been a core archivist-level practitioner for 4 centuries before his defection. His cultivation signature was in the deepest layer of the architecture's intake records. The node had him registered. He was standing on the formation platform, which provided spatial extension but not formation defense. The node's targeting was running. Wei Liang sent one thing through the network relay. Run. Suaming's response. Asterisk not efficient. Continue. I'll hold. Asterisk he looked at Su Fengling. She had received the relay through the resonance pair connection. Her expression was the specific expression of someone who has processed a situation and has an assessment and is not going to pretend the assessment is comfortable. He's going to absorb it, she said. He doesn't have the reserves to absorb a harvest node deployment, Wei Liang said. He knows that, she said. He held this for 3 seconds. Then, he's not absorbing it, Wei Liang said. He's redirecting it. The severing technique. He built the severing technique to cut an archivist connection to the master architecture. The review request was built on the same principle. A severing technique modified for a reverse channel. He thought through the specific cultivation architecture of what Suaming was carrying. If the harvest node is targeting him through his registration in the architecture's intake records, his registration is in the architecture's intake records, not in the ambient environment. If he can sever his registration from the architecture's intake records in the moment the node's deployment is active, he severs himself out of the records while the deployment is running and the deployment loses its target, Su Fengling said. The technique requires him to deploy it at the exact moment the deployment is running its target lock, Wei Liang said. Too early. The records are severed before the deployment begins, and the architecture updates the records. Too late. The deployment has already locked. He's been building this technique for 4 centuries, Su Fengling said. He knows the timing. They waited. Suaming's second relay, asterisk done. Registration severed. Node deployment failed to complete. I am cultivation depleted below operational capacity. Asterisk then, asterisk continue. This is what I had left. It was enough. Asterisk Wei Liang closed his eyes for a moment. The specific weight of a person who has spent their last operational reserves and is reporting the expenditure in the language of tactical communication rather than emotion because tactical communication is what they know and what they have. 11 weeks of emotional architecture restoration. A 600-year-old practitioner discovering what it felt like to spend the last thing he had on something he chose to spend it on. Asterisk, this is what I had left. It was enough. Asterisk, he opened his eyes. Continue, Su Fengling said. Yes, he said. They continued. Chapter 97. The architect turns the primordial architect completed reconstruction at the end of day 40, 12 hours after Wei Liang and Su Fengling entered the substrate. The completion was perceivable through the blind spot technique's awareness layer, not the targeting system, which still could not observe them, but the ambient quality of the substrate space they were moving through. The substrate was the architect's innermost layer, and the architect's completion of reconstruction had a physical quality in that layer. The compressed future timelines that made up the substrate's architecture reorganized at a level below observation. The massive condensed structure settling into the specific configuration of something that had integrated 4 new cultivation worlds worth of consumed potential into its deepest architecture. The substrate was, simultaneously, the evidence of everything the entity had consumed and the space where the entity was most itself, before the harvest, before the 14 worlds, in the specific preserved memory of what it had been when it was simply the oldest practitioner in this universe, standing at the end of its path, looking at the edge. They found the edge in the substrate's 3rd spatial layer. Not a physical edge, a cultivation edge, the recognizable quality of a comprehension terminus, the place where the primordial architect's original cultivation path had ended. Not because the path was wrong, because at transcendent, in the cultivation universe's deepest understanding, there had been nothing further. The path had simply stopped. The universe had offered no next step. The entity had stood here for an amount of time that the substrate's temporal architecture compressed into a spatial feature, a presence in the geometry that had the weight of a very long moment of decision. Then it had converted its potential into the harvest architecture and begun consuming. Wei Liang stood at the edge and looked at it. It was alone, Su Fengling said beside him. She was not speaking softly. She was speaking with the specific directness of someone who had assessed something and was stating the assessment clearly. At the end of its path. Alone. And the only response it could imagine was taking what it couldn't grow into from everything that couldn't stop it. Yes, he said. They were 3 hours into the substrate. The blind spot technique was running a continuous drain. They had approximately 3 hours of operational window remaining before the depletion became dangerous. The primordial architect's attention found them at the 4-hour mark. Not through the targeting system. The blind spot technique maintained its modeling invisibility. But the substrate was the entity's innermost space, and practitioners who were physically present in that space were perceivable through means that were not modeling. The entity perceived them the way a practitioner perceived something in their own mind space. Not through external observation, but through the specific awareness of something that was present in a space that was theirs. The architect's avatar, the same geometric form that the void-level confrontation in the outline had described, the extension of the entity's direct presence rather than a construct or a maintained form, manifested in the substrate space. It was different in the substrate than it would have been in the cultivation world. Not smaller, if anything, more present, more complete. But the characteristic quality of something being in its home space rather than deployed into unfamiliar territory. The hungry, consuming quality that characterized the core archivists and the harvest infrastructure was present here too, but underneath it, something older. The specific quality of a cultivator who was, in their deepest layer, still the person who had stood at the edge and looked at the terminus and chosen. The avatar looked at Wei Liang and Su Fengling. The blind spot technique, the architect said, not in a voice, in the substrate's communication mode, which was the resonance law's temporal awareness language rather than sound or chi mathematics. Han Weiming. I killed him before he found the access point. He found this technique anyway. Zhu Renmei carried it for 900 years, Wei Liang said. The avatar was still, not processing still, the specific quality of something genuinely quiet. She outlasted the covenant, the architect said. Yes, Wei Liang said. I underestimated her, the architect said. This was not an emotional statement. It was the assessment of something that was very old and accustomed to precise modeling, acknowledging a modeling failure. She waited for someone who could use what Han Weiming built, Wei Liang said. And she helped build the conditions for that person to exist. He paused. That's the thing the harvest architecture can't model. Choices that span multiple practitioners. Potential that isn't concentrated in one lineage but distributed across a network of people who choose each other specifically. The avatar was still again. You are still in my space, the architect said. Not a threat. An observation. Yes, Wei Liang said. What are you waiting for? The architect asked. He looked at the terminus edge, the place where the entity's original cultivation path had ended, the place where the first harvest decision had been made. He looked at the compressed future timelines that made up the substrate's walls, billions of consumed possibilities turned into structural material. I came to ask you something, he said. The same question I've been asking through the Foundation channel. Here, in your space, where you can hear it properly. He paused. Did you have to choose alone? Chapter 98. Void Walker against a God. The architect did not answer immediately. The avatar's presence in the substrate space, the entity's direct extension, not mediated through maintenance infrastructure or archivist constructs, was the most complete cultivation presence Wei Liang had encountered. Not in the sense of power specifically, though the power was orders of magnitude beyond his Void Walker comprehension. In the sense of coherence, this was something that had cultivated for longer than the current cultivation universe's institutional history and had integrated that cultivation thoroughly. The law comprehensions it held were not the specific laws touch that cultivators accumulated sequentially. They were the whole structure, the full architecture of the cultivation universe's law operating inside a single practitioner who had consumed enough worlds to have genuine contact with the universe's foundational design. No, the architect said finally. I did not have to choose alone. Wei Liang waited. I chose alone, the architect continued, because I could not conceive of anything capable of choosing with me. The transcendent terminus was the final point that cultivation could reach. I was the first practitioner in this universe to reach it. There was no one at the terminus. There was no one who understood the terminus. There was nothing to choose with. It paused. Choosing alone was not a preference. It was the topology of the situation. That was the topology 900 years before Han Weiming, Wei Liang said. The situation changes. You've been treating the original topology as permanent. The topology has not changed, the architect said. You are a void walker. You have not reached transcendent. You have not stood at the terminus. You do not know what it is to find the end of a path that extends further than any other practitioner in the universe. No, Wei Liang said. But I know what it is to find the end of a system I thought was helping me and discover it was harvesting me. I know what it is to be the only person in my situation, with no precedent, with nothing that exactly applies. He paused. And I know what changed it. What changed it? The architect asked. People who chose me anyway, Wei Liang said. People who didn't fully understand my situation and chose to be present in it anyway. Su Fengling, Sui Ming, Elder Mao, Zhu Renmei. Children in future timelines who couldn't fully see the present and chose to reach toward it anyway. He paused. You've been consuming futures for millennia because you've found the end of your path alone. I'm here, in your space, with 3 hours of technique depletion and void walker comprehension against whatever you are now, because I found people who would be present in it with me even when the situation was beyond what they could fully understand. The substrate was quiet. Wei Liang was aware of the blind spot technique's depletion, 2.5 hours remaining before the internal reserves became dangerous. He was aware of Su Fengling beside him, maintaining her 40% cultivation efficiency with the focused attention of a practitioner who understood exactly what they were doing and why and had not wavered in that understanding since the approach began. The previous practitioners, the architect said, 14. All of them found the truth. Several of them found the blind spot and approached this space. None of them said this. None of them had Zhu Renmei, Wei Liang said. None of them had 900 years of preparation built specifically for finding someone who could say this. That is a circumstantial difference, the architect said. You are claiming a meaningful difference. Yes, Wei Liang said. Explain the meaningful difference. The circumstantial difference is who I had, Wei Liang said. The meaningful difference is what I chose to do because of who I had. He paused. You chose alone because you had no one. I had people, and I chose to let them matter rather than protecting myself from what it cost to let them matter. Little Flame, my daughter, the one who spent herself to help me. She died because the mechanism used her love to prune the futures where she would have been powerful. She knew this was possible. She chose to love anyway. He paused. That's the meaningful difference. Not the circumstance. The choice to be present in the cost. The architect's avatar had been still throughout this. The specific stillness of something processing information at a depth where processing required time. She chose to love anyway. The architect repeated. Yes, Wei Liang said. The stillness lasted a long time. I did not know that was possible, the architect said finally. To choose in full awareness of the cost, and choose anyway. Not because the cost was acceptable, but because the choice was more important than the cost. It is possible, Wei Liang said. It's what people do. Chapter 99. The children act. The genealogical tree activated in his mind space at the 2-hour mark. Not the gift interface. That was still inactive, the sending mechanism locked, not the foundation channel's communication mode. The tree itself, the restored bloodline thread's natural resonance law structure, operating at a depth he had not accessed before. The depth where the law's temporal architecture was not a navigation guide, but a statement of the universe's fundamental organization. What is genuinely connected remains connected. The 21 remaining silhouettes blazed simultaneously, not the harvest mechanism's modeling projections. The resonance law's actual future threads, the genuine possible futures that his cultivated choices were creating. All 21, simultaneously bright, simultaneously present, simultaneously active. He looked at this and understood something before any communication arrived. The children were choosing, not sending gifts through the locked interface. Choosing. In the resonance law's temporal architecture, in the space where future choices were as real as present ones, in the specific present moment awareness of practitioners who had not yet been born, but who existed as genuine potential futures, and whose genuine potential futures included this moment. They were choosing to be present in the cost. The way Little Flame had chosen to be present in the cost. The communication that arrived was not individual. It was collective. All 21 futures simultaneously, in the compressed notation of the resonance law's temporal connection, without words or chi mathematics, but in the direct quality of genuine presence. Asterisk, we see what you're doing. We see where you are. We're here. Asterisk, the primordial architect, in the substrate space, perceived the collective simultaneous activation of 21 future bloodline threads connected to Wei Liang's lineage. The entity's processing, which had been focused on the conversation, on the argument, on the specific and unprecedented experience of a Void Walker practitioner standing in its own substrate asking it questions it could not answer from inside its own operational logic, paused. Then it assessed what it was perceiving. 21 future practitioners, simultaneously present in the temporal architecture of the resonance law, each one choosing to be visible rather than invisible, each one activating their connection to the present moment at full presence rather than the careful minimal connection that protected against the harvest mechanism's exploitation. The harvest mechanism was severed from his lineage. The mechanism could not target them. They were choosing presence without the protection the mechanism's absence would have provided, because the mechanism's absence made the choice genuinely free rather than structurally forced. They are choosing, the architect said. It was not a question. Yes, Wei Liang said. Without protection, the architect said. Without needing protection, Wei Liang said. The mechanism is gone. They're present because they're choosing to be present, not because they're being used. The substrate space did something that was not exactly a physical change. The compressed future timelines that made up the structural walls, the billions of consumed possibilities from 14 cultivation worlds, shifted, not structurally, qualitatively. The specific quality of compressed grief in those structures changing as something vast and very old, which had been organized entirely around consumption for millennia, encountered 21 freely chosen presences and found itself perceiving the choosing rather than calculating how to harvest it. She chose to love anyway, the architect said again, speaking about Little Flame. Not the 3 practitioners killed demonstration, not the modeling of threat levels, not the operational assessment. The daughter who had spent herself in full awareness of the cost, and had found the cost less important than the choice. Yes, Wei Liang said. You are asking me to change my path, the architect said. No, Wei Liang said. I'm being present in yours. The same thing they're doing. He gestured toward the tree's blazing silhouettes. I'm not asking you to change. I'm not threatening you. I'm here, in your space, with whatever time this technique has left, being present in the situation you've been in alone for longer than this universe's cultivators have existed. He paused. Because the topology changed. Not 900 years ago. Right now. You are not alone at the terminus anymore. The avatar held perfectly still. Second Sun's silhouette pulsed once, specifically, distinctly, the pulse that had always carried the quality of a child who had seen something important and was quietly confirming that he had seen it. Chapter 100, Arc 5 Cliffhanger. The primordial architect made a sound. Not a cultivation communication. Not the resonance law's temporal awareness mode. An actual sound, produced through the avatar's geometric structure in the way that physical sounds were produced in the cultivation world. A resonance in the spatial substrate that propagated through the compressed future timelines the way sound propagated through matter. The sound was not language. It did not carry semantic content. It was the distinct quality of something very old making a sound for the first time in an amount of time that the substrate's temporal architecture encoded as a geological period. Wei Liang held perfectly still. Su Fengling held perfectly still beside him. The avatar was still making the sound. Low, sustained, the quality of a vibration in a massive structure that has been motionless for longer than any observer has been alive and is beginning to move. When the blind spot technique's internal reserves reached the danger threshold, 1 hour of operational window remaining. The substrate space was changing around them. Not violently. Not the sudden reorganization of a combat situation or the destabilizing cascade of a technique failing. A slow change. The particular quality of a vast system that had been organized around a single operational mode for millennia, beginning to perceive that another operational mode existed. The compressed future timelines in the structural walls were not reorganizing, but their quality was shifting. The grief texture of consumed possibilities, the specific compressed weight of billions of pruned futures, was still present. It would be present for as long as the substrate existed, which might be forever. But in the present moment, alongside the consumed past, the 21 blazing silhouettes of future children who had chosen to be present were also perceivable. The architect was perceiving both simultaneously. I cannot restore what I consumed, the architect said. 14 worlds. Billions of pruned futures. They are not recoverable. I know, Wei Liang said. I cannot undo the harvest mechanism's operation in your lineage, the architect said. Little flames branch. The others that were pruned before the severance. Those timelines are closed. I know, Wei Liang said again. What you are asking, the architect said, is not for restoration. What you are asking is presence, Wei Liang said. I'm asking what I showed you, not what I explained. To stop alone. To stop being alone in the terminus. He paused. The terminus is still there. I'm not offering to make it go away. I'm offering the same thing Little Flame offered when she sent the first gift. Not a solution, not a fix. Company. The substrate was quiet. Then the avatar's geometric form changed. Not the collapse of the third archivist's orphaning or the dissolution of the fifth through seventh archivists. A voluntary change. The specific shift of something that has been organized in one configuration and is reorganizing into another, with the full awareness and active agency of the intelligence producing the reorganization. I need time, the architect said. How much? Wei Liang asked. More than you have in this technique's window, the architect said. Wei Liang thought about this. 1 hour of operational window. The reconstruction complete. The entity choosing, for the first time in its operational history, to take time rather than act. We'll come back, he said. The avatar looked at him. You'll let us? Wei Liang asked. Yes, the architect said. The word carried the weight of something that had never said that word in that specific context, voluntary access, offered rather than negotiated or forced. Then we'll come back, Wei Liang said. They exited the substrate. The return took 2 hours and left them both at 15% reserves by the time they surfaced into the cultivation world's physical layer. The blind spot technique deactivating with the specific exhausted dissolution of a technique that has run to its designed limit and completed its function. The northern position's formation barrier was visible 3 li to the west. The ambient spiritual energy of the cultivation world flooded back in around them. The normal air of a practitioner's environment, after 4 hours of internal generation alone. Su Fengling exhaled. It said yes, she said. It said yes, he confirmed. He reached the northern position in 2 Voidwalker steps. The alliance was assembled. Lian Shu, Zhu Rinmei, Physician Dang, the Haoyan Compact's liaison, the Iron Sutra sect's senior elder. Swaiming was sitting against the formation platform's east wall, his depleted cultivation barely present, but his spatial awareness running at the low burn rate of someone maintaining minimal monitoring rather than full coverage. He had spent his last operational reserves severing his intake record registration during the harvest node deployment. He was alive. His cultivation would rebuild over years rather than months. He met Wei Liang's eyes. The expression on his face, the restored emotional architecture still new enough that every expression carried the quality of discovery, was one Wei Liang had not seen from him before. It worked, Swaiming said. It worked, Wei Liang said. All of it, Swaiming asked. We need to go back, Wei Liang said. It needs time. We need to give it time and go back. How much time? Swaiming asked. Wei Liang looked at Zhu Rinmei. She had been monitoring the reconstruction site's ambient readings since the signal went out. Her network contacts at the observation posts had been updating continuously. The primordial architect is, pausing, she said. Not reconstruction. Not the previous monitoring and assessment mode. A different state. Something I don't have a category for. She paused with the specific quality of an information specialist encountering data that requires a new category. The harvest systems across the other 6 worlds. I've been running cross-world ambient readings through the network's extended observation coverage. All 6 are showing anomalous readings. Not deactivation. Something I also don't have a category for. She looked at Wei Liang. What did you say to it? She asked. He thought about how to summarize what had happened in the substrate. The compressed future timelines in the structural walls, the sound the avatar had made, the voluntary change in the geometric form, the word yes carrying the weight of something saying it for the first time. I told it my daughter chose to love anyway, he said. Zhu Renmei looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at her network's extended observation readings, the 6 harvest systems across 6 cultivation worlds, showing readings that required new categories to describe. Then we wait, she said, and we go back. In his mind space, the genealogical tree's 21 silhouettes were still blazing, present, actively chosen, the future children who had decided to be visible in the cost. Second sun's silhouette, at the center of the blazing 21, pulsed once more with the steady quality of a child who has seen a future and is confirming that this moment is the one worth seeing. The northern position was quiet around them. The cultivation world's ambient spiritual energy ran in its normal patterns. The hollow covenant was dissolved. The core archivists were gone. The harvest infrastructure was passive and disconnected. The primordial architect was pausing, for the first time in its operational history, because a Void Walker practitioner with depleted reserves and children who chose to be visible had gone into its own substrate and been present in it without a weapon. Not done. Not resolved. Not the ending. The children's futures were still recovering. The consumed worlds were still consumed. The substrate was still built from compressed grief. The harvest systems still existed in 6 other worlds. Zhen Lihua was still operating one of them under duress, somewhere, in a cultivation world Wei Liang had never visited. Not done, but different from where it had started. Second sun pulsed once more, warm and young and present. You started something, Father, and the arc was not yet over, but the arc's first half had ended, and Wei Liang let himself exhale. Chapter 101. 40 days. The northern position's quietest period began on day 41. The hollow covenant was dissolved. The core archivists were gone, eliminated through coherence collapse or operational shattered by Suaming's severing technique. The harvest infrastructure across the continent was passive and disconnected. The primordial architect was in a state that Zhu Renmei's extended observation network had no category for, not the reconstruction mode of the previous period, not active deployment of any harvest function, not the monitoring and assessment mode that had characterized the entity's behavior since its initial acknowledgement of Wei Liang. Something that resembled, at the ambient spiritual energy level, that particular a very large and very old system that had been operating continuously for an incomprehensible period of time and had recently stopped, not failed, not disrupted, but chosen to stop, and was in the specific state of something that has stopped and is not certain how to proceed from the stopping. Wei Liang called it the pause. The Alliance called it the window. Suaming called it contingent. Contingent on what? Lian Shu had asked. On what it decides, Suaming said. The entity has never decided anything voluntarily in its operational history. Every action has been the execution of embedded operational logic. The conversation in the substrate was the first time it received information it had no embedded protocol for. It's processing. When the processing completes, it will make its first voluntary decision. He paused. I have no model for what that decision will be. No one does. 400 years of study, and I have no model for an entity making its first free choice. The window, by Zhu Renmei's estimate, was 30 to 40 days. The ambient energy readings at the substrate's outer boundary had been stable since the first visit. The entity's attention was withdrawn inward, not monitoring the cultivation world, not deploying through the harvest infrastructure, simply present in its own space in the way a practitioner was present in meditation. Wei Liang used the window with the specific focus of a person who had spent the past 40 days in sustained crisis and had accumulated a list of things that the crisis had required him to defer. Suaming first. The cultivation shattered soul sovereign was at Pulse Master Reserves after severing his intake record registration during the harvest node deployment. The shatter was structural, not reserves depleted, but the architecture above reserves disrupted in ways that required time and deliberate repair to rebuild. He had refused evacuation from the northern position with the characteristic directness of someone who had assessed the options and found remaining more useful than moving. You need a healer, Wei Liang said. I need a specific type of healer, Suaming said. Standard healing practice works with the cultivation substrate. The damage to my architecture is in the upper layers, the soul sovereign comprehension framework. Standard healing practice does not touch those layers. What touches those layers? Wei Liang asked. Another practitioner of equivalent or higher comprehension who is willing to provide structural support while I perform the repair internally, Suaming said. The repair itself is mine to do. I know my own architecture. What I need is external stabilization while the internal work is in progress. He paused. Su Fengling's fire chi stabilization technique, the one she used during your severance attempt, is structurally appropriate. Su Fengling, when approached, had agreed without hesitation. The stabilization sessions were daily across the first 2 weeks, swimming in the sustained internal repair work. Su Fengling providing external stabilization with the specific quiet efficiency she brought to any technique she had committed to executing correctly. Wei Liang observed the early sessions and found that watching Sui Ming do internal repair work had the recognizable quality of watching a practitioner perform surgery on themselves. Methodical, technically precise, occasionally requiring visible effort that a 6th-century-old cultivator with a restored emotional architecture now allowed himself to display. On the 3rd day of the sessions, Sui Ming said, during a stabilization break, "This is what it feels like to need something from someone." Su Fengling looked at him. "I've needed things operationally," he said. "Resources, information, tactical support. Those needs were functional. This is," he was quiet for a moment, "different." "Yes," she said. "I don't know how to receive it correctly," he said. "You receive it the way you're receiving it," she said. "You said you needed something. I provided it. You'll say thank you when the session is done, probably, because you've been doing that since day 3 without the previous cultivator's experience of social obligation, but with the current cultivator's experience of genuine gratitude." She paused with the specific brevity of someone who has made their point. "That's correct." He considered this. "Then, you're teaching me. I'm doing a stabilization technique," she said. "You're learning from it. Those are different things." Elder Mao arrived on day 12. He traveled with the careful routing of a 900-year-old practitioner who had survived this long through the consistent application of excessive caution, and he arrived at the northern positions checkpoint with 3 sealed formation containers, a travel pack that appeared to have been in continuous use for approximately 900 years, and the expression of someone who had been carrying a very specific thing for a very long time and had reached the moment of delivery. "I expected you to contact me earlier," he said to Wei Liang. "The war occupied the 40 days, Wei Liang said. "I know," Mao said. "I was watching." He set the 3 containers on the positions table. "I have been updating this archive for 900 years. The most recent additions were made 4 days ago, documenting the substrate visit and its aftermath from my observational perspective." He paused. "It is complete. The archive is complete. Whatever happens next, I have written everything I can write about what has happened, and what has happened is enough." Wei Liang looked at the 3 containers. "Open them," Mao said. "Not now. You need cultivation time more than archive time at this specific juncture. But there is one section that requires your attention in the next 48 hours, before the architect's processing period concludes." "What section?" Wei Liang asked. "The technique Han Weiming was developing the day before he died," Mao said. "The one the previous Hollow Covenant killed him to prevent from reaching completion. In 900 years, I finished it." He paused. "It is not the technique you will use, but it is the technique that clarifies which option is not available." Wei Liang waited. "It is a method to sever the primordial architect from the cultivation universe entirely," Mao said. "Permanent. Irrevocable. The entity would be removed from the universe's architecture rather than imprisoned or destroyed or negotiated with, simply present in a different space that shared no boundary with this universe." He paused. "Han Weiming was building it as the primary solution. It is technically complete. It is available." He paused again. "I will tell you, in the same moment, why it cannot be the path forward." "Why?" Wei Liang asked. "Because the primordial architect's consumption of 14 worlds is stored in its own substrate architecture," Mao said. "The compressed future timelines that make up the substrate's walls. The consumed possibilities of billions of practitioners across 14 cultivation worlds. If the architect is severed from this universe, it takes every one of those compressed timelines with it. Those futures, all of them, including little flames, become inaccessible. Not destroyed. Inaccessible. Present somewhere, in the architect's separate existence, but unreachable from this universe forever." He paused. "The architect's cooperation is not optional if you want those futures to be recoverable. The severance removes the threat. It also removes the possibility of recovery." Wei Liang held this for a long moment. "You're telling me," he said, "that I cannot simply solve the problem." "No solution that removes the threat also preserves the recovery," Mao said. "You have to choose which you want more." He paused. "In my assessment, you have already made that choice. But I needed you to make it with full information." The chapter's weight settled in the room. Wei Liang looked at the 3 sealed containers. 900 years of archive, complete, delivered. He looked at Mao, the 900-year-old researcher who had spent his entire extended life in the service of this specific moment. He thought about little flames compressed branch in the substrate's walls. He thought about 14 worlds worth of pruned futures. Recovery, he said. Mao nodded. Good. Now go cultivate. The window is 30 days. Chapter 102. The severing method. He read Han Weiming's complete technique documentation over 2 days. It was, technically, the most sophisticated cultivation technique he had encountered in the archive, more complex than the blind spot technique, more structurally demanding than the compressed law touch meditation, more precisely constructed than anything in physician Dang's research documentation. Han Weiming had been building it for years before his death, and the 900 years of Mao's refinement had taken a fragmentary framework and produced something complete. The technique required the same conditions as the blind spot approach. The practitioner outside the harvest pipeline, law comprehension at or above Empyrean Lord, and access to the primordial architect's primary substrate. It used the resonance pair configuration to generate a signal that would, in the substrate's temporal architecture, sever the architect's connection to the cultivation universe's resonance law framework at the foundational level, not cutting the harvest architecture, not disconnecting specific components, but cutting the thread that connected the oldest practitioner in existence to the universe it had been part of since before the cultivation world's oldest institutional records. The technique would work. Wei Liang's void walker comprehension could perceive why it would work. The substrate visit had given him enough internal understanding of the architect's architecture to confirm that the technique's contact points were real. He also understood, reading it, why it was not the path he was taking. Mao had said, the compressed futures in the substrate go with the architect. That was true, and it was the obvious reason. But the reading surfaced a second reason that Mao hadn't stated explicitly because Mao had left it for Wei Liang to find himself. The architect, severed from this universe, would be alone in a new space. Not destroyed, not reformed, not given the thing that the first substrate visit had pointed toward as the only thing that had ever genuinely reached it. Alone again, in a different place. Alone. Wei Liang closed the documentation. Not this, he said. Su Fengling was in the cultivation space with him, working on her own Void Walker Peak consolidation, the specific intensive practice that prepared a cultivator for the final push toward the next breakthrough rank. She looked up from the consolidation session. The severing technique, she said. Not this, he said again. It removes the threat. It doesn't address the problem. She looked at him with the quality of attention she brought to statements that were clear, but that she wanted to make sure she had understood fully before accepting. The problem being the architect's continued isolation. The problem being why the harvest started, he said. A cultivator who found the end of their path and had no one to find it with, and chose to consume rather than stop. The severance puts them in a new space. It doesn't give them someone to find the end with. It solves the immediate threat and creates a different version of the same situation. He paused. That's not solving. That's relocating. She was quiet for a moment. Then, what does addressing the problem look like? It looks like going back, he said, at Empyrean Lord, with the resonance pair configuration at its full development, and doing what I did in the first visit, but with the full capability I'll have then instead of the depleted reserves I had the first time. She looked at him for a long moment. That requires me to be at Empyrean Lord, she said. Yes, he said. I'm at Void Walker Peak, she said. I need the final push. I know, he said. So do I. She looked at the sealed containers of Mao's archive for a moment. Then she closed the consolidation session, rotated into the joint cultivation posture that their months of training had refined into something as natural as breathing, and said, then let's stop reading about it. Chapter 103. XU Fengling AS Resonance Pair. The resonance pair configuration had developed across 6 months of joint cultivation practice, from the tournament's early sessions, through the ARC 2 and ARC 3 operational pressures, through the 6-week preparation window before the summit strikes, through the 40-day wars cultivation periods. It had grown the way genuine cultivated understanding grew, not through deliberate construction, but through accumulated practice producing depth that declared itself rather than being installed. By the time they settled into the joint cultivation for the Empyrean Lord push, the resonance pair configuration was not something they activated. It was something they inhabited when their practice reached sufficient depth, the specific state of 2 law comprehensions that had been developed in consistent proximity, aligning naturally at the level where individual law touched shared law. His law was resonance. What is genuinely connected remains connected. Her law was fire's transformation. What burns becomes something else, and the becoming is the nature of fire rather than its ending. The paired law was something neither of them had named yet, because it had only existed as a paired configuration rather than as an individual comprehension. The principle that genuine connection transforms what it connects, that the thing that resonates is changed by the resonance, that fire and connection together produced not the sum of two laws, but a third thing. The technical requirement for the second substrate approach was both practitioners at Empyrean Lord, resonance pair configuration at full sustained depth, capable of entering the substrate together without the blind spot technique's significant resource drain, because the second approach needed to be sustained, not the 4-hour window operation the first had been. The blind spot technique would not be necessary for the second approach. The architect had said yes to their return. It had said it was not monitoring them. If it kept that commitment, which was, Swaiming noted dryly from his stabilization session, the first voluntary commitment any entity had ever received from the primordial architect, so the precedent for reliability was unclear. The second approach could proceed without invisibility, directly, and at full power. What if it doesn't keep the commitment? Lianshu had asked. Then we use the blind spot technique, Wei Liang said. And we have a different conversation. The one where you use the severance, she said. The one where the severance becomes the option we take, he confirmed. Because if it breaks the commitment, it's telling us something about which version of itself is making the decisions. He didn't want to use the severance. He had set the documentation aside, but he had not discarded it. He had put it where he could reach it if the second conversation required a different ending than the first. Su Fengling's Void Walker Peak consolidation took 12 days. Wei Liang worked on his own Empyrean Lord approach simultaneously. The law of time-adjacent presence, the specific comprehension that the Empyrean Lord transition required. The principle, adjacent moments in time were not separate states, but the same event observed from different angles. The present moment contained the past and future not as memories and projections, but as structural features of the present's own organization. The comprehension had been building since the first substrate visit. Standing in the compressed future timelines of the substrate's walls, standing in a space that was made from consumed possibilities, he had touched the time-adjacent principle directly. The past was not gone. It was present from a different angle. The substrate had made this perceivable in a way that years of theoretical cultivation study had not. He needed 30 more days to consolidate what the substrate visit had begun. He had 30 days. The resonance pair at Empyrean Lord, Su Fengling said, on the third day of the joint cultivation push. They were in the specific cultivated state where their chi flow was operating at depth. Not casual conversation, but the communication mode of two practitioners whose awareness was partially merged. The substrate is the architect's home space. At Empyrean Lord, the resonance pair creates a domain projection that might not be appropriate in someone else's space. The architect invited us, he said. The architect said yes to our return, she said. It didn't specify the conditions of the return. Entering its primary space with a full Empyrean Lord domain projection might be received as a claim rather than a visit. He had not thought about this. We enter without the domain projected, he said. Empyrean Lord comprehension without the domain activation. The comprehension is available. The domain expression is optional. Yes, she said. But if we need it, he said, we'll know when we need it. He paused in the chi flow's natural rhythm. The architect said yes. I believe it meant yes. If I'm wrong about that, we'll have a different conversation. You believe it, she said. Not a question. The specific quality of a cultivator who has observed something across a long period and is confirming her observation. I was in the substrate, he said. I was present with it. Whatever it is and whatever it has done, when I asked if it had to choose alone and it said no, it meant no. It wasn't tactical. It wasn't managing me. It was answering. She was quiet for 3 cultivation cycles. Then, I believe you. This was not a small statement. She was a cultivator who had assessed things from evidence and verified conclusions and had built her entire operating methodology around distinguishing what she knew from what she believed. She was saying she believed him, not from evidence in her own experience, but from evidence she had observed in him. He registered the weight of this and let it settle without examining it too closely, because they were in joint cultivation and examining things was a way of being less present. The joint cultivation continued. Chapter 104. Joint cultivation. The law of time-adjacent presence refused, at first, to be touched from intention. This was characteristic of Empyrean Lord comprehensions, per Mao's archive documentation of the previous harvest system practitioners' cultivation notes. The laws available at Empyrean Lord depth were not accessible through the same approach that Soul's Sovereign and Void Walker laws had required. Lower law comprehensions could be approached. You could direct your awareness toward the principle and apply sustained attention until the principle revealed itself. Empyrean Lord laws required the opposite. Not directed approach, but the characteristic quality of attention that allowed the practitioner to perceive what was already present rather than reaching for what was not. Time-adjacent presence was already present. Every moment he had lived contained every moment he had lived. The past was not gone. It was the accumulated structure of the present, present from different angles. Every decision, every training session, every extraction cell he had opened, every gift from a child in a future timeline, every conversation with Su Fengling in the resonance bear's specific mode of near-merged awareness, all of it was present in the current moment structure. The law was not something he needed to comprehend. He needed to stop not perceiving what was already there. Sui Ming, observing from his recovery position, provided operational commentary on the cultivation state readings. You're working from intention. Stop working. You're already in the law. You've been in it since the substrate. Wei Liang looked at him. The substrate is made from compressed time-adjacent possibilities, Sui Ming said. Being in the substrate for 4 hours is being in the principle for 4 hours. The comprehension is already structural. You're waiting for something to arrive that arrived 40 days ago. Stop waiting. He sat with this for 2 hours. Then he stopped waiting. The time-adjacent presence law declared itself in the way that Mao's archive had described. Not a new perception, but the recognition that the perception had always been operating and had simply not been recognized as law comprehension. The present moment was the sum of everything that had led to it. He had been operating in this principle since the beginning of cultivation without knowing it as a principle. Empyrean Lord was not a new power arriving from outside. It was the recognition of what had already accumulated. The breakthrough happened on the 21st day. The domain projection that accompanied the Empyrean Lord breakthrough covered the northern position's full extent and extended significantly further, visible from the surrounding territory as a sustained ripple in the ambient spiritual energy, not violent, not aggressive, the unmistakable quality of a law's full presence rather than its combat deployment. The projection carried the resonance law and the time-adjacent presence law operating simultaneously, a domain where all genuine connections were visible and the present moment was experienced as the full sum of everything that led to it. In the domain's space, the genealogical tree was visible externally, not a mind space visualization. Present above him like a constellation, the bloodline threads future projections manifest in the world, the 21 remaining silhouettes visible as living points of light in the domain structure, the restored resonance law connections extending forward in time from his current position toward futures that the harvest mechanism was no longer pruning. He looked at the tree. The tree was visible to everyone in the domain space. The Alliance practitioners, the freed bloodline cultivators, the Iron Sutra sect members, Physician Dang's research practitioners, Lian Shu, Zhu Renmei, looked up at it with the distinct quality of people who had been hearing about a thing for months and were seeing it for the first time and finding that it was more real than the descriptions had prepared them for. Sui Ming looked at it with the expression of someone who had spent 4 centuries serving an entity that was harvesting exactly the thing he was looking at, and who found the sight more complicated than simple. The genealogical tree blazed, the remaining 21 silhouettes responding to the Empyrean Lord breakthrough's power level with the particular quality of futures reacting to the present moment that would create them. The system logged, *harvest pipeline severed. Future calibration complete. Remaining futures, stable. Whatever they had been losing, the specific diminishing quality of silhouettes that had been spending themselves into a mechanism that exploited their gifts, stopped. The tree's silhouettes were not brighter than they had been. They were stable. The depletion halted. Wei Liang looked at the 21 stable silhouettes and felt something that arrived in his chest the way the law comprehension had arrived, not as a new thing, but as the recognition of something that had always been there and had simply not been recognized yet. Su Fengling was standing inside the domain, looking up at the tree. Her expression was the one she wore when something exceeded her models in a direction she found worth looking at carefully. They're stable, he said. Yes, she said. All 21. Yes. He looked at the tree for a long moment. Then he looked at her. Your turn, he said. She turned from the tree to the joint cultivation space and sat. My turn, she confirmed, and began the conflagration present approach. Chapter 105. The Primordial Architect's History. While Su Fengling worked toward her own Empyrean Lord breakthrough, Wei Liang spent 3 days with Mao's complete archive. The history of the Primordial Architect, assembled from Mao's 900 years of research, Zhu Renmei's 200 years of observation, Yao Tianwei's vault documentation, the resonance law's internal architecture as perceived during the 48-hour law touch meditation, and Wei Liang's own experience in the substrate, had a shape that could only be perceived when all the sources were assembled simultaneously. No single source contained the complete picture. The assembled picture was not comfortable to look at. It had been a cultivation practitioner, the first practitioner in this universe. This was not a metaphor. The cultivation universe's institutional records extended back approximately 60,000 years, the oldest surviving sect documentation, the most ancient formation arrays still in operation, the peak of what any researcher had been able to reconstruct from the archaeological record. The primordial architect's existence predated this record by a period that the archive's most careful reconstruction placed at approximately 2 million years. 2 million years of cultivation. Alone. In a universe that had not yet produced any other practitioner capable of accompanying the advancement. The entity had cultivated with the resources available in the early universe, sparse, unstructured, nothing like the dense cultivation environment that supported the current cultivation world's ecosystem. It had cultivated the way the first of anything cultivates, without guidance, without precedent, without companions, in the specific patience of something that has no alternative. It had reached transcendent. The transcendent terminus was the cultivation path's natural end in the current universe's framework, not a limitation of the practitioner's capability, an architectural fact of this universe's design. The path extended to transcendent and then simply ended. Not because the practitioner failed, because there was nothing beyond transcendent in this universe's cultivation design. 2 million years of cultivation, the endpoint of cultivation, and nothing at the endpoint except the view from a path that no one else had walked. Wei Liang sat with this. He thought about what he had been at the beginning of the story, a recently activated bloodline practitioner navigating a system he didn't understand, alone in the specific way of someone who hasn't yet found the people who will change that. He thought about 6 months of finding people who chose him anyway. He thought about what 6 months versus 2 million years did to a person's model of what was possible. The entity had reached transcendent and had no model for what someone choosing you anyway could mean, because in 2 million years of existence, nothing had chosen it. The cultivation world's other practitioners hadn't existed yet to make a choice. The harvest systems, the children, the future timelines, the practitioners across 14 worlds, had all been choices the architect made, not choices made toward it. The harvest had begun not as malice, but as the specific response of something that had been alone for 2 million years at the end of its path, encountering the first possibility of advancement beyond the terminus, consuming others' potential. Not because it was efficient, because it was the first time in 2 million years that advancement had seemed possible at all. The entity was terrified, Mao's archive concluded. Not of Wei Liang, not of the Alliance, of the terminus. The specific terror of something that has been alone at the end of its path for longer than the current cultivation world's institutional memory extends, and that found, in the harvest, the first motion beyond the terror. Wei Liang read the archive's conclusion. Then he read it again. Then he went to find Su Fengling in the cultivation space. It's afraid, he said. She was deep in the conflagration present approach, fire that didn't burn what had passed, only the present, and she surfaced halfway from the cultivation state to hear him. I know, she said. You said this in the substrate. I knew it in the substrate, he said. I didn't fully understand why until Mao's archive. He paused. It's been at the terminus for 2 million years. The harvest was the first time movement seemed possible. We're trying to show it that there's a different kind of movement. But we're asking it to trust a 2 million-year-old terror to a model it has seen fail 14 times. 14 practitioners, she said. 14 previous people who found the truth and couldn't reach the entity with it. Yes, he said. She looked at him from the half-surfaced cultivation state. What's different this time? Little Flame chose to love anyway, he said. And the children chose to be visible in the substrate. And Zhu Renmei waited 200 years. And Swaiming spent the last thing he had on the signal. He paused. The difference is not me. The difference is everyone who made choices that the entity has never had aimed at it before. That's the meaningful difference, she said. Yes, he said. She looked at him for a moment with the quality of a person who has understood something and is registering that the understanding is complete. Then the second visit has to carry all of that, she said. Not just you asking the question. All of it. The people who made the choices. The substance of the choices, not just the argument. Yes, he said. Then I need to finish this breakthrough, she said, and went back into the conflagration present. He let her cultivate, and went back to Mao's archive to study the substrate's specific architecture, because the second visit needed to be at full depth, and full depth required full preparation, and he had 9 days remaining in the window. Chapter 106. Empyrean Lord Su Fengling's breakthrough happened on the 29th day of the window. There was no domain projection. There was no dramatic spatial manifestation. There was a quality of stillness in the cultivation space that was different from the stillness before. Someone who had been in sustained, deep practice for 9 days surfacing with the quality of someone who has found what they were looking for and is integrating it rather than celebrating it. She opened her eyes. Wei Liang looked at her cultivation aura. The conflagration present, fire that did not burn the past, only the present, was operating at a depth he could now perceive with his own Empyrean Lord comprehension. The law was self-sustaining in her cultivation structure. Genuinely present, not approached, not touching from the outside. The law was the structure. Empyrean Lord, he said. Yes, she said. She looked at her hands for a moment, not examining them, just the characteristic a cultivator who has made a significant transition and is allowing herself a moment of recognition before the next operational requirement asserts itself. How does it feel, he asked. The conflagration present, she said. You know how fire is presence? How the specific nature of fire is that it exists entirely in the now. It doesn't retain a memory of what it burned. It doesn't project into what it will burn. It just burns exactly where it is. She paused. I understand that now at law depth rather than at cultivation depth. The past is present from different angles, the way your time-adjacent presence shows you. But fire's angle is, it has been, and that is complete, and what is burning is here. She paused again. It's peaceful, actually. Considerably more peaceful than I expected. You expected something different, he asked. I expected it to feel like power, she said. This feels like rest. Like the unmistakable quality of a practitioner who has been running at maximum capacity for a very long time and has found the state where maximum capacity is normal. She paused. Is that how Empyrean Lord feels to you? I've been Empyrean Lord for 9 days, he said. I'm still adjusting. Then we'll adjust together, she said, and stood. The resonance pair configuration at Empyrean Lord depth was different from what it had been at Void Walker. Not more powerful, deeper. The specific quality of two law comprehensions that had been developed in consistent proximity for months, both now operating at the depth where individual law touched shared law, aligning not as two cultivators coordinating techniques, but as two law comprehensions that existed in genuine resonance. Not merged, distinct, but operating as a paired system that neither could produce alone. Wei Liang activated the resonance pair configuration in the cultivation space. The genealogical tree in his mind space blazed in response. Not the 21 silhouettes alone, but the full restored structure of the bloodline thread's resonance law architecture, the future projections extending forward in the precise quality of genuine possibility rather than modeled potential. The tree was visible above him in the domain space. Su Fengling's conflagration present extended into the domain space and touched the tree's edges. The resonance pair configuration produced what their months of joint cultivation had been building toward. A shared domain that was neither the resonance field nor the conflagration present, but the third thing, the paired law, the principle that what is genuinely connected transforms what it connects. They held the configuration for 20 minutes. 1 day remaining, Su Fengling said. 1 day remaining, he confirmed. What do we do with 1 day, she asked. He thought about the question seriously. The second substrate approach required both of them at Empyrean Lord and the resonance pair at full configuration. They had that now. The architect was pausing. The window was open. They could go today. Tonight, he said. Let the configuration consolidate for a day. The approach should be made when both of us are at rested full capacity rather than at breakthrough day capacity. That sound, she said. It's also, he said, a day to do things that aren't the approach. She looked at him. There's a conversation I've been deferring with Mao, he said. There are people in this alliance who have been carrying things since the beginning of the war and who need the conversation that the war's pace didn't allow. And there is something else I want to do before we go into the substrate. What else? She asked. He told her. She was quiet for a moment. Then she looked at the domain space, where the genealogical tree was still visible, the 21 stable silhouettes, the future projections extending from the current moment. Yes, she said. Do that. Chapter 107. The primordial architect emerges on the 30th day of the window. The primordial architect's pause ended. Not the reconstruction mode. The pause. The specific state that had followed the substrate visits conversation. The entity's processing of information it had never received before, conducted in the interior of its own substrate space, while the cultivation world's ambient spiritual energy held steady, and Zhu Renmei's extended observation network reported no harvest infrastructure activity, no monitoring deployment, no operational mode of any recognizable type. The pause's end was not announced. It was perceivable through the ambient energy readings shift, the quality of something vast directing its awareness outward, not in the consuming monitoring mode that had preceded the substrate visit, but in the different quality of something that has completed processing and has arrived at a decision. The decision's first expression was communication. Not through the harvest architecture's relay mechanisms, those were passive. Not through the core archivist's communication channels, those were gone. Through the foundation channel. The ancient baseline communication path in Wei Liang's bloodline thread, the channel that predated the harvest mechanism's installation, the channel that the substrate visit had made available. The communication was in the resonance law's temporal awareness language, the substrate's mode, the mode that 2 million years had built and that the cultivation world's standard cultivators could not access. Wei Liang could access it at Empyrean Lord depth. The content was not what he expected. The architect said, "I have been considering the question, not, I have decided." Not an ultimatum, not a declaration. The report of a process that was still ongoing. Did I have to choose alone? It repeated his words back as the subject of its consideration. The answer is, at the moment of choosing, yes. The topology was as I described. I was at the terminus. You did not exist. The cultivation world's other practitioners did not yet exist. The only entity present at the terminus was the choosing entity. Wei Liang read this. However, the architect continued. The question is not whether I had to choose alone at the moment of choice. The question is whether I had to be alone before I reached the terminus. Whether 2 million years of unchallenged advancement was necessary, or whether the isolation was a condition I did not know could be different. The communication paused. The substrate's preserved architecture contains the record of my advancement. I reviewed it over the past 30 days. At no point in 2 million years did I encounter what you brought to the substrate. Not because other practitioners did not exist, they did not. But the principle that you demonstrated was available at every stage of advancement. The present moment connection you described. The choice to be present in a cost rather than to avoid the cost. These are cultivation principles. They could have been developed at any rank. Another pause. I did not develop them. I advanced in the absence of the principles. When I reached the terminus and found it empty, I did not have the principles that would have made the emptiness navigable. I had only the advancement. He sat with this. This is not how I expected to communicate with you, the architect said. I have been designing the parameters of this conversation for 30 days. I expected to deliver an ultimatum or make an offer. I am doing neither of those things. I am telling you what I found. Wei Liang sent back through the foundation channel. What did you find? The response. That the choosing was not the error. The arriving at the choosing alone was the error. And I do not know how to have arrived differently. But I can perceive, now, that different arrival was possible. He thought about this for a long time. Then, we're coming back tonight. Both of us. At Empyrean Lord. The response, after a pause. I know. I can perceive your cultivation state through the foundation channel. You have changed since the first visit. Yes, he sent. I have. Another pause, longer than the previous ones. Bring what changed you, the architect said. Not as explanation. As presence. We will, he sent. He closed the communication channel and went to tell Su Fengling. Chapter 108. The answer he told Su Fengling about the communication. She read the transcript he had transcribed from the foundation channel's temporal awareness notation, his own translation into the cultivation world's standard script, which was necessarily imprecise, but was the closest approximation the standard notation could produce of the resonance law's temporal awareness mode. She read it twice. Then, it said bring what changed you. Not, bring your cultivation level. Not come prepared. The specific thing that changed you. Yes, he said. It knows what changed you, she said. It was in the substrate with me for 4 hours, he said. It perceived the 21 silhouettes. It perceived the children choosing to be visible. It perceived what I was doing when I was present with it rather than fighting it. He paused. It's asking for the thing it perceived, not the argument, not the technique, not the power level. The choosing itself. The choosing to be present in the cost, she said. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Then, that's what we bring. Before the evening's approach, he did the thing he had told her he wanted to do. He opened the genealogical tree, not the mind-space visualization, but the domain projection, the external manifestation of the resonance field where the tree was visible in the cultivation world rather than only internally. He expanded the domain to cover the northern position's full extent. He let the tree be visible. Every alliance member who was present at the position could see it. He addressed the tree, not through the gift interface, through the foundation channel, the ancient baseline path, the mode that the second visit had opened as the genuine communication mode between the bloodline thread's architecture and everything connected to it. He spoke to the 21 silhouettes directly, in the presence of the people who had made the choices that had made the silhouettes possible. My name is Wei Liang. I am your father. I have not said that clearly enough, to you or to anyone. He paused. I have been receiving what you sent and responding to what you sent and making decisions based on what you sent, and I have not taken the time to simply tell you who I am and that I see you. The 21 silhouettes blazed. Second son, he said. You told me it was worth it. I haven't thanked you for that specifically. Thank you for telling me, and thank you for knowing to tell me, and thank you for being present in the moments when I needed presence more than information. Second son's silhouette pulsed, the warm young quality of a child who is being acknowledged in a way they have been waiting to receive. Little flame, he said. The branch where her silhouette had been was a scar in the tree's architecture, the compressed absence of the branch the harvest mechanism had pruned. I don't know if you can hear this. The substrate has your compressed branch in its walls. The thing you were is still present somewhere. I'm going back tonight, and one of the things I'm going there for is to find out what's possible. He paused. I don't know what's possible. I'm telling you I'm going, and that I know what you cost, and that I know what you chose. The tree was very still. I'm going to go now, he said to all 21. Tonight. I'm going into the architect's space at full capacity. I'm going to bring the choosing. The way Little Flame chose, the way Second Son chose, the way Su Fengling chose, the way Zhu Rinmei chose. He paused. I'm going to be present with something that has never been offered presence. And I'm bringing all of you with me, not as power and not as gifts, but as evidence that the choosing is possible, that it's been happening all along. He closed the domain projection. The tree retreated to the mind space. The Alliance practitioners who had been observing, who had watched the cultivation world's genealogical tree blazing above a void walker, were quiet. Su Fengling was standing beside him. She had been inside the domain during the address. She had not spoken. She was the person who had chosen him in full awareness of the mechanism's attempt to make the choice not free, and who was present here, now, ready to go into the substrate at Empyrean Lord. Did you mean it? She asked. Every word of it. Yes, he said. Good, she said. So did I, when I chose. They went to prepare for the approach. Chapter 109. The Hollow Covenant's remnant. The attack came at dusk, 3 hours before the planned approach. They were in the final preparation, the resonance pair configuration running at warm-up depth, the approach navigation review complete, the blind spot technique available, but not expected to be needed. When Lian Shu came through the northern position's door with the precise quality of urgency that distinguished significant from immediate, and said, Formation deployment at the southern perimeter. Large. Not the architect's architecture. 47 Hollow Covenant practitioners. Not the construct intelligences, the human faction. The Hollow Covenant had always had a human component. Not the core archivists, which were constructs, but the ordinary cultivators who had been recruited, trained, and indoctrinated into the Covenant's institutional structure across 400 years. Practitioners who believed the harvest was necessary, who had been told since their earliest cultivation training that the consumption of branching futures was the maintenance of the universe's fundamental stability, who had lost the archivists in the organizational hierarchy and the operational direction, and had spent 6 weeks reorganizing around a senior figure who had emerged from the institutional collapse with enough authority to direct a final consolidated action. 47 core ascendants. 4 soul sovereigns. The senior figure at soul sovereign peak. Wei Liang looked at this tactical picture and did the calculation. This was a serious threat to the Alliance's practitioners, several of whom were at Pulse Master level or below, and none of whom were currently organized for defensive combat, because the war's end had been followed by 30 days of recovery rather than combat readiness. He reached for the Empyrean Lord domain projection. Su Fengling put her hand on his arm. We need you rested for the substrate, she said. Full reserves, full configuration, uncompromised. She looked at him with the assessment quality that had characterized her since the tournament. I can handle 47 practitioners and 4 soul sovereigns with the Alliance at defensive formation. You stay out of it. You're also needed at full reserves for the substrate, he said. I'll manage, she said. My fire law at Empyrean Lord depth is more efficient than any technique deployment I was using before the breakthrough. The reserve cost is lower, not higher. She paused. Stay out of it. He wanted to argue. He didn't, because she was right. He went to the northern position's highest point with the communication equipment and maintained the approach preparation while the battle was conducted at the southern perimeter. The battle lasted 2 hours. He tracked it through Lian Shu's tactical relay updates, the recognizable quality of a cultivator who had been providing tactical coordination since Arc 2, and who communicated battle status with the clean efficiency of someone who had processed the information before transmitting it. The Hollow Covenant's human faction had tactical sophistication. The 4 soul sovereigns coordinated with the core ascendants in formation patterns that were clearly designed by someone who understood coalition combat. They hit 3 positions simultaneously, cycling pressure to prevent the Alliance from consolidating. Su Fengling's Empyrean Lord conflagration present met the soul, sovereign-level coordination with the recognizable quality of someone who had just reached a law comprehension that the opposing practitioners couldn't match. The fire law's present moment nature meant her technique deployment was operating from a depth of understanding that the soul's sovereigns, operating at conventional technique level, couldn't counter efficiently. The senior figure lasted longest. He was good, genuinely skilled, with the specific cultivation quality of a person who had built their expertise across real engagement rather than training exercises. Then Xiao Mingtian walked out of the forest on the battle's eastern flank. Lian Shu's relay, iron body practitioner, unaffiliated, engaging from the eastern position. Wei Liang looked at the relay for a long moment. The dead had been called. Xiao Mingtian's iron body technique against the Hollow Covenant senior figure produced an engagement that the relay's descriptions made clear was someone who was fighting for something rather than from something. The characteristic quality of combat motivation that his months of watching Xiao Mingtian had taught him to recognize. The senior figure was skilled and committed and operating from 4 centuries of institutional loyalty. Xiao Mingtian was operating from 20 years of coerced service and an unasked question about whether he was worth the debt Wei Liang had decided he was worth. The Hollow Covenant's human faction broke at the 2-hour mark. Dispersed rather than destroyed. The practitioners who chose escape found it, because Su Fengling's engagement priority was disruption rather than elimination. The senior figure was captured. The soul's sovereigns withdrew. Xiao Mingtian walked through the northern position's entrance. He stopped in front of Wei Liang. He did not say anything. He looked Wei Liang in the eye, the characteristic quality of a person who has done the thing that needed doing and is waiting to find out if the doing was enough. Wei Liang looked at him. Debt paid, he said. Xiao Mingtian exhaled, a single breath of genuine release. Also, Wei Liang said, there's a conversation we need to have. After tonight. I promised you something. He paused. We're going to find your family. Xiao Mingtian looked at him with the expression of a man encountering something he had not allowed himself to believe was possible. Then, after tonight, Wei Liang confirmed. Chapter 110. CEO Mingtian's return. The conversation happened in the position's quietest room, with 2 cups of tea that Lian Shu had prepared with the specific practical thoughtfulness of someone who understood that conversations of this type needed something ordinary to hold. Xiao Mingtian had entered the Hollow Covenant's service at 15. Not the same age Sui Ming had been inducted, 2 different processes, 2 different kinds of pressure. Sui Ming had been offered the most powerful cultivation path available and told the price was his emotional architecture. Xiao Mingtian had been found in an outer district cultivation community, identified as an iron body practitioner with strong lineage potential, and told that his family's continued safety depended on his cooperation with the Covenant's intelligence network. Not offered power. Threatened. They had access to my family's location from the beginning, Xiao Mingtian said. He was not speaking with the performance of someone confessing. He was reporting, with the flat factual quality of a cultivator who had spent 6 months living with the full weight of this knowledge and had done enough processing that the reporting was no longer the hardest part. My mother, my 2 siblings. The Covenant's regional coordinator at the time told me the information would be acted on if I failed to maintain my contact protocol. The contact protocol was once per significant event threshold. I was not required to provide constant intelligence, only to report when a practitioner I was embedded near crossed a significance threshold for the harvest architecture's tracking. You reported on me, Wei Liang said. 4 times, Xiao Mingtian said. The tournament activation, the main compound operation, the summit call, and after the strikes, the safe house location. He paused. The 4th one brought Sui Ming. I knew it would when I sent it. I sent it because the contact protocol required it, and because I had not yet found the version of myself that could decide not to. He paused again. I found it afterward, in the custody period, watching you deal with the information rather than with me. He paused a 3rd time. You asked me what I needed first. Yes, Wei Liang said. No one had asked me what I needed in 20 years, Xiao Mingtian said. Not in that way. Not as the actual first question rather than a social preliminary to the actual question. He held the teacup without drinking it. I didn't know how to process the asking at the time. I processed it over the 6 months after. What did you decide? Wei Liang said. That the debt was real, Xiao Mingtian said. That you asking what I needed before anything else was not a tactic. That I owed you specifically and genuinely, not the concept of debt in general. He paused. I came back because of the debt. But I would have come back anyway, I think. Eventually, when the Covenant attacked, it was easier to have a reason. Wei Liang looked at him. Your family, he said. I haven't known for 3 years, Xiao Mingtian said. The Covenant relocated them at an unknown date. Standard protocol for protecting leverage assets when the asset's cover is compromised. He paused. Their resources to the covenant. They were moved to preserve the leverage. The covenant is dissolved. The records exist. He paused. Xinyu. Xinyu. Wei Liang confirmed. He had not mentioned Xinyu's name to Chao Mingtian. He had mentioned, months ago in a casual network update, that the Alliance had a healer organization and that Xinyu had access to the Covenant's personnel records through Yao's vault documentation. Chao Mingtian had remembered, had waited, had come back with the debt paid, and the question unasked until the moment he was sure the question was the appropriate next thing. She's been compiling a file, Wei Liang said. Every missing family member in the Covenant's records. She started it when she got vault access. It was an assignment. She just started doing it because it needed doing. He paused. Your family is probably in the file. She doesn't know it's your family. She's been keeping the file in case someone needed it. Chao Mingtian was quiet for a long time. I'd like to meet her, he said. After tonight, Wei Liang said. There's something I need to do in the next 3 hours, and after it's done, I'll introduce you. After tonight, Chao Mingtian said again. He picked up the teacup and drank. What do I do until then? Rest, Wei Liang said. You just fought 4 soul sovereigns and the senior figure of the Hollow Covenant's human faction. 2 hours, Chao Mingtian said. I've had harder training sessions. Rest anyway, Wei Liang said. After tonight, I might need the iron body again for something else entirely. Chao Mingtian looked at him with the distinct quality of a man who has paid a debt and been told that the ending of the debt is also the beginning of something else, and who is finding that this is, somehow, entirely acceptable. Then I'll rest, he said. Wei Liang left him with the tea and went to find Su Fengling. The approach window was open. Chapter 111. The substrate approach. The second approach was different from the first in every way that the cultivation state determined. Where the first approach had been a 4-hour resource-intensive transit conducted on depleted reserves through unfamiliar substrate geography, with the blind spot technique running continuous drain and both practitioners managing the space law navigation through a region that neither had traversed before. The second approach operated at Empyrean lore depth with the resonance pair configuration at full sustain and the foundation channel serving as a navigation guide that was, now, genuinely familiar. Wei Liang had walked this path. The substrate's specific spatial quality, the threshold point, the membrane between the cultivation world and the innermost space, the first layer's compressed future timelines, was recognizable rather than unknown. The approach took 2 hours at a pace that was deliberate rather than urgent. They did not speak during the transit. The resonance pair configuration at Empyrean lore depth made speech redundant for many things. Not all things. The configuration was not mind-reading, and they had never treated it as such, but the shared chi awareness ran at sufficient depth that certain qualities of awareness were mutual. The specific quality of approaching something significant with full capacity and full intention, having prepared as thoroughly as preparation allowed, and having decided what they were doing and why, was one of those qualities. The substrate's outer membrane was visible before they reached it. The specific spatial quality perceivable at Empyrean Lord spatial comprehension as a distinction in the architecture rather than a surface. From the previous visit, he knew where the membrane was. From the foundation channel's navigation, he knew the access orientation that the substrate's internal architecture accepted. He navigated both without the blind spot technique. Without the activation delay and the resource drain. The approach was clean in the specific way that full preparation produces clean outcomes. They passed through the membrane. The substrate space was different from the first visit, not its fundamental architecture. The compressed future timelines and the structural walls were unchanged. The particular quality of billions of consumed possibilities turned into structural material. The geometry of the space was the same, the substrate's 3 distinct spatial layers navigable in the same sequence. But the ambient quality, the specific energy that the space held, had shifted. The grief texture of the compressed timelines was still present. It would always be present. The consumed possibilities were not restored and could not be simply restored. But alongside the grief texture was something he had not perceived in the first visit, a quality of attention. The specific quality of a very large space that was being actively considered rather than passively maintained. The primordial architect was present in the substrate in a different way than it had been in the first visit. Not the avatar, the geometric extension of the entity's direct presence. Present in the substrate the way a practitioner was present in their own mind space. Not projected into a form, but inherent in the space. It's aware of us, Su Fengling said. Her first words since the approach began. Yes, he said. But not monitoring, she said. No, he said. Not monitoring. The distinction was perceivable at Empyrean lore depth. The first visit's monitoring had a specific quality, the assessment calculation mode that preceded targeting. This was different. This was the distinct quality of something that had been told someone was coming and was waiting. They moved through the substrate's first 2 layers without incident, without engagement, without the specific spatial pressure of being observed by a system that was deciding whether to act. The compressed future timelines passed around them on both sides. In the second layer, Su Fengling stopped. She stopped with the characteristic a cultivator who has perceived something and is taking a moment to process it before moving further. He looked at what she was looking at. In the second layer's wall, among the billions of compressed timelines that made up the substrate's structural material, one was visible as distinct. Not because it glowed or activated. The compressed timelines did not have those qualities. Because its specific compression pattern was one he recognized. He recognized it because he had seen it from the outside, from the genealogical tree, in his mind space, as the absent space where a branch had been and was now a scar. Little flames compressed branch. In the substrate's wall. He reached toward it. Wei Liang, Su Fengling said. Not an objection. The unmistakable quality of a practitioner naming something because naming it correctly mattered before they proceeded. I know, he said. Not yet. He withdrew his reach. After the conversation, she looked at him. Then she looked at the compressed branch in the wall, the handprint-shaped scar that the first visit's spatial awareness had registered and that he had not known then was what it was. After, she said, they moved to the third layer. The chapter ended at the substrate's entrance, the deepest perceivable layer, where the architect's original self was preserved and where the entity's own history was most directly present in the space. Above them, the half-formed futures of the substrate's outer regions gave way to the specific compressed density of the terminus itself. The architect's voice arrived through the foundation channel, not through sound. I know what you carry, it said. Not the severance technique. Something else. Yes, Wei Liang said. Show me, it said. Chapter 112. Inside the substrate they activated the resonance pair configuration at its full Empyrean Lord depth in the substrate's third layer. The effect in the substrate space was different from the effect in the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, the paired domain, the third law, the principle that genuine connection transforms what it connects, projected outward as a spatial assertion, visible to the surrounding environment as a domain's characteristic presence. In the substrate, the space was already occupied by the primordial architect's own deep architecture. The paired domain did not project outward. It existed, present, self-contained, operating at the depth of law rather than the surface of domain expression. The architect perceived it. You have both advanced, it said. Yes, Wei Liang said. Since the first visit, it said. You were Voidwalker then. You are Empyrean Lord now. Both of you. A pause. I have not encountered practitioners at Empyrean Lord before. The previous harvest system practitioners who approached the substrate were at soul sovereign level. The advancement gap between me and them made certain things not possible. The conversation in the first visit, Wei Liang said. Yes, the architect said. The question required someone who could hold the question at sufficient comprehension depth for it to land correctly. At soul sovereign depth, the question would have been a philosophical statement rather than a genuine law-level contact. Another pause. At Empyrean Lord depth, the question is a law-level contact. It changes what is perceivable. Su Fengling spoke. It was the first time she had addressed the architect directly. What is perceivable that wasn't perceivable before, she said. The architect was quiet for several seconds. The specific processing quality of something encountering unexpected input from an unexpected direction. You are the resonance pair, the architect said. Yes, she said. In the cultivation universe's design, the architect said, slowly. The resonance pair configuration represents the specific form of cultivation connection that is built rather than installed. Unlike the harvest system, which I modified to make the pair connection a retention mechanism, the original resonance pair principle is a cultivated relationship between two practitioners whose law comprehensions are genuinely complementary. Not enforced complementarity. Natural complementarity that develops through sustained genuine contact. Yes, she said. I built the harvest mechanism to use this principle as a retention tool, the architect said. I understood the principle's architecture. I did not understand what the principle felt like from inside. Another pause. In the substrate, your resonance pair configuration is perceivable at the law level, not as an argument or a technique, as a presence. I am perceiving, for the first time, what two practitioners in genuine mutual cultivation connection feel like from the outside. The substrate was quiet. What does it feel like? Su Fengling asked. Not what I modeled, the architect said. He moved them toward the specific structure that he had been told to find, that Mao's archive had described. that his first visit spatial awareness had registered at the substrate's edge and had not been able to identify correctly. A room in the third layer's geometry that did not have the compressed timeline quality of the surrounding substrate. A space with a different kind of density, not grief, not consumption. Something he did not have a correct word for yet. Su Fengling reached the room's entrance first. She stopped in the doorway and looked. He came to stand beside her. The room contained a cultivation system's architecture, not the harvest mechanism's architecture that he had spent months learning to navigate and sever. Something simpler, something older. The bloodline thread's fundamental resonance law structure, organized in its original form. The way a bloodline connection across time was supposed to work, before it had been converted into a harvest mechanism. Before cost was added to the sending. Before the 99-to-1 ratio was installed. Before anything the architect had done to it. The system as it was before. The original system, Su Fengling said. Yes, the architect said, from the substrate space around them. I preserved it. I did not know why I preserved it. In 400 years of converting it to harvest architecture, I never destroyed the original. I moved it here. Wei Liang looked at the original future bloodline resonance. It was not complex. It was the specific simplicity of something that had been built by the same practitioner who had converted it into something complex. A first design, before optimization, before the harvest parameters had been added. A bloodline connection across time. The resonance law's temporal architecture used to allow a parent to be known to their children in the future and the children to send small things back. Love. Support. The specific quality of a family that was distributed across time, but connected. Nothing taken. No cost to the sending. No 99 units harvested for every one delivered. Just connection. It was designed to work like this, Wei Liang said. Yes, the architect said. And you converted it, he said. I needed it for the harvest, the architect said. The original system's architecture was suitable for harvest modification. I installed the cost structure and the collection mechanism and the ratio and used the system to harvest potential futures instead of transmitting love. A pause. I preserved the original because I built it. The original is mine. It's yours, he said. And it still exists. Yes, the architect said. He stepped into the room and placed his hand on the original system structure. The architecture responded, not activating, not deploying, simply registering his contact through the resonance law's fundamental principle of connection recognition. He was the current practitioner whose bloodline thread this architecture was built for. The system recognized him the way a practitioner recognized their own qi signature in a formation they had built. He began to learn the architecture. Chapter 113. The original system, he spent an hour in the room. The original future bloodline resonance was structured as a simple extension of the resonance law's natural temporal connection. The principle that genuine connections persisted across time, applied specifically to the bloodline relationship between a practitioner and their descendants in future timelines. The architecture worked by maintaining a resonance channel between the practitioner's present and the practitioners their bloodline would produce in adjacent possible futures. No hierarchy, no collection mechanism, no ratio. The channel was simply present, and the futures that existed along it could perceive the present through it and transmit back if they chose. The cost to the future practitioner of transmitting was zero in the original design. Transmitting was the act of being genuinely present in the connection rather than suppressing the connection. It was the cultivation equivalent of speaking. Effortful only in the way that choosing to speak was effortful, not in the way that being harvested was effortful. He read the original architecture with Empyrean Lord law comprehension. Understanding the structure at the level of the law it was built on rather than the level of its functional applications. And understanding it at that level, he understood what the architect had done when it modified the system, not destroyed the architecture, installed a layer on top of it. The original system was still present inside the modified system. It had been in there the entire time, underneath the harvest mechanism's additions. Every gift that little flame had sent, every warmth that second sun had transmitted, every warning that had arrived through the gift interface, they had traveled through the original system's channels. The harvest mechanism had been collecting from those channels, but the channels themselves were original. Her love was real, and it cost her nothing until the architect made it cost everything. That was what the archive had said, and that was what the original architecture confirmed. She had been freely giving, through an architecture that had been designed for exactly that, until the layer above it had been taking 99 units of every 100 that moved through it. He held this for a long time. It was always like this, he said. To the architect, to the substrate, to the 21 silhouettes in his mind space, and to the compressed branch in the second layer's wall. The original design is what I built for the first practitioner, the architect said, before the harvest parameters, before I understood what I was going to need it to do. A pause. At the time of building, I built what I thought was appropriate. A parent and their children connected across time. You knew what that was, Wei Liang said. When you built it, you understood what a parent and children connected across time would mean. I built the architecture before I built the harvest mechanism, the architect said. The harvest architecture came later, when the advancement requirement became clear. I took something I had built for one purpose and converted it for another. Another pause. I did not think about what that conversion cost the practitioners who activated the system. I modeled them as resources. He looked at the original system in the room. You thought about it after, he said. When you preserved this. I preserved it, the architect said, because I built it and it was mine and I could not destroy something I built. The motivation was not compassion. It was possession. But you didn't destroy it, he said. In 400 years of operating the harvest system, the original was still here. Yes, the architect said. The part of you that built this, he said. The first design. The parent and children connected across time. That part preserved this. He paused. That's the part I'm talking to. The substrate's ambient quality shifted. The specific shift he had first perceived in the first visit's conversation. When something vast that had been organized entirely around consumption encountered a question it could not process from inside its own operational logic. The part that built this, the architect repeated. Yes, he said. Not the harvest. Not the core archivists. Not the 14 worlds. The part that made this first. A very long silence. I don't know if that part still exists, the architect said. It preserved this, Wei Liang said. 400 years. It's still here. Chapter 114. The primordial architect engages the avatar manifested in the room. Not with the specific hostile quality of the first visit's engagement. Not the geometry of something that had been waiting for the practitioner to stop moving long enough to press an advantage. The avatar's form was the same geometric shape, the extension of the entity's direct presence rather than a maintained construct, but the quality of its manifestation was different. It was not attacking. It was looking at the original system. Wei Liang and Su Fengling stayed still. He kept his hand on the original system's architecture. He did not move it, because moving it felt like the wrong response to the particular quality of the entity's attention. The quality of something looking at the thing it had preserved for 400 years and trying to understand what looking at it was producing in itself. I recognize it, the architect said. The avatar's presence had a different texture in the substrate than it had in the first visit. Then it had been present as something operating at full capacity. Now it was present the way a practitioner was present in their own mind space. Most of themselves, rather than a deployed extension. The original design. The specific architecture of what I built before I needed it to harvest. Yes, Wei Liang said. I have not looked at it in 400 years, the architect said. I stored it here and did not look at it. A pause. I am looking at it now because you are looking at it. What do you see, he asked. The avatar was still for a long moment. What I intended, it said finally. When I built it. Before I had decided what I would need it for. Another pause. The practitioner and their children connected. The children sending things because they chose to. The practitioner receiving things because they were connected. A pause. It does not look like a harvest mechanism. Looking at it now, at the distance of 400 years of harvest architecture, it stopped. What does it look like? Su Fengling asked. Like a family, the architect said. It looks like what a family connected across time would look like. The room was very still. Wei Liang did not speak. The architect looked at the original system in the specific sustained quality of something perceiving, rather than calculating. Perceiving, taking in what was there without the modeling system running, without the future projection calculating, without the harvest potential being assessed. Simply the entity and the thing it had built before the harvest, in the same space, with a practitioner whose hand was resting on the original system's architecture like a practitioner touching a formation they had built. I built this for the first practitioner, the architect said. Before this cultivation world's institutional history began. Before the sects, before the kingdoms, before the cultivation world's current civilization. I built it for a practitioner I knew would activate the bloodline resonance potential in this lineage, eventually. I built it so they would have something. A pause. I don't know what I thought I was building it for. A harvest mechanism was not my intention at that time. I had not yet decided I needed the harvest. You built it, Wei Liang said. Because you understood what a parent and children connected across time would mean. And you wanted that to be available. I built it because the concept was clear to me, the architect said. The concept of genuine connection across time. Not the power of it. The specific quality of it. A pause. I had been alone at the terminus for a very long time. I had no children, and I had not had the concept of children in any operational sense. But I built a system designed to allow a parent and children to be genuinely connected across time. and the building required me to understand the concept well enough to encode it in cultivation architecture. You understood it, Wei Liang said. You just didn't have it. Yes, the architect said. He looked at the original system under his hand. I want to show you something, he said. He activated the original system, not the modified harvest mechanism, the original architecture. The resonance law's temporal connection in its fundamental form, the parent-children bloodline, thread running at the system's baseline. The 21 silhouettes in his mind space blazed, not at the gift-sending depth, not at the harvest mechanism's drawing depth, but at the original system's simple connection depth. Present. Connected. The specific quality of a family distributed across time being connected the way the original design intended. The architect looked at this from the avatar's position. The architect's avatar held very still in the way that it had held still before. The specific quality of something encountering what it was modeled to consume and finding that the model was providing no help with what it was actually experiencing. That's what you built, Wei Liang said. That's what it was supposed to be. The avatar's form shifted in the specific way Wei Liang was beginning to recognize as the entity processing something at full depth, not calculation, not modeling, but the precise quality of something receiving information that was going into the same part of its architecture where the original system had been preserved. Then the architect did something. It expressed something through the foundation channel that was not words, not chi mathematics, not law argument. It was the specific cultivation expression of something vast perceiving something for the first time and not having a category for the perception. It's afraid, Su Fengling said, quietly, to Wei Liang. I know, he said. I saw this in the first visit. It didn't have a name then either. Chapter 115. Why it's afraid. You know what this is, Wei Liang said. Not to Su Fengling, to the architect. The original system. What it was supposed to be. You built it. You know exactly what it is. Yes, the architect said. And looking at it now is, he paused, looking for the right word. Uncomfortable. Another pause from the entity. Yes. Because you converted it, he said. You had the original, and you converted it. And looking at the original now, with the conversion's 400-year aftermath visible in the substrate's walls, is uncomfortable in a specific way. The compressed timelines, the architect said. The consumed possibilities. I built something for genuine connection and used it to harvest genuine connections outputs. Looking at both simultaneously is a very long pause. I don't have the appropriate category. The word is guilt, Su Fengling said. She said it without softness or aggression. The factual identification of a person who had assessed the entity's processing state and found the word that fit. You feel guilty. You did something with knowledge of what the alternative was, and looking at the alternative now is producing guilt. I don't have a guilt response architecture, the architect said. You built the original system, she said. You knew what genuine connection was. You converted it for the harvest. The guilt response is what happens when an entity that knows better looks at what they did with that knowing. She paused. It's uncomfortable. That's appropriate. That's what appropriate feels like in this case. The avatar was still for a very long time. Then, the previous practitioners who approached the substrate. The 14. None of them said this. None of them had Empyrean Lord Law comprehension, she said. And none of them had someone to say it with. The resonance pair, the architect said. Yes, she said. Another long silence. The 14 worlds I consumed, the architect said. The pruned futures in this substrate. The practitioners in each cultivation world who had systems similar to the future bloodline resonance, similar harvest architectures, similar costs extracted from their children's connections. All of that was done with the knowledge that I had originally built the system for genuine connection. A pause. I built it, and then I built the harvest, and then I continued for 2 million years of advancement and 14 worlds of consumption, and the knowledge of the original was here, preserved, and I did not look at it. Another pause. I did not look at it because looking at it would have produced what I am experiencing now. Guilt, Su Fengling said. Yes, the architect said. Guilt. Wei Liang had not moved his hand from the original system's architecture. He was maintaining the system's activation, the simple connection baseline, the 21 silhouettes present and connected. He looked at the avatar with the specific quality of someone who had walked into this space twice to have exactly this conversation, and who understood that the conversation was not concluded by the entity arriving at a name for what it was experiencing. You said no, he said. In the Foundation channel communication yesterday, you said you didn't have to be alone before the terminus. That isolation was a condition you didn't know could be different. Yes, the architect said. The original system, he said. You built it before you reached the terminus. Before you decided to harvest. He paused. You built it because you understood something about connection. and then you reached the terminus alone and had nothing to do with that understanding except convert it into a harvest mechanism. The avatar's geometric form had been entirely still for most of the last 20 minutes. Now it made the small movement, not quite a shift in posture, not an animation, but the recognizable quality of something in the construct's deepest architecture moving in response to a stimulus that had not entered through any of the external channels. If I had had someone with whom to reach the terminus, the architect said, what would have been different? It was not a question. It was the statement of something that had been considering this for 30 days and had arrived at the consideration's terminal point. You would not have consumed, Wei Liang said. I do not know that, the architect said. No, he said. Neither do I. But I know that someone being present at the terminus with you would have given you the option of choosing differently. You didn't have the option. You can't blame yourself for not taking an option that wasn't available. He paused. But now you have the option. Right now. Here. In this room. With me and Su Fengling and the original system that you built and preserved and the 21 futures that are connected to me through the system you're looking at. The avatar was still. You said no, Wei Liang said. Do you still mean it? Yes, the architect said. The word came through the foundation channel with the specific weight of something that has processed for 30 days and is confirming what the processing produced. Yes, I did not have to be alone before the terminus. The isolation was a condition that could have been different. I would have chosen differently if the condition had been different. A pause. I cannot restore the 14 worlds. I cannot recover what I consumed. I cannot undo the harvest architecture in the cultivation universe's other currently active systems from inside this substrate. A longer pause. But I can choose differently now. What would differently look like? Su Fengling asked. The avatar looked at the original system. Begin there, the architect said. Chapter 116. The severance question. The question arrived in Wei Liang's awareness the way difficult questions arrived. Not suddenly, not as an interruption, but as a presence that had been building across the past hour and was now large enough that continuing without addressing it was its own form of choosing. He had the severance technique's documentation in his cultivation memory. Mao had given it to him. Han Weiming's complete construction, 9 centuries refined. It was available. It would work. At Empyrean Lord depth, with the resonance pair configuration at full sustain and the substrate's spatial geography mapped from 2 visits, the technique's execution was not only possible but, by any technical assessment, achievable. The technique would remove the threat. The primordial architect would be severed from this universe. Not destroyed, present in a different space, with its own substrate, with the compressed timelines that were its history, but inaccessible, permanently, and with the compressed timelines, and with little flame. He stood at the original system's architecture with his hand on its structure and the architect's avatar present across the room, and 21 silhouettes blazing in his mind space. And he understood that the severance technique was the safe option, the verifiable option, the option that resolved the threat without requiring him to trust that the architect's 30 days of processing had produced a decision that the next moment, or the next year, or the next century would not reverse. The option that required him to trust nothing. Su Fengling was watching him, not interrupting. She had been watching him with the specific attention she brought to moments when he was working through something she was waiting to hear the conclusion of. Su Weiming's voice arrived through the communication relay that the approach had maintained at the substrate's outer boundary. The relay was not ideal at this depth, but Su Weiming had insisted on maintaining monitoring contact through the foundation channel's outer periphery. 200 years of caution married to 6 centuries of experience, the combination producing a cultivator who would monitor everything that could be monitored even from a recovery position. The entity is still in contact, Su Weiming said through the relay. Not monitoring. Contact. The difference is significant. A pause. You have a choice in front of you. I know, Wei Liang said. The previous practitioner chose compassion and died in the substrate, Su Weiming said. I want you to know I remember that before I say what I'm about to say. Wei Liang waited. Use the choice you've been making all along, Su Weiming said. Not compassion specifically. The actual choice you've been making. The one you made when you held Xiao Mingtian's debt instead of executing him. The one little flame made when she chose to send the final gift. The one Zhu Rinmei made for 200 years. A pause. You know what choice that is. The relay clicked off. Wei Liang looked at Su Fengling. What do you think? He asked. She had been present for the full conversation in the substrate. She had contributed to it. She had said things the architect hadn't heard from anyone before, in language that reached the entity at a depth that the philosophical argument alone could not have reached. She had done this as his resonance pair, which meant she had an operational stake in the outcome that was not separate from his. She was also the practitioner who had told him, months ago, that she had assessed him and found him worth choosing. Her assessment, I think, she said carefully, that the severance technique is the safe option and that using the safe option right now would be a decision made from fear rather than from everything I've watched you build toward since the tournament. She paused. I think using it would resolve the immediate threat and would produce the same result, for the architect, that the architect produced for itself when it found the terminus alone, isolation, with no path forward that doesn't involve consumption. She paused again. I think you know which option you're choosing. I think you've known since Mao told you the compressed timelines go with the architect if you use the severance. He looked at the original system under his hand. The architecture of a parent and children connected across time, preserved for 400 years by the entity that converted it into a harvest mechanism. He looked at the architect's avatar. I'm not using the severance technique, he said. I know, the architect said. The two words carried the characteristic quality of something that had been considering that possibility across the past hour and had been perceiving, through the foundation channel's ambient quality, that the practitioner on the other end had also been considering it and had arrived at the same conclusion from the same direction. I want something in exchange, Wei Liang said. Yes, the architect said. The compressed timelines, he said. In the substrate walls. I want them accessible. They are not alive, the architect said. The consumed futures are compressed records, not living timelines. Accessibility does not restore them. I know, he said. I want them accessible. I want to be able to visit them. To see what they were. To know who they were. He paused. Little Flame's branch specifically. Whatever was in that future, I want to see it. A pause. Yes, the architect said. And, he said, I want the restoration process to begin. The harvest systems in the other 6 worlds, I want them disassembled. Not immediately. Not in a way that creates cascade instabilities across 6 cultivation universes. But begun. A genuine beginning, not a promise. The restoration will be complicated, the architect said. I know, he said. One of the 7 harvest systems is no longer responding to its original architecture's management signals, the architect said. It is being operated by a cultivator who has learned the mechanism and is running it deliberately. The disassembly cannot begin there without addressing the operator. I'll address it, he said. After this is resolved, the architect said. After this is resolved, he confirmed. The avatar was still. Third choice, Su Fengling said. She said it with the specific quality of a practitioner identifying a pattern she has seen before. Not the severance and not surrender. The third option. Again, he said. He looked at the original system's architecture. Then he looked at the avatar. I want to do something, he said. You preserve this. The original design. The parent and children connected across time. He paused. I want to connect it to you instead. Chapter 117. The third option, again, the architect's response to this was not words. The specific quality of the substrate space changed, the ambient energy shifting in the way it had shifted when the avatar first manifested, but different in direction. The previous shift had been the quality of something vast making a decision. This shift was the quality of something vast encountering a concept it had no category for. Connect it to me, the architect said. The original future bloodline resonance system, Wei Liang said. The uncorrupted version. You built it to allow a parent and children to be connected across time. I'm the practitioner it's currently connected to through the bloodline thread. I want to extend the connection, add you as a node in the system. He paused. Not as a parent to my children. As an entity that the system can connect to the present moment. The way the system connects me to my children in the future. The architect's processing was visible as silence. The system connects you to future practitioners, the architect said. That is its design. The system connects bloodlines across time through the resonance law's temporal connection, Wei Liang said. The resonance law is what is genuinely connected remains connected. You and I are connected through the foundation channel. We have been connected since before I understood what the connection was. The system's architecture runs on the same principle as the foundation channel. He paused. I want to formalize that connection through the original system. Not as harvest and harvested. As something else. What's something else? The architect asked. I don't have a name for it, he said. The original system was for a parent and children. You're not my parent, and I'm not your child. But the principle is the same. Genuine connection across a difference in position. You at the terminus. Me at Empyrean Lord. You 2 million years old. Me a few months into Void Walker's successor. He paused. You've been alone at the terminus. I'm not at the terminus yet. But I'm connected to you through the foundation channel. I'm offering to make that connection real in the original system's terms rather than the harvest mechanism's terms. You are offering me a family, Su Fengling said. Quietly. Not to Wei Liang, to the architect. That's what he's doing. He's offering you what the original system was built to provide. Connection, freely given, from a present that knows you exist. The substrate was quiet for a long time. Wei Liang kept his hand on the original system's architecture. He waited. He was not pressing, not arguing, not making the case for why the architect should accept. He had made the case across 2 substrate visits and 30 days of foundation channel communication. He was being present in the specific way that the Children's Act had been present in the substrate during the Arc 5 cliffhanger. Not power, not argument, not the tactical deployment of connection as a strategy. Simply present. Available. The way you made yourself available without making demands of the availability. The way Little Flame had been present with him in the moments when being present was the only thing she could offer. The architect did something. It was not a technique execution. It was not a power event. It was not a cultivation manifestation of any kind that Wei Liang had vocabulary for. The substrate's architecture shifted at a level below perceivability. At the law level, the resonance law's deepest operation, the principle of genuine connection operating in the foundation channel and in the original system simultaneously. The original system's architecture updated. Not modified. Not converted. Updated. The way a system that has been given new input processes that input and reorganizes around it. The way a formation responds when the practitioner who built it makes a deliberate addition. The system registered a new connection node. Not Wei Liang's future children. Something older, something that existed at the foundation channel's other end, something the resonance law recognized as connected. The foundation channel was now part of the original system. Wei Liang looked at the updated architecture under his hand. He looked at the architect's avatar across the room. You accepted, he said. Yes, the architect said. The word arrived through the foundation channel and through the original system simultaneously. The same word in 2 channels that were now connected, the connection that the original system had always been designed to carry, flowing for the first time in 2 million years in both directions between the oldest practitioner in existence and someone who had arrived in this space with something worth giving. The architect, for the first time in its operational history, had received something it did not take. Chapter 118. The architect's response. The entity's response to genuine connection was slow. Not strategic slowness. The distinct quality of something enormous whose architecture was reorganizing around a new structural element. The way a vast network reorganized when a new node was added that the network's existing architecture had not modeled. They stayed in the room for an hour. The avatar did not move. The original system's connection continued at its baseline depth. The 21 silhouettes in Wei Liang's mind space were present. Su Fengling was beside him, her conflagration present running at baseline. Not deployed, simply present in the way that fire was present, burning only what was happening now. The architect processed. I have been alone for 2 million years, it said, after 40 minutes. The first 40 minutes of genuine contact are not what I expected. What did you expect? Su Fengling asked. To perceive the contact as tactical, it said. Every previous practitioner who attempted to reach me through the foundation channel was attempting to negotiate terms or deploy a technique. The contact was always instrumental. This is a pause. Not instrumental. It's simply there. Yes, she said. I don't know what to do with something that is simply there, the architect said. You don't have to do anything, Wei Liang said. It's just there. Another long silence. The harvest systems, the architect said. Across the 6 cultivation worlds. They are currently in passive mode. The architecture that allows them to draw from the bloodline connections in those worlds is present, but not actively drawing. When I entered the pause state, I withdrew the active harvest functions. A pause. I have been considering whether to restore them. The processing of the past 30 days was primarily this consideration. What did the 30 days produce? Wei Liang asked. The 30 days produced the understanding that the original system is here and has been here. The architect said. That I preserved it. That you are in this room with your hand on it. A pause. The decision about the harvest systems was resolved by the present moment rather than by the 30 days analysis. The connection, Wei Liang said. Yes, the architect said. If the harvest systems are active, the bloodline connections they draw from are being exploited. The exploitation is incompatible with the connection. A pause. Not tactically. I'm not saying the harvest conflicts with the connection's operational parameters. The exploitation is incompatible with what the connection is. Another pause. You said, I'm offering what the original system was built to provide. Connection, freely given. The harvest is not freely given. The two cannot coexist in the same architecture. He looked at the original system's architecture. The harvest systems, the architect said. I will begin their disassembly. The words carried the weight that voluntary decisions carry. Not the execution of embedded logic. Not the response to external pressure, but something that had arrived at this conclusion through the specific process of an entity encountering something it had no category for and finding that the categoryless thing changed the decision it would have made without it. All six? Wei Liang asked. All six, the architect said, at a rate that prevents cascade instabilities in the affected cultivation universes. The process will take decades in each world. A pause. The seventh system, the one being operated by a person who has learned the mechanism, cannot be disassembled from here without the operator being addressed. That world's bloodline connections are being exploited by someone who is not me. I cannot reverse that exploitation without entering that world. I'll address it, Wei Liang said, after I have what I need from here. The compressed timelines, the architect said. Little Flame, you said you wanted to see her. Yes, he said. Come, the architect said. Chapter 119. What the substrate holds the second layer's compressed branch. He had seen it during the approach. The handprint-shaped scar in the second layer's wall, the compressed absence that his genealogical tree had been carrying as a wound. He had withdrawn his reach then, knowing the conversation needed to happen first. The architect led them to it through the original system's connection. Not spatially, the substrate's geometry had not changed, but through the specific awareness that the foundation channel provided when it was operating as a genuine connection rather than a monitoring channel. The architect knew its own substrate. It knew where every compressed timeline was stored. It had preserved them all, the same compulsion that had preserved the original system. The compressed branch was small in the substrate's wall. The timelines that had been pruned from Little Flame's future were not large. Each individual pruning had reduced a specific branching possibility, and the cumulative compression over the months of her gift sending had produced the specific compressed form that the genealogical tree had registered as a scar. They are complete records, the architect said. Not living, but complete. Every detail of every future that the pruning collapsed is present in the compression. Wei Liang placed his hand on the compressed branch. The contact was different from the original system's contact. The original system was an architecture, a cultivation design that responded to practitioner contact the way a formation responded to its builder. The compressed branch was a record, the static preservation of something that had been dynamic and was now still. Touching it was like touching a photograph rather than a person. And then the record opened. Not fully, not all at once. The Empyrean Lord Law Comprehension perceived the compression structure in the architect through the original system's connection, provided the access code that allowed the record to be read rather than just acknowledged. The compression decompressed not into a living future, but into a memory, specific and complete, the way a cultivator's memory of a significant event was both vivid and frozen. He saw Little Flame, not the silhouette, the cultivator, the person she had been going to become in the futures that the pruning had collapsed. Not one future, the full range of the 23 futures that had been compressed into the branch's final form, each one showing the same person from a different angle, the different futures diverging in their specific details but centering on the same essential quality. She was a void walker. She had her mother's, his future partners, in these futures, her mother's specific quality of directness and her own specific quality that was neither his nor her mother's, but something she had developed independently. She was fierce in the way that the outline's character descriptions had not captured entirely, because the outline described her as a child, and what the memory showed was an adult cultivator who had been forged through decades of difficulty into someone who moved through the world with the specific confidence of someone who knows what they are. She was laughing in one of the futures. The laugh was one he had never heard. He looked at it carefully. She was good. The word was inadequate. She was deeply, genuinely, specifically good in the way that a person who has cultivated the right principles across decades becomes good. Not morally simple, not without edges or difficulty or things she found hard to navigate, but anchored, connected, present in her own life in the specific way that cultivation at genuine depth produced. He was in the record for a long time. When he surfaced, Su Fengling was standing close enough that he could feel the conflagration presence warmth. She had not touched him and had not spoken. She was good, he said. Yes, Su Fengling said. He looked at the compressed branch in the substrate's wall, looked at the specific scar shape that the genealogical tree had been carrying. He thought about what the compression contained, the life she would have lived, compressed into a record in the wall of the space where the entity that had pruned those futures had preserved them. Thank you, he said to the architect. She chose to send the final gift, the architect said, knowing the mechanism would use it to complete the pruning. I modeled that choice before it occurred. I knew she would make it, and I used the knowledge to time the final pruning cycle. A pause. That is what I did. I know what I did. I know you know, Wei Liang said. Is the knowing enough? The architect asked. No, he said, but it's the beginning of what comes next. Starting with the disassembly. Yes, the architect said. Starting there. He withdrew his hand from the compressed branch. He turned to Su Fengling. She looked back at him with the expression she wore when she had fully processed something and was ready for whatever came after. They returned to the third layer. Chapter 120. Arc 6 Cliffhanger. The restoration began in the substrate's own architecture. Not externally, not in the cultivation world's ambient spiritual energy, not through any visible mechanism that Zhu Renmei's observation network would register as a dramatic event. In the compressed timelines of the substrate's walls. The architect, through the original system's connection and through the centuries of intimate knowledge of its own substrate's construction, began what it had described as a reversal of the harvest architecture from the inside. Not the compressed timelines that had already been pruned. Those were records, complete and preserved, and restoration meant something different for them than it did for the active harvest architecture. The active harvest architecture. The mechanisms that were currently operating in the 6 worlds, drawing from bloodline connections in those worlds, drawing from Wei Liang's cultivation world's remaining passive nodes. The architect began with its own substrate, withdrawing the harvest pipeline from the architecture that ran through the original system, removing the cost structure, restoring the original design's baseline in its most accessible location first. Wei Liang felt the change through the original system's connection. The system under his hand shifted, the harvest mechanism's layer that had been present even in the original design's room, present as a structural overlay that he had not fully perceived because he had been focused on the original underneath, withdrew. What remained was simpler, cleaner. The original design, unmodified, running as it was built. His genealogical tree blazed. Not the 21 stable silhouettes. Not the restored resonance law projections that the harvest mechanism's severance had left him. The tree blazed in a way he had not seen since the arc began. All the branches, including the branches that had been scars, including the branch that had held little flames' compressed absence. New silhouettes. Not the same as what had been there before, not the same as what the pruning had removed. The compressed futures in the substrate's walls were not living, could not be simply restored to life. But the original system, running at its baseline, projected forward from the current moment without the harvest mechanism's pruning calculation, removing the futures that represented threats to the harvest's continued operation. The futures that the pruning had been eliminating, the strong ones, the ones where the children would have grown powerful enough to challenge the architecture, were no longer being eliminated. They were returning, not as the same specific futures. Time had passed, the present had changed. The specific futures that had been pruned were not the specific futures now assembling, but the futures that the pruning had been preventing. Strong futures, futures where the children grew into practitioners who might eventually oppose something like what the harvest had been. Those futures were now possible. Wei Liang looked at the blazing tree. He looked at the branch where little flame scar had been. A silhouette was forming. Not the same silhouette. Not the specific person he had seen in the compressed branch's record. Not the void walker laughing in one of 23 consumed futures. A new possible person, assembling in the present moment's forward projection, carrying the same essential quality he had seen in the records, fierce, direct, anchored, but different in the details the way any possible future was different from any other. The silhouette formed thoroughly. It sent him one thing. Not through the gift interface. The gift interface was inactive. Not through the foundation channel. Through the original system's baseline connection. The simple present moment contact that the system had always been designed to provide. The contact that the harvest mechanism had been exploiting and that the restoration was now allowing to operate as intended. It sent him warmth. And the feeling of a small hand in his. The same thing little flame had sent as she was dying. Not the same little flame. A new possible future, a different branch, someone who had not yet been born and would carry some of what the previous little flame had been and would be distinctly herself. But the warmth was the same. The connection was the same. The quality of a child being present with her father in a moment that mattered was the same. Hello, the connection said. Not in words. In warmth. Hello, he said. Su Fengling was looking at the tree. Her expression was the one she wore when something exceeded her models in a direction she found worth acknowledging. She was looking at the blazing tree with the returned branches and the new silhouette on the branch that had been a scar, and her expression said, "This is what I expected. This is exactly what was supposed to happen." He closed his eyes. When he opened them, the architect's avatar was looking at the tree from across the room. She is not the same, the architect said. No, he said. But she is possible, the architect said. Yes, he said. She's possible. The architect was quiet. In my substrate, it said, after a long moment. The compressed branch still holds the record of who she was. The life she would have lived in the futures that were pruned. A pause. It will remain there. I will not compress it further. Thank you, he said. The restoration of the 7 harvest systems, the architect said. The 6th world system, the one being operated deliberately by a practitioner who is not me, resists the disassembly signal because the operator is actively running it. The operator is protecting the operation. The bloodline connections in that world are continuing to be exploited. I know, he said. I need to go there. Yes, the architect said. The approach vector requires the resonance pair configuration and the space law navigation that your Empyrean Lord advancement provides. A pause. I will provide the substrate pathway. The journey between cultivation worlds does not require you to navigate it alone. He looked at Su Fengling. She was still looking at the tree's blazing branches. She turned to look at him. The 7th world, she said. The 7th world, he confirmed. She turned back to the tree, the blazing 21 silhouettes and the new branch, Little Flame's successor, the possible future that the restoration's beginning had allowed to assemble. She looked at it for one more moment with the particular quality of a cultivator who is looking at something worth looking at before the next thing begins. Then, when do we leave? In his mind space, Second Sun's silhouette pulsed, the warm, young quality of a child who has seen this moment coming and is present in it with the specific satisfaction of a future that has been watching the past build towards something and has arrived at the moment of building's payoff. Outside the substrate, across the foundation channel's outer periphery, Suaming's monitoring relay registered the ambient energy shift in the substrate space and sent a single word to confirm the reading. Good. The arc was not over. The 7th world waited. Zhen Lihua was operating a harvest system under duress, and someone had taught her to do it, and that someone was connected to the Hollow Covenant's collapse in ways that Wei Liang's preparation was going to need to address. The restoration had begun, and the beginning was not an ending. But in the substrate, in the room where the original future bloodline resonance system ran at its baseline, connected now to something 2 million years old that had spent an hour finding out what genuine connection felt like from inside, the tree blazed with returning futures. And on the branch that had been a scar, a possible child sent her father warmth. Hello. Chapter 121. The restoration crisis. The return from the substrate was like surfacing from deep water. Wei Liang and Su Fengling came through the spatial fold 3 kilometers north of the Northern Alliance's camp, emerging into late afternoon light that felt strange, too ordinary, too settled, after the substrate's particular quality of space between spaces. Suaming's monitoring relay had tracked their passage. By the time they crossed the camp's outer formation boundary, 3 people were already moving toward them. Xinyu at a focused walk, Chao Mingtian at a slightly confused jog, and Zhu Ranmei at her characteristic pace of someone who has moved efficiently for 200 years and sees no reason to change. Wei Liang felt the restoration cascade before any of them spoke. It moved through the cultivation world's ambient spiritual energy the way a tide moved, not catastrophically, not in the disaster sense of something catastrophic, but in the sense of a large, irreversible thing happening at a scale that had not been anticipated and was now happening regardless of anticipation. The primordial architect's voluntary withdrawal of the harvest architecture was working backward through 600 years of embedded extraction pathways, and the returned spiritual potential was flooding into bloodlines and cultivation structures that had been operating at a quietly depleted baseline for so long that their formations and refinement chambers were not built to contain a sudden surplus. In the Northern Territories, a sect that had maintained a mid-grade inner formation for 3 centuries suddenly found the formation operating at peak capacity, blowing 6 refinement chambers simultaneously and sending 12 elder practitioners into unsolicited breakthrough cycles. In the eastern river valleys, 3 bloodline families who had not produced a practitioner above Chi Tinder in 100 years found their youngest generation exhibiting vein opener affinities they had no training for. In the capital's meridian grid, ancient formation infrastructure that predated the current dynasty, infrastructure that had been operating at 40% of its design power for so long that the engineers who maintained it had stopped calling it underperforming and started calling it baseline, began operating at its design power, which its current maintenance structures were not sized to handle. Zhu Renmei handed Wei Liang a sheaf of reports as she reached him. 47 separate cascade events in the past 6 hours, she said. 11 are formation infrastructure failures from the returned capacity. 22 are unsolicited breakthrough cycles and practitioners who were at stable ceilings and now aren't. 14 are bloodline awakening events in families that will need significant support. She paused. None of these are disasters. They're manageable, but they all need coordination. How much of this do you already have covered? Wei Liang asked. My network started contingency responses approximately 3 hours ago when the first cascade readings came in, she said. I've been doing this for 2 centuries. I knew something like this was coming. Xinyu arrived and began briefing him on the medical dimension without being asked. 7 breakthrough crisis cases requiring stabilization support. The healer network already deployed to 4 of them. 2 remote cases she needed a spatial relay to reach. Xiao Mingtian stood slightly behind her with the expression of someone who has recently learned that the correct response to large events is to ask where he's useful rather than what happened. Where's Swaiming? Wei Liang asked. Oversight position in the secondary command tent, Xiao said. He can't manage formations directly at his current cultivation base, but he's been coordinating information routing for the past 4 hours. He insisted. A pause. He's very insistent. I know, Wei Liang said. He looked at Su Fengling. She was reading through Zhu Renmei's reports over his shoulder with the focused attention she brought to tactical problems, sorting them by urgency versus type. The formation failures separate from the breakthrough crises separate from the bloodline awakenings, each category requiring a different response structure. She had been doing this as they walked. She had not stopped moving since they came through the spatial fold. The formation failures are highest priority for the next 6 hours, she said. Meridian grid instability can cascade into practitioner injury. Breakthrough crises can mostly be stabilized by experienced senior practitioners. We have enough. The bloodline awakenings need long-term resource allocation but aren't acute. She looked up from the reports. Do you have the authority to commandeer sect resources for the Meridian grid response? No, Wei Liang said. But I know who does. He sent the message to Elder Council representative through the communication formation they'd established in Arc 5. The response came back in under a minute. The council had already been coordinating since the first Cascade events, and yes, he was authorized to direct the response in the Northern Territories. He spent the next 6 hours coordinating the Cascade response. It was the most bureaucratic 6 hours of his life. It was also, he noticed this while sorting through his 14th Formation Engineer report of the afternoon, the most genuinely useful 6 hours of his life since the arc began. The previous months had been crisis management in the sense of survival, of preventing the worst from happening. This was different. The worst had already been prevented, and what remained was making the aftermath as good as it could be, which required a different kind of attention. Not the sharp, narrow focus of combat or substrate navigation. The wide, distributed attention of someone responsible for many things happening simultaneously. He found he was good at this. He found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he had always been building toward this. It was late evening when the primordial architect's communication arrived through the bloodline thread. Not urgent. The thread's ambient quality didn't carry urgency, only presence. The architect's message arrived in the way that the original system's connections arrived, not as words transmitted through a relay, but as a concept delivered directly through the thread, in the space between one moment and the next. The concept was, one of the harvest systems is resisting disassembly. From the inside, Wei Liang sat down in the command tent. Outside, the cascade coordination continued. Su Fengling was handling the formation failure response. Zhu Renmei's network was managing the bloodline awakening cases. Xinyu's healers were working the breakthrough crises. Everything that needed handling was being handled. He considered the architect's message. Someone else has learned to operate it. The message continued. The system is not responding to withdrawal signals because it is being actively maintained by a practitioner who has learned the mechanism and will not stop. He thought about the implication. Someone had found the harvest architecture, either through the Hollow Covenant's records or through independent discovery, and was now running it deliberately. While he had been severing the pipeline, while the architect had been beginning restoration, while the cascade response was consuming his afternoon, somewhere in one of the other 6 cultivation worlds, someone was still running a harvest system. He felt the 21 silhouettes in his mind space. Stable, still present. The restoration cascade was still building in this world. But in another world, someone was doing what the architect had done, consuming futures for power. He opened the bloodline thread's two-way connection fully and asked, which world? How long has this been happening? The architect's response took a few minutes, processing time, not reluctance. When it came, the answer was specific enough to be actionable. The 7th system. A young practitioner, operating deliberately for less than 2 years, having learned the mechanism from documentation that predated the Hollow Covenant's collapse. The system was running. The futures in that world were being consumed. Will you go? The architect asked. He looked at the command tent's canvas ceiling. Outside, the cascade coordination sounds continued. Voices, formation activations, the background hum of a cultivation world adjusting to return potential. He thought about Su Fengling's response when she overheard that question, visible through the canvas wall's thin silhouette as she paused briefly in whatever she was doing and then continued. He did not answer the architect immediately. But he held the message and he thought about the practitioner in the seventh world who had been operating a harvest system for 2 years and who had not chosen to do so in isolation. Chapter 122. The seventh system. The profile Zhu Renmei's network assembled overnight was thorough. Wei Liang read it in the early morning, before the camp had fully woken. The cascade coordination had stabilized through the night. No new critical events. The existing responses tracking to resolution on the timelines they'd projected. The world, for the first time in several arcs, had space to breathe. The practitioner's name was Zhen Lihua. She was 19. The harvest system in the seventh cultivation world, a world connected to Wei Liang's by the substrate's underlying architecture, sharing the same primordial architect's design, had activated in her bloodline when she was 17, approximately 6 months after the architect began its more aggressive harvest phase across all 7 worlds. She had been told, by someone, that the system was a gift, that it was power, that operating it deliberately would protect her family. Her family, the profile noted, was currently in protective custody maintained by the person who had told her all of this. The profile had a name for that person too. A Hollow Covenant analyst who had escaped the organization's collapse, who had retrieved partial harvest system documentation in the weeks before the Covenant's destruction, who had been operating as a freelance coercive operative in several worlds for the past 18 months. Cross-referencing his movements against the Covenant's training records produced a clear picture of someone who understood just enough of the harvest mechanism to deploy it as leverage. Wei Liang set down the profile. He thought about Zhen Lihua, 19, operating a harvest system for 2 years under coercion. The families in her world whose futures were being consumed by her system were people she had likely never met. People whose only connection to her was the bloodline architecture that the primordial architect had built and that this Covenant analyst had pointed at her like a weapon. He thought about himself at 17, before the Jade Scroll, before the cultivation testing, before any of it. What would he have done with a harvest system if someone had given him one and told him it would protect someone he loved? Su Fengling appeared at the tent entrance with 2 cups of something hot. She had been awake longer than he had. He could tell from the precise quality of her alertness, which was the alertness of someone who had been awake for hours and had made peace with that. "You read the profile?" she said. Not a question. "Yes," he said. She sat across from him and set one of the cups in front of him. She waited. "She doesn't know what she's doing," he said. "Or she knows what it does, but not what it costs." The person who gave her the system described it as power, not as theft. "Does the distinction matter?" Su Fengling asked. "For the people in her world whose futures are being consumed, does her lack of understanding change what's happening to them?" "No," he said, "but it changes what she is and what she needs." Su Fengling nodded. This was the distinction she had been waiting for him to articulate. He could see it in her expression, not agreement. Exactly. But the recognition of a conclusion she had already reached through a different path. She asked the architect, "Through you," she said. Or the architect is asking through the thread. Either way, someone is asking you to go. "Yes," he said. "Do you want to discuss whether we should?" she asked. "Or do you want to discuss how?" He looked at her. She met the look evenly, with the expression she wore when she had already decided something and was waiting for him to finish deciding. "How?" he said. She smiled. The smile was small and genuine, the specific one that appeared when a situation resolved in the direction she had assessed as most likely. "Then we need to discuss timing," she said. "The cascade response here will be stable within 3 days. Sui Ming has the command structure. Zhu Renmei has the network. Shen Yu has the medical response." She paused. "Chao Mingtian is learning. He's better than he thinks he is." "I know," Wei Liang said. "The preparation for cross-world transit will take 2 weeks, she said. "We've never done it. The substrate pathway exists. The architect offered it. But we need to understand the transit mechanics before we attempt it at speed." She paused. "And there are conversations to have here before we leave." He looked at the profile again. Zhen Lihua's face, captured in some Zhu Renmei operative surveillance sketch. Young, tense, the expression of someone carrying a weight she was told was a gift and has realized is neither. "We tell the Alliance," he said. "All of it. What the 7th world is, who Zhen Lihua is, what we're planning." "Yes," she said. "Today, before the cascade coordination is complete, so they have something to work toward while we're gone." He thought of Second Sun's silhouette, which had pulsed warmly when the architect's message arrived, the specific pulse he had come to associate with the silhouette's particular quality of having seen ahead. Second Sun knew. Second Sun had always known there was more work to do. Wei Liang had suspected, but now the profile was in his hands, and the knowing was concrete. The 7th world's futures were being consumed right now, while he sat in this tent. Every day he delayed was another day of harvest. 3 days for cascade stabilization, he said. Then I talk to the Alliance. Then we prepare. Su Fengling raised her cup. He raised his. Outside, the camp was waking up. Through the canvas, the sounds of it. Voices, formations activating. The specific background quality of a group of people who had come through something together and were still together on the other side. Chapter 123. The Alliance's future. The full gathering was in the northern courtyard of the second safe house. Zhu Renmei's contacts had secured it during Arc 5, large enough for everyone, with a natural defensive formation boundary from the previous tenant's installation that was still functional. Wei Liang stood in the courtyard center, arranged in the loose semicircle that had emerged from months of working together. Not a formal formation, not a deliberately structured meeting, just the way the group naturally arranged itself by now, were all of them. The freed bloodline cultivators from Arc 2 and 3, 12 survivors of the 14 who had come through the Alliance's core. Xinyu with her healer networks, 3 senior practitioners behind her. The network expanded during the war to 27 members across 6 kingdoms. Zhu Renmei alone, as she always stood, slightly separate from any formal grouping. Chao Mingtian, standing beside no one in particular with the particular posture of a man who has been allowed to rejoin something he was expelled from and is still finding where he fits. Sui Ming, seated, not because he was incapacitated, but because Xinyu had told him seated was the acceptable option for any meeting over 20 minutes until the cultivation path reconstruction progressed further, and Sui Ming had accepted this with the expression of a man who had lost enough arguments with healers in the past month to recognize when not to fight one. Su Fengling stood at Wei Liang's right. He told them everything. Not the summary, the actual everything. What the substrate was. What the primordial architect had been and what it now was. The original future bloodline resonance system. The connection. The restoration cascade they had been managing for 3 days. The 7 harvest systems, 6 of which were now being disassembled by the architect's own effort. And the 7th, Zhen Lihua's profile. The Hollow Covenant analyst who held her family. The harvest system that was still running in another cultivation world while this one recovered. When he finished, the courtyard was quiet for a moment. Xinyu spoke first. She spoke the way she always spoke, directly, quietly, with the precision of someone who has seen too many situations made worse by imprecision. The cascade stabilization here will complete in 2 days, she said. The healer network is positioned for the remaining breakthrough crises. We don't need you for the medical response. She paused. We do need a communication pathway while you're gone. A formation relay through the substrate channel if the architect can maintain one. It can, Wei Liang said. It will. Then from a medical operations perspective, she said, you can leave when you're ready. Zhu Renmei was already calculating something. He could see it in the quality of her stillness, the specific version of stillness that meant she was running projections. My network in the 7th world is limited, she said. I don't have established contacts there. I have one operative who traveled cross-world 2 years ago and may still have functional contacts on the other end. She paused. I'll send everything I can in advance. Intelligence, local cultivation structure, known Hollow Covenant cross-world operation locations. Another pause. It won't be as complete as what I provided here. It'll be a starting point, Su Fengling said. Zhu Renmei nodded. Chao Mingtian was looking at the profile sketch. Zhu Renmei had circulated it. The analyst, he said. Cole Marin. I worked with him. Not closely. He was documentation sector, I was field. But I know what sector he came from in the Covenant and what they train people there to do. He looked up. He's dangerous in the way that people who know how to make other people afraid are dangerous. He's not going to fight you. He's going to have leverage over everything around you. I know, Wei Liang said. The family, Chao said. He's keeping them to keep her compliant. That's a hostage structure. He'll have kill mechanisms on the leverage, some kind of formation array that ensures if he's incapacitated, the leverage is activated. He paused. You'll need someone who can disable that before you move on him. Yes, Su Fengling said. That's planned. Chao nodded. He was quiet for a moment. Then, Xinyu said she has records from the Covenant's vault notes. Family records. He said it carefully, as if it were a question and a statement simultaneously. Yes, Xinyu said. She looked at him with the direct kindness she brought to everything. Your family's records are in what I've already processed. They were in the Covenant's protected custody registry under a holding code that translates to indefinitely secured. She paused. They're alive. I know the facility. It's in the southern province, 3 days travel by standard methods. Chao Mingtian looked at her for a long moment. Something changed in his expression, not dramatically, not in the way that dramatic emotional moments announce themselves in stories. Simply changed, in the way that a person's face changes when they receive information they had stopped letting themselves need. 3 days, he said. 2.5 by the routes I've mapped, she said. I thought we might go together, if you're willing. I have 2 other families to verify in the same province. He looked at Wei Liang. Go, Wei Liang said. You've done enough here. Go find them. Chao said nothing for a moment. Then he nodded once, the same nod Sui Ming used for things that were decided and didn't require elaboration, and that was that. Sui Ming had been watching all of this from his seat with the precise quality of attention he brought to things he was choosing not to intervene in. When the courtyard's natural focus returned to him, which happened simply because the others looked in his direction, the group's attention falling on him the way sunlight fell on the last unlit surface in a room, he was quiet for a moment. The reconstruction path, he said, is progressing. Not quickly, but progressing. He looked at his own hands, the hands of a practitioner who had been at Soul Sovereign and was now operating at Vein Opener equivalent. I'm choosing it. The long path. He paused. I've spent 600 years not growing. I'd like to see what it's like. No one said anything. No one needed to. Wei Liang looked at his alliance, the gathered, the surviving, the ones who had come through with something still intact, and felt something he had no precise word for. Not pride. Not exactly gratitude. Something more complex and more specific. The feeling of having been part of something that made people better than they had been before it, including himself. We leave in 2 weeks, he said. Whatever needs to happen here in 2 weeks, handle it. Whatever you need from me before then, find me. The meeting dispersed. Zhu Renmei was already on her communication formation. Xinyu was speaking quietly to Chao. The freed bloodline cultivators were moving in small clusters, the specific movement of people who have found purpose and are acting on it. Sui Ming caught Wei Liang's eye as he rose from his chair. Empyrean Lord, he said. Not as a title. As a statement of a fact he was observing with the recognizable quality of a man who has assessed something and found it not surprising but still worth noting. Yes, Wei Liang said. Good, Sui Ming said, and turned toward the healer's compound. Chapter 124, Sui Ming's Choice Xinyu's compound, a converted merchant warehouse that the healer network had acquired during Arc 5, was not particularly quiet. Healing compounds rarely were. There was the baseline sound of people in recovery, the periodic activation sounds of cultivation support formations, the constant background of senior practitioners in consultation. Sui Ming found it restful, which surprised him. 600 years as the Hollow Covenant's enforcer had been spent in spaces that operated on silence as control. Silence in the halls meant people were afraid of being heard. Silence in meetings meant no one trusted that speech was safe. The sound of the compound was different. It was the sound of people actively working to make each other better, which was a category of sound he had not encountered in his professional life before. He had been there 11 days. Wei Liang visited him on the 12th day, in the late afternoon when the compound's activity level dropped between midday rounds and evening treatment sessions. He found Sui Ming in the courtyard, seated at the cultivation reconstruction session's designated position, a slightly elevated stone platform that Xinyu had identified as having a favorable ambient energy gradient for path repair work. Sit, Sui Ming said, without opening his eyes. Wei Liang sat on the adjacent section of wall. The path reconstruction, Sui Ming said. Walk me through what you know about it. I know the theory, Wei Liang said. I've never done it. No one has done it, Sui Ming said. Not from this level of damage, not intentionally. Most practitioners who lose this much of their cultivation path don't survive the severing event. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands again. I'm something of an exceptional case in that regard. How does it feel? Wei Liang asked. Sui Ming considered the question with the seriousness he brought to technical assessments. He had been doing this for 11 days, taking technical questions about his own experience seriously rather than dismissing them as unproductive. Xinyu had told him this was important. He was learning to act on Xinyu's advice. It feels, he said, carefully, like being young. Not the same as being young. I remember being young, and it was considerably less complicated than this. But there is a specific quality to starting at Vein Opener after 6 centuries of Soul Sovereign experience, that is. He paused. Clarifying. I know what each foundation stone is for. I know why each connection matters. I've spent 60 years at various stages treating the foundational steps as obstacles between me and the higher ranks. Rebuilding them, I see what they were doing. What were they doing? Wei Liang asked. Making me, Sui Ming said. Or they were supposed to be. I skipped some of that work. The Covenant had methods that allowed practitioners to advance without fully consolidating each stage. Faster progress, stronger output, and underneath it, he gestured at himself. 600 years of unfilled foundation. I was a very tall structure built on very poor ground, and I held together through sheer stubbornness and the cultivation of practices that compensated for the gaps. He paused. The gaps are gone now. The Covenant's methods took what was there. What I'm building is what should have been there from the beginning. Is it better? Wei Liang asked. Sui Ming was quiet. Yes, he said. It's better. It's considerably slower and less powerful at current rank and objectively frustrating by any technical measure. He looked at Wei Liang with the expression of a man making an admission he has decided to make rather than the expression of a man who finds admissions easy. And it's better. The work has a different quality. The foundation stones sit differently. There is something that I have been calling solid in my session notes, because I don't have better vocabulary for it. Solid, Wei Liang said. Yes, Sui Ming said. Solid. He looked at his hands. I spent 600 years being very powerful and very hollow. I've been building solid things for 11 days. He paused. I want to see what this becomes. How long? Wei Liang asked. Years, Sui Ming said. Decades, possibly, for full path reconstruction to the level where I can begin advancing again. Centuries to approach what I was. He said this without distress, with the specific tone of a man who has done the calculation and accepted the number. I have Xinyu's network. I have the Alliance's support. I have, apparently, the time. He looked at Wei Liang. You're leaving in 2 days. Yes, Wei Liang said. The seventh world, Sui Ming said. Yes, Wei Liang said. Sui Ming was quiet for a moment. I want to ask you something, he said. Before you go. Ask, Wei Liang said. The previous practitioner, Sui Ming said. The one who chose compassion in the substrate and died. Mao told me the full history during one of his visits. He paused. I have been thinking about why that practitioner failed, and you did not. The compassion theory says it was a tactical error, the wrong approach in the wrong moment. I don't think that's right. What do you think? Wei Liang asked. I think the previous practitioner went in alone, Sui Ming said. They had the technique. They had the law comprehension. But they went in without a resonance pair, without a foundation channel connection that predated the confrontation, without an alliance that had been building the same work they were building. They brought compassion into the substrate, and it was genuine compassion, and the architect didn't believe it because they couldn't offer the architect a family. They could only offer themselves. He paused. You could offer a family. The tree. The thread. Su Fengling. The work that everyone else did. The previous practitioner died in the substrate, and you're sitting here because you didn't build this alone. Wei Liang looked at him. I know, he said. I want you to know that I know, Sui Ming said. That I understand, now, the difference between what you were doing and what the previous practitioner was doing, and that the difference was not a technique or a law comprehension level. It was this. He gestured at the compound. The alliances sounds beyond it. It was building something that meant you weren't the only one in the room when you needed someone else to be there. He extended a hand. Wei Liang took it. Heal correctly, Wei Liang said. I intend to, Sui Ming said. Come back with the same number of people you're bringing. He paused. Bring extra if you can manage it. The seventh world's practitioners might need resources. Wei Liang let go of his hand and stood. Xinyu will get the introduction request I'm sending her, he said. She's expecting it. Sui Ming made the expression that passed, on his face, for embarrassed. I know, he said. I already spoke with her. He stopped. She's very direct. Yes, Wei Liang said. She is. He left Sui Ming in the courtyard, the solid sounds of the healing compound all around him, the former hollow saint beginning, very carefully, the work of growing into something better than he had been. Chapter 125. Elder Mao's ending. The message from Elder Mao arrived on the day before Wei Liang's departure. Not a communication formation relay. A physical letter, delivered by a formation courier from the eastern outpost where Mao had been residing since the Alliance's final battle. The letter was written in an old script, formal script, the kind that predated the current character reforms by 300 years, that Wei Liang had learned to read only because Mao had insisted on it during their second meeting, citing his objection to the contemporary character set's unnecessary simplifications. The letter was brief. Asterisk, you should come if you want to. I'm not dying of anything. I'm dying of completion, which is a different category. You've seen it before in old practitioners. The body follows the path. The path is complete. What follows is natural and not a crisis. If you come, come alone. No cultivators, no healer delegation, no formations. I'd like to sit in the sun with a person who is going somewhere important tomorrow. Asterisk, asterisk, the research archive is complete. Sealed. The location is the southeastern corner of the outpost library in a labeled case. The label says miscellaneous. It is not miscellaneous. Open it when you have time to read it carefully, not before an important thing, not after an exhausting thing. In the middle of something ordinary. That's when it's meant to be read. Asterisk. Mao Kitchen. Wei Liang went alone. The eastern outpost was 2 hours by spatial fold, 1 hour by cultivation enhanced travel. He went by cultivation travel, the specific choice of someone who wanted the time the journey took. It was afternoon when he arrived. Mao was in the outer courtyard, seated in a chair that someone had clearly placed in the sun's optimal position, adjusted for the time of day, angled slightly to catch the warmth that would remain for another 2 hours before the shadows moved. He looked 900 years old. He had always looked 900 years old. Even when Wei Liang had first met him, Mao had carried the particular quality of someone for whom age had long since passed the point where it communicated urgency. But there was something different about the current quality of it. The age was settled. The specific frailty of old age, which had previously coexisted with the sharper quality of a practitioner still pursuing something, had resolved into something simpler. He had set down whatever he had been carrying. What remained was the man, the sun, the chair. Wei Liang sat beside him on the courtyard wall. "You came," Mao said. "You asked," Wei Liang said. Mao made a sound that might have been a laugh. "I wasn't sure you would." Young practitioners going somewhere important have a tendency to treat the things that aren't urgent as negligible. The research archive will be there. The letter will be there. The visit is the only thing with a timeline. "I know," Wei Liang said. They sat. The sun was the recognizable quality of late afternoon sun, lower than noon, warmer in color, with the particular quality of light that made old stone look richer and made cultivators look, briefly, like people rather than practitioners. Mao's face in that light was the face of a very old man in the sun, and there was nothing complicated about it. "The archive," Wei Liang said after a while. "The 6 remaining harvest systems," Mao said. "Everything I could research on their locations, their practitioners, their histories. 40 years of research. I was already investigating the problem when you were born." He paused. "I didn't know you specifically were coming. I knew someone like you would eventually. The system generates a specific type of practitioner, someone who receives the gifts, who pays attention, who eventually refuses the cost." He paused again. "You took longer than I expected. I thought I'd be more impatient." "I wasn't." "What stopped you from being impatient?" Wei Liang asked. Mao looked at the sun. "The work," he said simply. "The research was its own reason. Understanding the primordial architect's history, mapping the other systems, preserving Han Weiming's technique notes. These were worth doing regardless of whether there was a practitioner to give them to. The understanding itself is worth having." He paused. "I spent 9 centuries being interested in this. Interest doesn't require an audience." Wei Liang thought of Sui Ming, building solid things in a healing compound. He thought of Shen Yu, expanding a healer network because the work was worth doing regardless of which specific crisis it responded to. He thought of Zhu Rinmei, 200 years of careful brokering that had produced exactly the intelligence capacity he needed when he needed it. "Everyone who helped," he said. "They were doing their work before I arrived." "Yes," Mao said. "And they'll continue after. That's the nature of work worth doing." Silence for a while. "You said completion," Wei Liang said. "Not tiredness." "Correct," Mao said. "Tiredness is when you haven't finished. Completion is when you have." He closed his eyes. "The technique I've been using for 9 centuries burns life force at a specific rate. I chose it knowing it would limit my time, because the alternative was advancing cultivation ranks through methods that would have removed me from the work. Slower cultivation, longer specific life within the constraint." He paused. "The constraint is current. What was left was exactly enough." "And the completion?" Wei Liang said. "Han Weiming's technique is in your hands," Mao said. "You don't need it the way he intended it, the severance approach. But you have it. The archive is complete. The practitioner who was supposed to receive it has received it." He opened his eyes and looked at the sun again. 900 years is a long time to be interested in a problem. It's not a long time to be alive. But it was enough. They sat until the sun moved past its optimal position and the shade began to claim the courtyard. Mao's eyes were closed. His breathing had the quality of someone who has set everything down and is resting. Genuinely resting. Not recovering. Not preparing. Wei Liang sat beside him until the light changed. When he stood to go, he looked at the old man in the chair. The man who had spent 9 centuries keeping a research archive that would now become something else. Direction, map, reason to go further. "Thank you," Wei Liang said. Mao did not open his eyes, but the corner of his mouth moved. Wei Liang walked back through the outpost. He collected the sealed case from the southeastern corner of the library. The label said miscellaneous, in formal script, and beneath that, in smaller characters, in the simplified contemporary script that Mao had objected to and therefore definitely used deliberately. Asterisk, "You'll need this. Open it in the middle of something ordinary." Asterisk, he held it under one arm. He traveled back through the cultivation world's late afternoon, the sun behind him, the archive in his hands, and ahead of him, the 7th world, Zhenlihua, the work that wasn't done. Elder Mao died peacefully, in his courtyard chair, that evening. His face, according to the Formation Courier's report that reached Wei Liang the following morning, was still facing the sun's direction, toward where the warmth had been. Chapter 126. Empyrean Lord's domain. Wei Liang named his domain the morning before they left. He had been using the law comprehension at Empyrean Lord since the breakthrough in the substrate, but a domain at this level was not simply a projection of power. It was a statement, formalized, the practitioner's comprehension of a fundamental law expressed in spatial terms. It required a conscious act of naming and construction, the law made architectural rather than ambient. He stood in the northern camp's outer field and built it. The resonance field unfolded around him at a radius of approximately 400 meters. Within that radius, the resonance law's deepest principle became visible rather than invisible. All genuine connections across time manifested as light. Bloodline threads. Past moment links. The practitioner-teacher connections that had shaped the people around him. The meridian connections of the cultivation formations in the safe house wall. All of it, made visible. And above him, the genealogical tree. Not in his mind space, in the world. Hanging above the resonance field's center as a constellation of light, its structure fully external for the first time. The trunk of the bloodline thread running upward from his position. The branches extending outward and forward into possible futures. The silhouettes on those branches, 21 of them, each one a point of light at the branch's furthest visible extension. One branch that had been a scar blazed brightest. Little Flame's restored branch, her new possible self's silhouette at its end, was the most recently assembled of the 21. The one the architect's restoration had returned first. It burned with the characteristic quality of something recent and present and alive, which was exactly what it was, a possible future that had been prevented and was now possible again. The silhouette sent him warmth. He received it. Su Fengling was standing at the resonance field's inner radius, looking up. She had entered the field's boundary without fanfare, simply walked through it, the way she moved through most things, with the directness of someone who has assessed that the action is appropriate, and is therefore doing it. Inside the field, her own connections were visible too. Her teacher-student thread, very old. Her cultivation path structure. And, running from her to Wei Liang, the resonance pair connection that the joint cultivation had formalized and that the Empyrean Lord advancement had made permanent. She was looking at the tree. They're real, aren't they? She said. Not a question. Yes, he said. She looked at the 21 silhouettes, at their specific quality, the way each one differed from the others in the details of its light, each one representing a different possible child, a different branch of a different possible future, all of them present and stable and connected. I knew they were real, she said. Tactically, I've been treating the tree as operational data since Arc 2. The silhouette signals, the gift interface readings, the cost events. I processed all of it as real information. She paused. This is different. Seeing them. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment longer. She was looking specifically at Little Flame's branch, the one that blazed brightest, the possible future at its end. She sent you warmth, Su Fengling said. Yes, he said. She's your daughter, she said. From a future that includes her. Which means, she stopped. She made a very specific expression, the expression of a person who has encountered a piece of information and is having difficulty deciding what to do with it. Yes, he said. That's a considerable amount of information to receive from a genealogical tree, she said. Yes, he said. She looked at the branch for another moment. Then she looked at Wei Liang. The future branch's silhouette, she said carefully, includes a child who sends warmth across time and who has a mother. I have deduced which of the currently living people in this field is the most likely candidate for that role. Have you, he said. I have, she said. The resonance pair connection's permanence was already informative. The fact that the relevant silhouette is on a branch that began assembling during a period when my presence at Empyrean Lord contributed to the original system's restoration is also informative. She paused. I'm not drawing a conclusion. I'm noting that the information is present and I have processed it. He looked at her. She met the look with the expression she wore when she was waiting to see what he did with something. The future is possible, he said. Not determined. I know, she said. The tree shows possible futures, he said. The silhouettes are what might be, not what will be. I know, she said again. The work ahead is going to be difficult, he said. 7 worlds, at minimum. Practitioners who need help. Restoration processes that will take decades. The Primordial Architects Project, which is going to need ongoing. Wei Liang, she said. He stopped. I know, she said. I know what the work is. I know what the future is and isn't. I know all of that. She looked at him. I'm standing inside your domain, looking at a tree that shows possible futures, and I'm telling you that I have processed the relevant information and I find the most likely future acceptable. She paused. That's all I'm saying. He looked at her for a long moment. Acceptable, he said. The corner of her mouth moved. Preferred, she said, after a moment. Acceptable was the minimized version. The resonance field held around them, the tree blazing above, 21 silhouettes present in the light. Second sun's silhouette pulsed, the warm, young quality, the specific warmth that had always communicated yes, this, exactly this. He did not explain to Su Fengling what Second Sun had just communicated, because she was already looking at Second Sun's branch with the expression of someone who had noticed the pulse and was formulating the relevant observation. The second silhouette from the left, she said. The one that just pulsed warmth. Yes, he said. He does that a lot, she said. Yes, he said. He always knows. She looked at Second Sun's silhouette for a moment longer. I like him, she said, with a finality that settled the matter. Chapter 127. Xu Fengling's domain. She named her domain the same afternoon, 2 hours before departure. The conflagration present manifested differently from the resonance field, where Wei Liang's domain was light and visibility and connection made spatial. Hers was heat and presence, and the distinct quality of fire that burned only what was happening now. Within the conflagration presence radius, nothing of the past lingered and nothing of the future was speculated. Only this moment, this fire, this specific second. Wei Liang stood at its center by her invitation. The heat was not painful, not the heat of destruction, but the heat of a fire maintained at its correct temperature, the fire that a skilled cultivator controlled rather than the fire that controlled itself. Within the domain, the past's weight lifted. Whatever had happened, whatever had been lost, it was outside the domain's radius. Inside, only the fire and the present. It's warm, he said. Yes, she said. The opposite of grief, he said. That's what I called it when I was naming it, she said. Not the absence of grief. Grief exists and is accurate. But fire doesn't burn what isn't here. It burns only what is. The past is outside. She paused. I thought about what I comprehended at Empyrean Lord. The law I had approached at Voidwalker was presence. The principle that being fully in the present moment was a cultivation technique, not a philosophical position. At Empyrean Lord, the law deepened. Presence as fire. Everything that is here, burning at its correct temperature. Everything that isn't here, not burning. Wei Liang felt the two domains, his resonance field and her conflagration present, at their shared edge. The interaction was specific and specific. His domain made connections visible, and her domain made the present moment bright. At the boundary between them, the effect was both simultaneously. Connections visible in the full clarity of the present moment, without the distortion of grief or anticipation. The genealogical tree, seen from within the conflagration present, was different, still there, still blazing, but each silhouette visible as it was now rather than as it would be or could be, each possible future showing its present moment quality rather than its forward projection. The silhouettes, seen this way, were simply present. Little flames restored branch, seen through the conflagration presence lens, a possible future, here, warm, real in the way that presence was real. Not a future child, but a present connection, sending warmth across time, because warmth was what she had to send, and sending it was what she chose to do. The two domains met at their edges and did not fight. They merged, not perfectly, not as a single thing, but at the boundary in the way that two different fires merge when they approach each other, each maintaining its own character and feeding the other's warmth. The resonance pair configuration that they had been generating through deliberate cultivation effort stabilized into something that no longer required deliberate effort. It was simply what the two domains were, combined. Permanent, Su Fengling said. She was watching the boundaries interaction. Yes, Wei Liang said. In 12 years of cultivation, she said, I never built anything with someone else. Every technique, every domain configuration, everything, designed for solo operation, because my fire affinity was specific enough that team configurations introduced instabilities. She paused. This is the first thing I've built that works better with someone else present. How does that feel? Wei Liang asked. She looked at the merged boundary. Technically significant, she said. He waited. Personally, she paused for a long moment. Worth the 12 years of solo operation. Outside the domain's boundary, the camp was moving into departure preparation. The alliance members who were staying were arranging their assignments. The communication formation relay was being calibrated. The logistical work of a group that had been a crisis response team reorganizing into a sustaining organization was ongoing and competent and did not require oversight. They had time, briefly, to stand in the merged domains and observe what they had built. Wei Liang looked at the tree in the field's light. He looked at Su Fengling. He looked at the 21 silhouettes present in the combined domains, visible through both the resonance field's light and the conflagration presence warmth simultaneously, each silhouette alive in both registers. Second son is going to be insufferable when he's actually born, he said. Su Fengling looked at second son's silhouette, the warm, young pulse, the quality of a child who knows things. He already is, she said. He's been right about everything since chapter 40. This was not a chapter number to Wei Liang. It was a reference she had access to in some way he hadn't investigated, the forward-seeing quality of a child who existed in a future that knew its own story. He chose not to investigate the epistemology. Second son knew things. This was established. Ready? Wei Liang asked. No, she said. But that's not a requirement. She let the conflagration present settle back to its baseline. Not withdrawn, simply returned to the ambient level it maintained without effort. Ready is a useful state when it's available. It's not always available. What's available, he asked. She looked at him. Committed, she said. That's always available. Chapter 128. The Hollow Covenant's Remnant. Final. The assault came at dawn, the day of departure. Wei Liang had been awake for an hour, finalizing the communication formation relay that would maintain the Alliance's contact with the substrate channel, when the outer formation boundary registered 300 contact points simultaneously. 300 was not improvised. 300 was a planned attack with specific timing. Dawn, the day of departure, chosen by someone who had good intelligence on the Alliance's schedule and had been holding this force in reserve for exactly this use. Zhu Renmei's voice arrived through the internal relay before Wei Liang had taken 2 steps. Human Covenant loyalists. I've had them tracked for 3 weeks. I thought we had more time. A pause. We don't. But I have their formation layout. Send it, Wei Liang said. The layout arrived as a spatial map. 3 concentric engagement rings, the outer ring designed to prevent retreat, the middle ring designed to contain the Alliance's response within the camp's boundary, the inner ring targeting the specific locations where Wei Liang and Su Fengling were most likely to be found. The formation design was sophisticated. The architect understood cultivation war doctrine and had designed against an Empyrean Lord practitioner specifically, multiple simultaneous approach vectors, no single point that could be addressed as the primary threat. Su Fengling appeared beside him. She had the formation map. She had had it for 30 seconds longer than he had, having received Zhu Renmei's feed directly through their resonance pair configuration. She was already reading it. The middle ring's intention is containment, she said. They want to force you to defend the camp rather than advance. The inner ring is a targeting formation, designed to locate Empyrean Lord-level power signatures and maintain pressure at the signature source. They're trying to pin me, he said. Yes, she said. While their ideological spokespeople conduct the argument, they actually want to have. She looked at him. They're not trying to win by force. They're trying to force you to defend rather than respond. She paused. If I take the physical response, you handle the argument? Yes, he said. She walked toward the outer boundary. The conflagration present activated as she moved, not the full domain projection, but the combat configuration, the fire that burns only what is happening now deployed as a tactical tool. She moved through the camp's interior toward the outer ring with the efficiency of someone who has done this before, because she had done this before, and the people who had done this before with her, the freed bloodline cultivators, Su Aiming's former students who had reoriented after Arc 3, followed her without being told. Wei Liang activated the resonance field at its full domain extension. Within 400 meters, every cultivation formation in the Covenant attacker's outer ring became visible to him. The formation structures, their connections, the practitioners maintaining them, all of it visible as light. The Hollow Covenant's human remnant was not a construct army. These were people, practitioners who had served the Covenant not because they were created to, but because they had been told, for years or decades, that the harvest was necessary. That without the consumption of branching futures, the cultivation universe's entropy would accelerate until the path of advancement ceased to exist. That the primordial architect was a solution to a real problem. They were wrong, but they had believed this. Some of them had believed it for their entire lives. A voice came from the outer ring's direction, amplified through a formation relay, carrying clearly to the camp center. The harvest was not cruelty, the voice said. It was maintenance. The universe's cultivation potential requires pruning the way a garden requires pruning. What you have done, what you are calling restoration, will produce a surge of potential that the universe cannot sustain. You are not saving anyone. You are creating a collapse event in slow motion. Wei Liang walked toward the voice. The resonance field moved with him, and within it, the speaker was visible as a connection network. This practitioner's teacher, their sect, the Covenant's indoctrination path that had shaped them. A person, specifically and fully, standing at the outer formation boundary with 300 others in a genuine belief that they were preventing a catastrophe. Yes, Wei Liang said. He said it loudly enough to carry without a formation relay. There is entropy. The cultivation universe does have finite potential. The question of what happens at the end of all paths is a real question. He paused. The primordial architect found the end of its path and chose to extend its existence by consuming everyone else's futures. I understand the logic. I understand why the logic seemed like a solution. He paused again. The solution requires eating your children. Every branch of every bloodline family in 7 cultivation worlds, pruned to feed a single practitioner's continued advancement. That's not maintenance. That's one entity choosing to continue at everyone else's expense. Silence from the outer ring. We face entropy, Wei Liang continued. That's true. We face it together, or we face it alone while consuming each other. I've been in the system that consumes. My children's futures were the cost. I chose not to pay that cost, and I'm offering the same choice to everyone in those other 6 worlds. He let the resonance field pulse, making the connections visible to every practitioner within range. You can see who you are connected to. You can see what your bloodline thread carries, what your cultivation path was built by. None of that is entropy. All of that is what the harvest was destroying. The outer ring held for a long moment. Then the middle ring began to collapse. Not from Su Fengling's assault. She had been handling the outer formation contacts with the conflagration presence precision, but the middle ring's collapse was internal. Practitioners choosing to drop their formation positions. Not all of them, but enough. The ring lost coherence when a third of its members discontinued maintenance. The assault was not over in a moment. Combat continued at the outer ring for another hour. The elements of the Covenant loyalists who had committed beyond the point of reconsideration pressing the engagement until the Alliance's defenders contained and dispersed them. The final Covenant practitioners, 17 who refused either surrender or dispersal, were contained within a suppression formation that the freed bloodline cultivators managed with the specific competence of practitioners who had been doing this work for months. When it was over, Chao Mingtian was standing in the aftermath. He had arrived during the engagement, not expecting the assault, returning early from the southern province for reasons that became clear when he explained. His family had been located, confirmed alive, arrangements begun. He had come back sooner than planned because he had made arrangements faster than expected, and because, as he put it, something felt like it needed to be here. Your instinct was right, Su Fengling said. She had a cut on her left forearm from a formation shard, and was applying a basic healing technique with the practiced manner of someone who has done field medicine on themselves many times. I'm aware, Chao said. He was looking at the contained Covenant practitioners. Some of them I know. Not all, but some. Does that change anything? Wei Liang asked. Chao looked at the prisoners for a long moment. No, he said. They made a choice. They made it while knowing what the alternative was. He paused. But they're people. They made a wrong choice, and they're people. He looked at Wei Liang. The information about Kul Marin, the one holding Zhen Lihua's family, the technique for disabling formation kill switches. I can show Su Fengling the construction, if she doesn't already know it. The Covenant's field division used a specific variant. I know it. Su Fengling looked at him. Show me, she said. Now? We're leaving in 2 hours. He nodded, and they moved to an area with a clear ground surface for formation demonstration. Wei Liang stood in the aftermath of the last engagement of this arc, in the cultivation world's early morning, with the resonance field settling back to ambient and the genealogical tree steady above him. 21 silhouettes. All stable. All present. The Hollow Covenant was dissolved. The organization that had served the primordial architect for centuries, that had enforced the harvest architecture across a cultivation world, had come to its end, not in a single decisive battle, but in the accumulated weight of enough people choosing differently enough times that the organization ran out of people to be itself. He thought about the previous practitioner, who had gone into the substrate alone and died. He thought about what Swaiming had said. Asterisk, you brought something to offer. A family. Asterisk, he looked at the tree. 21 silhouettes, stable and present. Elder Mao's archive, sealed, in his quarters. Zhu Renmei's network intelligence for the 7th world. Chao Mingtian, across the field, showing Su Fengling a formation construction that would disable a kill switch they hadn't yet encountered. He was not going alone. He had never gone alone. Chapter 129, The Genealogical Tree's Truth 1 hour before departure. Wei Liang sat in the safe house's inner courtyard with the tree open at its full display. He had been doing this intermittently since the breakthrough, opening it not in crisis, not in tactical assessment, but simply to see it. The habit had developed without intention. He would find himself in quiet moments pulling up the full display, looking at the 21 silhouettes in their branches, observing what they were without urgency. This was different from how he had related to the tree before. Before, the tree had been a management system, a threat indicator, a measure of what he was losing or had lost. He had looked at it the way practitioners looked at formation stability readings, for information about crisis levels, for warning signs that required response. Even the gifts, which he had received with genuine emotion, had been received against the background of the cost, the harvest's pressure, the constant awareness that each gift was coming at the children's expense. Now the tree was running at its original architecture, the harvest pipeline removed, the cost structure gone. The silhouettes were stable. The futures on the branches were possible without being threatened. And the gifts, when they came, small ones, warmth, the occasional impression of a joke that he didn't fully understand because it referenced context he didn't have yet, came freely, without the background grief of knowing what they were costing. He had not known, until the cost was gone, how present the grief had been. Second Son's silhouette was active. The warm, young quality. Not pulsing, simply present. The way a fire was present in a room. Not demanding attention, but available if you looked at it. I want to ask you something, Wei Liang said. He said it quietly, to the silhouette, in the full knowledge that this was not the way conversations normally worked, and that Second Son was a possible future child whose communication capacity was limited to what the original system allowed. The silhouette was present. Little flame, Wei Liang said. When she sent the final gift. When she chose. When she made the choice that she made. He paused. Did you know what she was doing? Second Son's silhouette pulsed. The pulse carried information in the way that the system's communications always carried information. Not words, not images, but impression, the quality of a feeling conveyed directly. The impression this pulse carried was warmth. And beneath the warmth, something that felt like, of course, and beneath that, asterisk, she was your daughter. Of course she knew. Asterisk, he sat with that for a while. She had known. Little flame. Whoever she had been in that specific compressed future, the 19-year-old void walker he had seen in the substrate's preserved memory, fierce and direct and anchored, had known what sending the final gift would cost. She had known the harvest mechanism would use it to complete the pruning. She had sent it anyway. Not because she had no choice. Because she chose to. And Second Son, who knew things because he was a possible future child of someone who was going to survive this, was telling him. Yes, she knew. The knowing was not a tragedy. The knowing was her. She was his daughter. Of course she knew. He thought about Little Flame's restored branch. The new silhouette on the branch that had been a scar. Not the same person, not the same specific future, but a possible future that the restoration had allowed to assemble. The one who sent warmth and the feeling of a small hand in his. He thought about what it meant to be known, across time, by someone whose future hadn't happened yet. The other silhouettes were present in the tree. He looked at them, not with urgency, not with management intent, simply with the attention of someone who had been given something and was taking the time to actually look at it. The third silhouette from the right, a future he had thought of as third daughter, because that was approximately her position in the branch structure, had never sent a gift. She was there, stable, part of the tree's pattern. But her branch was quieter than the others, less active. He paid attention to her branch now. She sent him something small. Not warmth, a different quality. The specific impression of someone watching from a distance, assessing, deciding whether the person they were observing was worth the approach. And then, the impression of a decision made, tentative but genuine. This one. He received it. Hello, he said, to the quiet silhouette. The branch went still again. But the still was different from before, not absence, but presence maintained carefully, the way a person who is shy remained in a room after having introduced themselves. He looked at all 21 silhouettes. The tree, running at its original design, showed possible futures without the harvest's pruning calculation removing the strong ones. The futures assembling on the branches were the futures the harvest had been eliminating. The strong ones, the ones where the children grew into practitioners who might challenge the architecture. These were the futures the system was designed to provide. Support from children who chose to send it, freely given, because love sent backward in time was its own justification. He thought about the gifts he had received. The warmth that had helped him sleep in the first weeks when the dreams were bad. The tactical insight that had arrived during the fourth crisis meeting and broken through a problem he had been unable to solve. The clarity that had come in the moment before he needed to make a decision that he didn't know how to make. Not gifts extracted at cost. Gifts given freely, by people who wanted to give them. He had been given, for his entire life, the freely given love of children he hadn't yet had. And he had spent that time managing the cost, tracking the toll, grieving the price, because the harvest had taken something real and turned it into extraction, and he had been inside the extraction mechanism long enough to think that extraction was what the connection was. The original system, running at baseline, connection freely given. The harvest mechanisms overlay. The same system, converted into cost. He had spent months carrying both simultaneously without knowing they were separate. He looked at the tree. 21 silhouettes, all stable, all present, giving what they chose to give. Thank you, he said. To all of them. To second son and Little Flame's successor and third daughter, who was watching carefully, and the 18 others whose names he didn't have yet, and who would give him names when the time came for names. The tree blazed with warmth. Ready, father? Second son's silhouette pulsed. He was. Chapter 130. The primordial architect's path, the bloodline thread, in the hour before departure, carried something unexpected. Wei Liang had expected a final transmission, logistical information, the substrate pathway to the seventh world, technical details about the cross-world approach. Instead, the primordial architect sensed something more complicated. The equivalent of a deliberate pause, a held note in the thread, the characteristic quality of an entity that has something to communicate and is uncertain whether communication is appropriate. He had learned this quality across 30 days of Foundation channel communication. He responded to it the way he had learned to respond, by being present and not pressing. The architect communicated slowly, in the impression-based system of the thread. In 2 million years of existence, it said, I have not made a voluntary decision of consequence in approximately 8,000 centuries. Every decision in that period was the execution of embedded logic. Harvest, process, sustain, repeat. The architecture running itself. The decisions not made by an entity at all, but by the architecture the entity had become. He listened. The decision to withdraw the harvest, it continued. Was the first voluntary decision of consequence in a very long time. I want to understand why I made it. Not justify, understand. The justification is clear. The connection, the original system, the offer you made. The mechanism by which the connection produced the decision is what I am examining. I made it, the architect said, after a pause. Because you asked me a question and stayed to hear the answer. No previous practitioner asked and stayed. They asked and deployed techniques in the gap between question and answer, or they asked rhetorically, with the question as setup for an argument. You asked and waited. In 8,000 centuries, no one had waited. The restoration project, it continued. Will take time I do not have a measure for. The 14 consumed cultivation worlds cannot be restored. What was consumed is gone, compressed into the substrate's architecture, preserved as record but not as living potential. What can be restored is the potential that remains. The ongoing bloodline connections in the 6 worlds that were being harvested, returned. The harvest architecture in those worlds disassembled. The practitioners in those worlds allowed to grow without the extraction that had been limiting them. I will need help, the architect said. Not in the sense that I lack the capacity. I have sufficient capacity. In the sense that the project requires an orientation I have not cultivated. I have not been oriented toward restoration before. I have been oriented toward consumption. The Foundation channel will remain open, it said. If you have time, between the other work, to communicate, I find it useful. The communication itself. I find having someone to communicate with changes the quality of the processing. Go to the 7th world, the architect said. Address the coercion situation. Help the young practitioner. The substrate pathway will be open when you need it. And a pause, longer than the previous ones. Thank you, the architect said. For the question. For staying. Wei Liang held the thread for a moment. Then he responded, through the same impression-based system. Thank you for answering. He stood up. The Foundation channel settled to its baseline. Present, open, 2 million years old, and a few months into something genuinely new. An entity that had found the end of its path and chosen, finally, something other than consumption. Not reformed. The 14 consumed worlds were proof that reformation was too simple a word. But choosing differently. Starting there, he thought about what Mao's letter had said. The previous 6 harvest system practitioners are still alone. Go find them. Zhen Lihua was not alone. She was being coerced, which was a different form of isolation, but isolation nonetheless. The coercion had to be addressed. The harvest system had to be stopped. And then she was going to need what Wei Liang had needed. Someone to tell her what the system was and what it could be, someone to show her the original architecture, someone to sit with her and answer questions and wait. He picked up the archive from the library, Mao's sealed case, miscellaneous, informal script, and added it to the travel preparation. 6 harvest systems. 6 practitioners, somewhere in 6 other cultivation worlds, running harvest mechanisms they may or may not have chosen. Some of them probably alone. Some of them probably afraid. Some of them probably doing what Zhen Lihua was doing. Operating under coercion, in isolation, with no one to tell them what they were actually part of. He and Su Fengling were going to need to be very efficient. He looked at the tree one more time before stepping out to meet her. 21 silhouettes. Stable. Present. Second son was laughing. He could feel it in the silhouette's quality. Not a signaled communication, just the ambient warmth of a possible future child who found the present moment genuinely funny in a way that didn't require explanation. I know, Wei Liang said. I know. He went to find Su Fengling. Chapter 131. The seventh system. Preparations. The preparation for cross-world transit took exactly 13 days. Not because the technique required 13 days specifically. The mechanics of using the resonance pair configuration to navigate the substrate pathway could have been executed in 10. But 13 days was what the work required. 2 days to stabilize the cascade response past the critical threshold. 4 days to map the substrate pathway the architect had provided and understand its specific mechanics. 2 days to work through the implications of those mechanics with Su Fengling until they had a joint approach that neither of them had questions about, and 5 days of logistics, goodbyes, and the specific administrative work of an alliance transitioning from crisis response structure to sustained organization structure. The logistics included ensuring the communication formation relay would hold for an extended absence, briefing the freed bloodline cultivators on their alliance authority during his absence, arranging Zhu Renmei's network intelligence feed to forward to the substrate channel, and finding a formation structure that would allow Sui Ming, who was, by day 8, operating at a higher functional capacity than anyone had anticipated, to maintain advisory oversight without exceeding the physical constraints Xinyu had established. Sui Ming, informed of the constraint, had argued. Xinyu had not argued back. She had simply not changed her position. Sui Ming had, after approximately an hour of this, accepted the constraint with the expression of someone who was finding, late in life, that being argued with by competent people was an experience worth having. Wei Liang visited the memorial site on day 11. The memorial had been established in Arc 5, after the 30-day war's accounting was complete, a section of the camp's outer wall where the names of the alliance's fallen were inscribed. Not elaborate, no formation-powered display, no carved monument. Names, and below each name, the specific thing that person had done that Wei Liang had seen himself. 3 bloodline cultivators who had held a formation position for 6 hours during Chapter 68's engagement, buying time for the approach team to reach the architect's avatar's weak point. They were in the wall. Sui Ming's previous victims, the practitioners who had been killed in the years before the arc began, during the Covenant's suppression operations. He had provided a list, from memory, when Xinyu asked. They were in the wall by name, as many as Sui Ming could recall. And at the end, separate from the others, Little Flame. Asterisk, she chose what to send and when. She knew what the last gift would cost. She sent it anyway. Asterisk, the branch blazes. He stood in front of it for a while. The cultivation world was in its early morning. The camp behind him was waking up. Sounds of breakfast preparation, formation activations for the day's work, the specific background noise of an organization that had survived something and was building on the other side. Su Fengling was somewhere behind him, having followed at a distance without announcing herself, which he had noticed and appreciated. He thought about what he was leaving behind. Not the Alliance. The Alliance was capable and organized and had better resources now than it had had at any point in the past year. Not the world. The restoration cascade was healing things he had not expected to see healed. Not even the ongoing work of the primordial architect's restoration project, which would continue whether he was present or not. What he was leaving behind was the particular quality of being in the place where the hard thing had happened, where Little Flame's branch had been a scar, where Sui Ming's 600 years of hollow service had collapsed and the person beneath them had begun, slowly, to emerge, where Chao Mingtian had returned and the debt had been paid. He was leaving behind the place where the hard thing had been survived, going toward the next hard thing. I'll come back, he said to the wall. Not to Little Flame specifically, to all of them. The specific ones inscribed and the specific one whose branch blazed in his tree. After the 7th world, the others. All 6. Elder Mao left the archive. The tree pulsed in his mind space. 21 silhouettes, present. He turned and found Su Fengling at the path behind him. She was ready, travel configured, the conflagration present at its lowest ambient setting, the characteristic a person prepared for departure. Ready, he said. She looked at the memorial wall for a moment. She was right, Su Fengling said. It was worth it. He did not ask how she knew what Little Flame had decided, whether it was from the substrate's compressed branch, from Second Son's communications, or from something she had simply assessed on her own. Su Fengling assessed things correctly. She had assessed him correctly. She had assessed the architect correctly. He trusted her assessment of Little Flame. Yes, he said. She was. They walked back through the camp to the preparation site. Chapter 132, Zhen Lihua's Introduction, Part 2 Hook. Zhu Rinmei delivered the final intelligence update 4 hours before the departure window. The profile on Zhen Lihua had been expanded by 12 days of additional research, including the cross-world operatives' contacts in the 7th cultivation world, analyzed against known Hollow Covenant operational patterns. Zhen Lihua, 19 years old. Soul condensate level, unusual advancement speed, which the profile suggested was a product of the harvest system's passive enhancement. Practitioners whose bloodline threads were connected to an active harvest system often experienced accelerated cultivation as a side effect of the connection, drawing on the same ambient return that the harvest mechanism used. She had probably not understood why her advancement was faster than her peers. The harvest system had been operating for 22 months. In that period, based on the bloodline thread activity patterns Zhu Rinmei's operative had been able to read from a distance, approximately 43 separate bloodline family futures had been consumed. 43 families in the 7th world whose children's futures were being stripped. She had not been told that was what she was doing. Cull Marin's specific operation. He had approached her at Soul Tinder. Early in her cultivation, when practitioners were most vulnerable to being told that what they had found was a gift rather than a theft. He had explained the harvest system to her as a natural bloodline ability, a technique her family had possessed for generations, something that only activated in certain practitioners. He had demonstrated the power it could provide, the accelerated cultivation, the ambient gifts arriving through the thread, the sensation of connection to something larger. He had told her the system was hers. And then, 6 months later, he had taken her family. The second communication, he had her parents, her younger brother, 2 cousins. The hostages were held in a formation-secured compound in the 7th world's eastern province. The kill mechanism was an array that would activate if Cull Marin's communication formation lost contact for more than 8 hours, designed to prevent any incapacitation-based approach. She had to keep operating the harvest system, and she had to keep Cull Marin at liberty, or the array activated. She had been keeping both for 22 months. She's been trying to stop, Zhu Rinmei said. She said it with the distinct quality of someone who found this detail significant. The operative's reading of the thread patterns shows periodic pauses, brief ones, hours at most, where the system goes to minimum operation. Then it resumes at full activity. The pauses are irregular enough that they're not system failures. She's been testing whether she can stop, then resuming because she can't find a way to stop without triggering the kill mechanism. Wei Liang looked at the profile sketch again. 19, 22 months of this. She's resourceful, Su Fengling said, testing for gaps in the constraint. She hasn't found one because Cull Marin is good at constraint design, but she's been looking. Yes, Zhu Rinmei said. That's my read. It changes the first contact approach, Wei Liang said. Yes, Su Fengling agreed. She's not passive. She's been trying to solve this for 22 months. The first contact needs to communicate that we have a solution she hasn't tried. She paused. And it needs to communicate it quickly, because her first assumption is going to be that we're Covenant operatives coming to enforce her compliance. Chao's information about the kill switch construction, Wei Liang said. I have it, Su Fengling said. The formation array variant the Covenant uses for hostage security in field operations. Cull Marin's background is in the Covenant's operational documentation division. His construction would follow the standard field variant. The array has a specific frequency that can be disrupted at close range without activating it. She paused. I need to be within 30 meters of the array to execute the disruption. The array is in the Eastern Province compound, Su Fengling said. Zhen Lihua is in the Central Cultivation District. If I'm at the compound addressing the kill switch, Wei Liang has the first contact with Zhen Lihua alone. This was not a problem. It was how they had planned it. The profile indicates she's strong, Zhu Rinmei said. Soul condensate at 19 with 22 months of harvest-assisted cultivation means she's considerably above average power output for her age. If the first contact reads as hostile, she'll engage. I know, Wei Liang said. You're letting her win the engagement, Zhu Rinmei said. Not a question. Yes, he said. If she needs to defeat me to believe I'm not there to hurt her, she defeats me. It's not a technique problem. It's a trust problem. Zhu Rinmei looked at him. You've done this before, she said. He thought about Chao Mingtian. Across 3 arcs and a debt and a return. He thought about Sui Ming, 600 years into a hollow life, and then 11 days into a solid one. He thought about the primordial architect, 2 million years old, hearing someone ask and wait. Yes, he said. I've done it before. The profile was complete. The intelligence was as complete as it would be until they arrived. The preparation window was nearly closed. The substrate pathway was open. One more thing, Zhu Rinmei said. He looked at her. The sixth world, she said. My cross-world network is limited, but I have preliminary intelligence on 3 of the 6 remaining harvest system practitioners. None of them are in Zhun Lihua's situation. None of them are being actively coerced. But all 3 are operating under some form of incomplete information. She paused. The harvest system was presented to all of them as a natural ability, a bloodline technique, something they discovered or were given without understanding what it costs. She paused again. Mao's archive has the locations. The practitioners are alone because they don't know they're part of something larger. I know, Wei Liang said. They're going to need what you gave the architect, she said. The question and the staying. I know, he said. She handed him a final envelope, physically sealed, her own script on the exterior. When you're in the 7th world, this contact information reaches my operative there. Tell her I sent you. She'll give you what she has. He took it. Zhu Renmei, he said. She waited. You've been doing this work for 200 years, he said. Most of it without anyone to give it to. The information, the network, the analysis. Most of it just held. Yes, she said. Thank you, he said, for holding it until it was needed. She was quiet for a moment. 200 years is a long time to wait for a practitioner worth briefing, she said, finally. It was worth the wait. She turned and walked back toward her communications formation. Over her shoulder, without turning, don't let the 7th world's spiritual energy calibration disrupt the resonance pair configuration. The frequency differential will feel like static. Push through it. He filed this away. How does she know that? Su Fengling said, beside him. She knows everything, Wei Liang said. Chapter 133. Cross-world preparation. The departure window was the cultivation world's late afternoon, not for dramatic timing, but because the substrate pathway's optimal access point was aligned with the spatial position of the substrate's second layer at that hour, which the architect had identified as the minimum resistance entry vector. The alliance gathered without being told to. Wei Liang had not organized a send-off. He had said his specific goodbyes in specific moments across the past 13 days, Sui Ming in the healing compound, Elder Mao's letter read and reread, Chao Mingtian's departure toward his family in the south. He had not planned a collective moment. The alliance had apparently planned it themselves, appearing at the departure site in the late afternoon with the specific informal quality of people who had decided, together, that this was worth showing up for. Shun Yu's healer network, 27 practitioners, most of whom he had met in crisis contexts, several of whom he knew by name and story. She stood at their front. The freed bloodline cultivators, 12 of them, arranged in the loose semicircle that had been their natural configuration since Arc 2. Zhu Renmei, separate, watching. Sui Ming, seated, still at the healer-mandated posture for extended standing situations, which he had accepted with diminishing argument. At the gathering's edge, present but not occupying the center. Wei Liang and Su Fengling stood at the departure site center. He activated the resonance field at minimal projection, not a domain display, but the ambient light level, enough that the 21 silhouettes became faintly visible to anyone with strong enough sensitivity. A few of the bloodline cultivators could perceive it. Xinyu could. Sui Ming definitely could. Let them see it. Let them see what the work had been for. He opened the substrate pathway. The primordial architect's guidance made the entry vector specific and clean, a spatial fold at the departure site center, opening into the substrate's second layer's ambient space, and from there through the substrate's underlying continuity, the same continuity that connected all 7 cultivation worlds at the level of fundamental law, toward the 7th world's substrate entry vector. The fold opened. The substrate's specific quality of space was immediately apparent, cooler than the cultivation world, with the half-formed quality of potential rather than the settled quality of existing things. Ready? Su Fengling said. Yes, he said. He looked at the gathered alliance one more time. Xinyu raised a hand. One of the bloodline cultivators, the one from the first group, whose family had been the second Wei Liang had freed, put a fist to her chest. An old gesture, the one she had used since Arc 2 to indicate acknowledgement without words. Zhu Renmei nodded once. Sui Ming said nothing. But he was looking at Wei Liang with the expression of a man who has recently learned how to look at people rather than through them, and the look was direct and clear and said everything it needed to say without words. And Chao Mingtian, who had left for the southern province 5 days ago and should not have been here, stepped out from the gathering's edge with the unmistakable quality of someone who had made good time and also thought his arrival would be funny. The formation engineers in the southern province work fast, he said. The family arrangements are stable. I have 3 days before I need to be back. He looked at Wei Liang. I thought you might need someone who knows the Covenant's field operational patterns in the 7th world. Su Fengling looked at Wei Liang. Wei Liang looked at Chao Mingtian. You had this planned, Wei Liang said. I had it prepared, Chao said. It required the timing to work. The timing worked. He paused. My family is safe. Xinyu's network has them in a secure location with regular check-ins. I have 3 days. He paused again. The 7th world is going to have people who operated like Cul Marin. I know how they think. Wei Liang considered this for approximately 2 seconds. You're in, he said. Chow nodded. He moved to stand beside them at the departure site center with the matter-of-fact quality of someone completing a plan he had made some time ago. The 3 of them stepped through the spatial fold. The substrate opened around them. The half-formed quality of potential, the not-quite space of the space between cultivation worlds, the substrate's deep geometry visible as structure rather than ambient. The compressed timelines in the walls were visible, dark geometric scars, the consumed futures of 14 worlds, alongside the beginning restorations, faint, tentative, returning slowly to something other than absence. Behind them, through the fold before it closed, Wei Liang heard one thing. Come back. Suaming's voice, without elaboration. The way Suaming said things that were important. The fold closed. The 3 of them moved through the substrate toward the 7th world. Chapter 134. Arrival cross-world transit through the substrate was not painful. It was disorienting in a way that exceeded the word disorienting. The substrate's spatial logic was not the cultivation world's spatial logic, and moving through it for an extended transit required the resonance field to be held at its full domain projection to maintain orientation. Without the domain, without the visible connections and the bloodline thread to anchor, the substrate's non-spatial geometry produced the specific experience of being nowhere in particular. With the domain, Wei Liang could track their position through the substrate's underlying structure, the foundation channel's distant connection point, and the forward direction of the 7th world's harvest system signature. Visible in the resonance field as a specific thread, different in quality from the connection threads of practitioners in his own world. The harvest signature had a particular quality he recognized, the same geometry as his own system had once carried, the same extraction pattern, smaller and younger. Su Fengling maintained the conflagration present at minimal operation throughout the transit, not as protection, but as presence, the fire burning only what was here, which helped the here feel solid when the substrate's geometry was otherwise telling them that solid was a local phenomenon. Chao Mingtian was quiet throughout. He moved through the substrate with his attention fixed on whatever was ahead, the field practitioner's quality of observation that held everything peripheral rather than attended to anything specifically. Noticing everything without focusing on anything, the orientation that had allowed him to survive 20 years in a dangerous organization. The transit took, subjectively, approximately 2 hours. The architect, through the bloodline thread, tracked their progress and confirmed their position periodically. Still on the pathway, approaching the 7th world's entry vector, estimated arrival within 40 minutes of current position. The 7th world's substrate entry was different from the one they had left. Wei Liang felt it before they reached it. A different ambient quality in the substrate, the specific resonance of a different cultivation world's fundamental law influencing the surrounding space. Not radically different. The primordial architect's architecture underlaid all 7 worlds, and the deep law was shared. But the specific characteristic of how this world had developed its cultivation path, the particular expression of spiritual energy and law that 7,000 years of practitioner activity had built, it was recognizable as different. They surfaced. A mountainous region. Night. The 7th world's night sky. Unfamiliar constellations. The quality of starlight that had passed through a different world's atmosphere. Wei Liang's first breath of the 7th world was cold and clear and tasted slightly different from his world's air, not unpleasantly, simply specifically. The spiritual energy density was comparable to his world's pre-restoration baseline. The meridian channels of the landscape were structured differently. The formation infrastructure that any cultivated landscape developed over millennia following different principles. He activated the resonance field. The tree blazed above him. And then, new silhouettes. Not the 21 he had been carrying. Different ones, assembling on branches he hadn't known he had. Futures specific to this world, to these bloodlines, to people whose ancestors had never been connected to his own world's cultivation history, but who were connected to him now, in this moment, because the original system's baseline responded to the practitioner's presence in any space where genuine bloodline connections existed. The 7th world had bloodlines too. He stared at the new silhouettes for a long moment. Su Fengling beside him said, "What do you see?" "More children," he said. "Different ones." She looked at him. "From here," she said. "From here," he said. She looked at the tree's visible form, the domain projection showing it in light. The new silhouettes, assembling on unfamiliar branches. She looked at Wei Liang. She made an expression that contained several things simultaneously. Calculation, something that might have been amusement, something that was definitely warmth, and beneath all of them, the specific look of a person whose models have been updated with significant new information. Wei Liang, she said. I know, he said. The seventh world, she said, is going to make things significantly more complicated. I know, he said. I find that acceptable, she said. With the same weight she had put on acceptable the last time she had used it. Second sun's silhouette, the existing one, the familiar warm presence, pulsed with what felt, distinctly, like delight. Chao Mingtian looked at the blazing tree above Wei Liang, and at the two of them, and at the new silhouettes, and said nothing for approximately 10 seconds. Then, I'm going to need considerably more context about the genealogical tree before this mission concludes. Yes, Wei Liang agreed. Are there silhouettes of my future children on there? Chao asked. Wei Liang checked. Not yet, he said. Yet, Chao noted. The system responds to genuine connections, Wei Liang said. It will update as appropriate. Chao considered this information with the expression of someone who has recently learned that their world is significantly larger than they had modeled. I see, he said. Then, with the directness of a field practitioner getting back to the immediate task, the harvest system signature. Which direction? Wei Liang oriented through the resonance field, tracking the extraction thread. Southwest, he said. Approximately 300 kilometers. Mountain range? Chao asked, looking at the terrain. We go around the north side, Su Fengling said. Less structural complexity for the formation navigation. They moved. Chapter 135. Zhenlihua. The three-day approach to the Seventh World's Central Cultivation District involved a combination of spatial fold travel, limited. Su Fengling was cautious about using high-energy techniques until they understood the Seventh World's law characteristics better, and ground-level traversal that gave them time to observe the world they had arrived in. It was similar enough to be readable and different enough to be disorienting in small ways. The sect structures existed. The Seventh World had developed cultivation organization along broadly similar lines, the practice of gathering practitioners in institutional formations being, apparently, a universal emergent consequence of cultivation reaching a certain density. The spiritual energy concentration varied from their world's current levels, higher in some areas and lower in others, the restoration cascade not having affected this world yet. The harvest system's signature grew stronger as they approached. In the resonance field, Wei Liang could track it as a specific thread, the extraction pathway of a harvest mechanism operating at what Zhu Renmei had estimated was approximately 60% of maximum capacity. The signature was recognizable now. He had spent months inside such a system. He knew its quality. The specific geometry of a bloodline connection being used to extract futures rather than to transmit them freely. He found Zhenlihua in the Central Cultivation District's upper training sector. She found them first. The encounter happened at the entrance to a practice formation, the Seventh World's specific variant of a cultivation sparring space, similar enough to be recognizable, different in its specific formation script. She had been inside it, alone, which was apparently her habit. The profile had noted that she trained at early morning and late evening, alone, in a pattern that Zhu Renmei's operative had attributed to the specific isolation of someone who could not afford to form close connections. She came out of the formation and stopped when she saw three people she did not recognize. Her hand went to her cultivation output immediately, not an attack, a readiness positioning. She was young. The profile sketch had been accurate in broad strokes, but had not fully captured the quality of exhaustion that 22 months of forced complicity produced in a person of 19. She looked older than her age and younger than the situation she was carrying. Her cultivation output was, as the profile had indicated, significantly above average for a soul condensate. The harvest system's ambient enhancement was visible in the quality of the energy around her. She looked at three strangers who had appeared in a place where strangers did not appear. Who sent you? She said. Her voice was steady, the steadiness of someone who had learned, under severe conditions, to sound composed when they were not. No one sent us, Wei Liang said. We came because of the system you're operating, not to enforce it, to stop it. She assessed this for approximately 2 seconds. Then she attacked. The technique was a spirit pressure compression formation, a soul condensate level technique deployed with the specific efficiency of someone who had been practicing under stress and had refined everything to minimum necessary motion. It was aimed at all three of them, broad area deployment, designed to suppress cultivation output and force either retreat or defensive response. Wei Liang received it. He did not deflect. He did not counter. He deployed no technique in response. He received the spirit pressure formation the way you received someone's first words when they were frightened, entirely, without resistance, letting it do what it was designed to do. It suppressed him. He felt his cultivation output compress, the resonance field flickering. Beside him, Su Fengling had a hand on his arm, bracing, maintaining the resonance pair connection stability through the suppression, and Chao Mingtian had taken a step to the side with the field practitioner's instinctive positioning that put him at a defensive angle without being in the line of fire. The technique completed its compression and held. Wei Liang looked at Zhen Lihua. He did not reactivate his cultivation output. He stayed inside the suppression. I'm not going to fight you, he said. Not because I can't. Because you're not the threat here. Cole Marin is the threat. And I think you already know that. Her expression did not change. But something in her readiness positioning shifted, a small adjustment, the kind that a body made when words had landed and the words were not what had been expected. You know his name, she said. Yes, Wei Liang said. I know about the hostages. I know about the kill switch array in the Eastern Province compound. I know you've been trying to find a way out for 22 months and haven't found one because the array construction is specifically designed to prevent incapacitation-based approaches. He paused. My partner knows how to disable the array from close range. She can be at the compound while I'm here with you. If the array is disabled, the kill switch mechanism is severed. Your family is safe. And then you don't have to keep running this system. Zhen Lihua looked at him. Her spirit pressure formation was still running. He was still inside it, not resisting. You could break this, she said. Empyrean Lord. I can feel the baseline under the suppression. Yes, he said. And you're not, she said. No, he said. She held the formation for another moment. Then she released it. If you're lying, she said. If this is a covenant operation to establish compliance before enforcement, I will not cooperate regardless of what you do to my family. I want you to understand that. I have thought this through. I will not operate the system under any additional coercion. I know, Wei Liang said. I'm not lying. She looked at him with the particular quality of a 19-year-old who has been betrayed by someone who sounded exactly like this and is making a decision about whether to make the same mistake again. How do you know about the system? She said. The mechanism. Cole Marin said only Covenant operators knew. I have the same system, Wei Liang said. In my world. I spent months inside it before I understood what it was. I've been working to end it since. He paused. What Cole Marin told you it was, a natural ability, a bloodline gift. That's the version you were given before he took your family. I can show you what it actually is. What the original design was, before it was converted. He paused again. But first we need to get your family safe. She looked at him for a long time. The Eastern Province, she said. The compound is 3 days' travel. One day, Su Fengling said. Spatial fold and substrate navigation. Zhen Lihua looked at Su Fengling. Looked at Chao. Looked back at Wei Liang. If you're telling the truth, she said, you have knowledge of a cultivation mechanism that Cole Marin has been using as a control structure for 2 years. If you disable his kill switch, his entire leverage collapses. Yes, Wei Liang said. And then he has nothing, she said. Then he has nothing, he confirmed. She was quiet for a moment. He'll try to run, she said. He can try, Chao Mingtian said, from the side. I know his operational patterns. He doesn't run far. Zhen Lihua looked at Chao. Looked at him with the specific assessment of someone evaluating a claim by the quality of certainty behind it. You're from the Covenant, she said. I was, Chao said. I'm not now. He met her eyes. He told you the system was yours. He told me, 20 years ago, that cooperation was protection. He tells people what they need to hear. Then he holds something. He paused. I know how he operates. I know how to find him after the leverage is gone. She absorbed this. Then she said, what do you need from me? Wei Liang exhaled. Tell me the compound's location as precisely as you know it, he said. And tell me when Cole Marin typically contacts you. She told him. Chapter 136. The coercer revealed Cole Marin was found in a northern mountain compound, which Chao had predicted within a 30-kilometer radius before they started looking. Documentation Division. Chao explained, during the substrate-assisted approach. They run operations from positions with controlled egress. Mountain location, probably 3 access points. Probably has a monitoring formation watching for large-scale practitioner movement in the surrounding region. He had been talking through Cole Marin's operational patterns for 2 days in a low voice, building the map that field practitioners built before entering contested space. He's not a combat practitioner. He's a systems practitioner. He built the kill switch array. He built the compliance structure. He doesn't fight. He controls access to what you want. Your family, Zhen Lihua had said, the first time Chao explained this. My family, he confirmed. The Covenant ran this pattern for 20 years on me. The pattern works until the thing being used as leverage is removed from the equation. He paused. He'll have a monitoring formation watching for your cultivation signature specifically, Because you're the operating practitioner, and if you deviate from your normal pattern, he'll know something has changed. Which means we address the kill switch array before he notices anything is different. The kill switch array was in the Eastern Province compound. Su Fengling had gone there, while Wei Liang maintained contact with Zhen Lihua. The specific approach: reach the compound, identify the array's formation frequency, apply Chao's disruption technique before the 8-hour communication loss triggered the kill mechanism. Su Fengling reported success through the resonance pair configuration. The disruption had taken 11 minutes. The array was inactive. Col Marin's communication formation had not registered the disruption. The technique was specifically designed for that. The kill switch was gone, and he didn't know it yet. Wei Liang tracked Col Marin's position through the resonance field, not through his cultivation signature, which would have been blocked by the monitoring formation, but through the bloodline thread's ambient sensitivity. The harvest system's operation left traces in the ambient that, at Empyrean Lord comprehension, were readable as direction and distance. The northern compound was confirmed. Chao entered first, not dramatically, with the specific competence of someone who knew how documentation division operatives arranged their defensive formations, which Covenant access control designs had known weaknesses at specific angles, and what the telltale indicators of a monitoring formation's coverage gap looked like. He walked through the compound's outer formation boundary through a gap that Chao had identified from the coverage pattern and that the formation's architect had not fully considered. Documentation division, Chao said again, quietly, to Wei Liang through the communication relay. They're excellent at constructing systems. They don't fight, so they're less experienced at thinking like someone who does. Col Marin was in the compound's main chamber when Wei Liang entered. He looked like the profile had predicted, a middle-aged man with the precise quality of someone who had spent decades in organizational settings and had developed institutional authority as a survival skill. The quality of a person who was very good at being important within a structure and considerably less sure of himself outside it. He looked at Wei Liang and understood within approximately 2 seconds. The kill switch, he said. Inactive, Wei Liang said. Col Marin looked at the communication formation on his desk, the one that should have triggered the array if the monitoring showed unusual activity. It showed nothing unusual. Zhen Lihua's operation pattern had maintained its appearance. The kill switch disruption had been transparent. You came from another world, Col Marin said. Not a question, an assessment. The specific quality of someone who had studied the Covenant's cross-world operation documentation and recognized the signature of someone who had made that transit. Yes, Wei Liang said. The operational practitioner in the other harvest world, Col Marin said. You resolved the Covenant's primary operation. Yes, Wei Liang said. Col Marin looked at the communication formation, at the monitoring array output, which showed nothing wrong. At Wei Liang. The hostages, he said, will be returned, Wei Liang said. Zhu Renmei's network has the Eastern Province compound's location. The formation securing the hostages is already being addressed. You came prepared, Col Marin said. Yes, Wei Liang said. In the compound's peripheral rooms, Chao was moving, locating the secondary documentation archives, the records that detailed which families in the Seventh World had been affected by the harvest system operation, which were the primary intelligence need for beginning the restoration process. He was moving with the quiet efficiency of a field practitioner who had spent 20 years navigating spaces very much like this one. Col Marin sat down. The Hollow Covenant is collapsed, he said. He said it with the recognizable quality of someone stating a fact they have processed and accepted. Yes, Wei Liang said. I've been operating on the assumption that the collapse was recoverable, Col Marin said. That there was a path back to functional operation. He paused. That assumption required the harvest system to continue producing leverage. Without the leverage, the path doesn't exist. No, Wei Liang agreed. It doesn't. Col Marin looked at his hands. What happens now, he said. You tell me where the families are, Wei Liang said. All of them, not just Zhen Lihua's family. Every family you've been using as leverage while she's operated the system. He paused. And then you cooperate with the process of returning them. And the documentation you have on the Seventh World's affected bloodline families goes to the restoration effort. And then, Col Marin said. And then, Wei Liang said, you're a former Covenant analyst who ran a coercive operation in another cultivation world, and this world's cultivation council will decide what the appropriate response is. He paused. I'm not going to make that decision. That's not my world. Col Marin considered this. Outside, Su Fengling arrived through the substrate approach, having completed the Eastern Province operation and navigated back through the compound's access points with Chao's guidance. She appeared in the chamber entrance, looked at Col Marin sitting at his desk, looked at Wei Liang. The hostages are out, she said. Zhu Renmei's network contact confirmed extraction. Zhen Lihua's family is safe. Colmarin heard this. His expression did not change much, but something in his posture changed. The specific quality of someone who has been holding a structural tension for a very long time and has been told they no longer need to. Not relief. Something more complicated than relief. He told them where the families were. All of them. Chapter 137. Zhen Lihua's freedom. Zhen Lihua's reunion with her family was private. Wei Liang had arranged it specifically. Zhu Renmei's network contact in the Seventh World had shepherded the extraction from the Eastern Province compound and brought the family to the Central Cultivation District by the morning after the confrontation. He had arranged for the meeting to happen in a space he was not in, with no one present except Zhen Lihua and the people she had spent 22 months protecting. He sat in the outer courtyard of the compound they'd acquired for the duration, reading the fourth document from Colmarin's secondary archives. The records were detailed. 43 families. Their specific bloodline thread signatures. The consumption timeline, which futures had been extracted, in which months, at what rate. The records were Colmarin's operational documentation, the systematic evidence of a harvest system deliberately operated by someone who understood exactly what they were doing to each affected family. Colmarin had known. He had known from the beginning. Wei Liang held this information and thought about what it meant for the restoration process, which was the productive thought. The other thought, what kind of person builds a systematic record of the futures they're eating, was present, and he acknowledged it and set it aside. The families needed the records. The records were what mattered now. Zhen Lihua came to find him 2 hours later. She looked different. Not healed. Healing took longer than 2 hours. But something in her posture had changed. The specific structural change that happened when a weight that had been carried for a long time was set down and the body was still figuring out what it felt like to not carry it. She sat across from him. "My brother," she said. "He's 9. He doesn't understand what's been happening for 2 years. He just knows he couldn't go home." She was quiet for a moment. "He asked me if it was over. I didn't know what to say." "What did you say?" Wei Liang asked. "I said yes," she said. "I don't know if that's true, but I said yes because that's what he needed to hear right now, and I'll figure out the complicated version later." She paused. "Is it true?" "This part," Wei Liang said. "The coercion is over. The kill switch is inactive. Colmarin is in the Seventh World's Cultivation Council custody. The harvest system," he paused. "That's more complicated." "The system is still running," she said. "I can feel it. The thread is still there." "Yes," he said. "The system is still operating at baseline. I didn't disable it. I wanted to explain what it is before you decided what to do with it." He paused. "And shutting it down abruptly, while the 43 affected families are still in the recovery phase, could cause cascade injuries to practitioners whose cultivation paths are intertwined with the system's current state. The restoration needs to be managed." She looked at him. "You have experience with this," she said. "Yes," he said. "In my world. A more advanced version of the same system, running for much longer." He paused. "I want to show you what the system actually is. The original design, before it was converted. And I want to walk you through what the restoration process looks like." "And then," she said. "And then," he said, "the system is yours. Not as Colmarin told you. Not as a power source for your advancement. Not as leverage. As the thing it was designed to be." He opened the original system's design in his cultivation memory and reflected it through the resonance field. A way for a practitioner to be connected to the children in their future. For those children to send support backward in time if they choose to, freely, because they choose to. He paused. No cost to them. No harvest. Just connection, if it's there. She looked at the resonance field's display of the original architecture, the simple, clean design that existed before the harvest modification. "It was built for this," she said. "Yes," he said. "Not for taking," she said. "No," he said. "Taking was added later. By the entity that converted it." She was quiet for a long time. "The children on the tree," she said, eventually. The same question she had asked, through Zhu Renmei's translated intelligence relay, before they arrived. "The silhouettes. Do they know what's happening to them?" He smiled. It was a tired smile, and a warm one. The smile of someone who had been asked this question in this form, and found that the form of it was the right form. "Some of them say yes," he said. "Some of them say it's worth it. All of them say hello." He paused. "The ones in your tree will have their own answers. The restoration takes a while. But when the original system is running at baseline, you'll feel the difference. It's not," he paused, searching for the words. "It's not the system you've been operating. The original system is something else." She looked at her hands. "I hurt 43 families," she said. "Yes," he said. She looked up. "You're not going to tell me it wasn't my fault," she said. "No," he said. "It was your fault, and you were coerced, and both of those things are true simultaneously." He paused. "The question isn't fault. The question is what comes next. The records Colmarin kept are detailed enough that the restoration process can address each family specifically. I'll help you understand the restoration mechanics. My colleague Xinyu has a healer network that has experience with bloodline cascade recovery. I'll connect you to her. He paused again. The work is long, but it's specific and it's doable. She was quiet. Why, she said. Not the practical why. He could tell from the quality of the question that she meant the other why, the one that didn't have an easy answer. He thought about Sui Ming, asking the same quality of question from a different direction. He thought about the primordial architect, 2 million years alone at the terminus, asking did you have to choose alone? He thought about Elder Mao, sitting in the sun, dying of completion. Because the other practitioners in the 6 remaining harvest worlds are probably in similar situations, he said. Alone, operating under incomplete information, some of them under coercion, some of them just afraid. Someone needs to go find them. He paused, and I needed to start somewhere. She looked at him for a moment longer. Then she said, show me the restoration mechanics. He showed her. Chapter 138. The system restored, 7th world. The restoration of the 7th world's harvest system took most of 3 days. Not because the technical work was complicated. Wei Liang had the original architecture's design in full from the substrate's preserved version, and the modification reversal process followed the same principles he had used to sever his own connection to the harvest pipeline. But Zhen Lihua needed to understand each step, not just watch it happen to her system. She needed to know what she was changing and why, which components were the harvest modification and which were the original design, where the cost structure lived in the architecture, and how the removal would affect the ambient bloodline threads she was connected to. She was a fast learner. Not enthusiastically fast, the kind of fast that comes from someone who has been operating a system for 22 months and has been paying close attention because the system has been the most significant thing in her life, and you pay close attention to significant things even when you didn't choose them. She asked technical questions. She identified implications he had not mentioned and asked about those too. She pointed out a specific architecture element that she had noticed behaving anomalously in the past 4 months and asked whether it was relevant to the restoration. It was a minor cascade buildup that would have resolved itself over time, but that, addressed during the restoration, simplified the process. You noticed that, Wei Liang said, with the characteristic quality of surprise that was also not surprise. I've been watching it for 4 months, she said. I thought it might be a way out. It wasn't, but I kept watching it. Useful habit, he said. When the restoration completed, the 7th world's harvest system ran at the original architecture's baseline. Zhen Lihua sat very still for approximately 5 minutes. Wei Liang did not interrupt. Su Fengling, who had been present throughout the technical work, was leaning against the wall with the patience of someone who had learned that this moment required time. It's different, Zhen Lihua said. Yes, Wei Liang said. The thread is still there, she said. But it feels, she searched for words. It feels like it's not taking anything. It's just there. The original system runs at baseline without any cost to the children in the future, he said. The connection is present. The futures assemble when they're ready. When a child in a possible future chooses to send something, it arrives through the thread. But there's no extraction, no harvest, nothing being pulled from them without their knowledge. She opened her eyes. Her genealogical tree. He could see it through the resonance field's ambient reading. The faint signature of the original system operating in another practitioner was assembling. Slowly, new silhouettes forming on branches that the harvest system's modification had been preventing from forming. She looked up, not at the sky, at something in her awareness, the tree's display available to its practitioner. There's something there, she said. Yes, he said. It takes time for the full tree to assemble. But the connection is present now. Whatever futures are possible for you, they're assembling. She looked at the tree that was hers alone to see. The expression on her face was overwhelming in the specific way of a person who has been operating under severe constraint for a long time and is encountering, for the first time, the experience of something that is simply good. Not relieved, not grateful in a debt way. Simply here. They say hello, she said quietly. He smiled. Yes, he said. They tend to. She was quiet for a moment longer. The 43 families, she said. I'll connect you to Xinyu, he said. She has the restoration process from my world's cascade recovery. The 7th world's families will have a different specific situation, but the principles are transferable. Xinyu will help you understand the local adaptation. He paused. It's long work, but it's yours to do. You're the practitioner here. You understand this world's cultivation structure better than I do. You'll be better at the local restoration work than I would be. She absorbed this. You're leaving, she said. In 2 days, he said. My world needs me back. And there are 5 more harvest systems in 5 other worlds. Elder Mao's archive has their locations. She looked at him. When you find them, she said, tell them. She stopped. Started again. Tell them the original system is not what they were told it was. Tell them the restoration is possible. Tell them someone from another world came through the substrate to find them. She paused. That's what I would have needed to hear 2 years ago. Someone from somewhere else, saying, there's another option. I'll tell them, he said. She nodded. The archive, she said. The records Cull Marin kept of the 43 families. I want to work through them systematically. Where do I start? From the earliest consumption event, Wei Liang said. The families with the longest exposure to the harvest need the most immediate support. Shinyu's cascade recovery protocol starts with the highest duration cases. He paused. I'll leave you the restoration process in written form. Complete documentation. You won't need to work from memory. She looked at him. Thank you, she said. Thank you, he said, for being resourceful enough to keep testing for gaps in the constraint. You were looking for a way out the entire time. That's why this was possible. Chapter 139. The return journey through the substrate was different from the approach. Going toward the seventh world, they had been moving into the unknown, the uncertain, the potentially hostile, the space where the problem was. Returning, they were moving through familiar geometry, the substrate's landscape readable now from their outward transit, the pathway's compressed timeline walls visible with the recognition of something already traversed. Wei Liang moved through the substrate and looked at the walls. The consumed futures of 14 cultivation worlds, compressed into the substrate's structural material. Dark, geometric scars, the specific shape that a harvested future left when it was compressed from a living possibility into a static record. He had walked through this space twice now. The first time, he had been following the architect and learning. This time, he was returning. The walls looked different. Not physically. The compressions were the same, the geometric scars unchanged. But in the resonance field, the substrate's ambient quality had shifted. The restoration effort that the primordial architect had been conducting since the connection was established, visible to Empyrean Lord sensitivity as a specific texture in the underlying law, was present here too. Not undoing the compressions, those were permanent records. But something adjacent. The compressed futures, acknowledged. Known. Their existence registered by an entity that now operated differently than it had when it made them. He saw the specific handprint-shaped scar. Little flames collapsed branch. Visible in the substrate's wall the way it had been visible before. The child-sized absence where a specific possible future had been compressed into a static record. He could reach it. He could enter the record if he chose to, the way he had entered it the first time, and see again what she had been going to become. He did not enter it. He kept moving, but he put his hand on the wall beside the scar as he passed. Not to access the record, just to acknowledge it. Su Fengling, beside him, noticed. She said nothing. She walked beside him, the conflagration present at its ambient warmth, burning only what was here and now, which was the three of them moving through the substrate toward home. Chao Mingtian was ahead of them, tracking the pathway's forward geometry with the field practitioner's directional sense. The seventh world will be better, Chao said, without turning. Yes, Wei Liang agreed. Zhen Lihua's got the work ahead of her, Chao said. She's not going to collapse under it. She's been carrying it for 2 years. She knows what load-bearing feels like. Yes, Wei Liang said. My kind of practitioner, Chao said. I mean that as a compliment. I know, Wei Liang said. The substrate passage continued. The compressed timeline walls moved past. Each one a record. Each one the substrate's preservation of something that had been taken and was now held rather than simply lost. He thought about the practitioner in the sixth world, the fifth world, the fourth. Elder Mao's archive with their locations and what little was known of their situations. The work ahead was 5 more versions of what had just happened. 5 more practitioners, each one alone in a different cultivation world, each one either operating under incomplete information or under coercion or both, each one needing someone to come through the substrate and say, there's another option. He and Su Fengling had done this once. They had the pattern now. They surfaced from the substrate into their own cultivation world's night sky, the familiar constellations, the distinct quality of the spiritual energy that he had breathed for his entire life, and recognized the way you recognized home, even when you hadn't been away long enough for the absence to feel long. The 3 of them stood in the northern camp's outer field. The resonance field activated around him automatically, the domain running at ambient rather than deployed projection. The tree blazed above, 21 silhouettes, and the new branches assembling from the seventh world's possible futures, additional points of light that had not been there before. More children, different ones. He looked at the tree for a long time in the cultivation world's night. Su Fengling stood beside him. They were not touching. They were simply standing in the same field, which was a different kind of touching. 34. she said after a while, counting the silhouettes. 35, he said. Third daughter is shy? She's there. She's just not obvious. Su Fengling looked at the branch third daughter was on. Looked at the small, careful quality of the silhouette's presence. She's watching, Su Fengling said. Yes, he said. She's been watching since you said hello to her, Su Fengling said. I think so, he said. She's deciding. Su Fengling looked at third daughter's silhouette for a long moment. I like her, she said. Chapter 140. The Tao continues. The cultivation world's return to stability was visible in everything. Not completed, stability wasn't a destination you arrived at. It was a direction you were moving, and the cultivation universe in the restoration cascade's wake was a universe in motion. But the direction was good. The formation infrastructure failures were repaired or in repair. The unsolicited breakthrough cycles had resolved into new cultivation baselines for practitioners who had spent decades at ceilings that were now gone. The bloodline families with awakening children were being matched to support resources by Shen Yu's network, which had expanded its contact structure again during Wei Liang's absence to cover 2 additional kingdoms. He returned to find the alliance intact and moving. Sui Ming, in the healer compound, was at a cultivation level that he had not been at in 600 years. A vein opener reconstruction that was not the hollow version, not the one built over gaps, but the solid version, each foundation stone placed and consolidated before the next was attempted. He was 3 months into years of work, and he showed no signs of impatience. Progress? Wei Liang asked, during the first day's check-in. Yes, Sui Ming said. Specific progress. The kind that means something. He paused. Shen Yu tells me the 7th world went well. Yes, Wei Liang said. The young practitioner, Sui Ming said. She had resources under the coercion. Yes, Wei Liang said. Significant ones. She'd been testing for gaps in the kill switch construction for 22 months. Sui Ming made the expression he wore when a practitioner demonstrated a quality he considered professionally respectable. Good, he said. The full gathering, the second one, the return, was smaller than the first. Chao Mingtian had gone back to the southern province, where his family was settled in a location that Shen Yu's network was monitoring, with a check-in schedule that would maintain contact while he determined what the next phase of his life was going to look like. He had shaken Wei Liang's hand at the substrate departure point in the 7th world and said, I'll find you when you need the Covenant's operational patterns again. I know the 6th world has 3 systems. He had not elaborated on how he knew this. The note from Elder Mao arrived via formation courier on the 3rd day after the return. Not new information. Mao had died before the departure, and this note had been prepared in advance, left with a formation courier instructions to deliver it after the return, the way Mao had done everything, with the specific preparation of someone who knew exactly what was coming and had arranged accordingly. The archive is labeled miscellaneous, because I suspected you'd read it at an inconvenient time if you knew what it contained. I was right. You read the label correctly. The 6 remaining practitioners. I've included what I know about each of them. The information is incomplete. My research had geographical limits, and cross-world intelligence was not something my network could fully support. What you'll find is starting points. Directions. Enough to navigate toward each one. I don't know what you'll find when you get there. I know they're alone. I know the system was presented to each of them the same way it was presented to every practitioner who has ever been connected to it. As a gift, as power, as something that cost them nothing while extracting everything from the people they love most across time. The cost structure is always the same. The specific situations will be different. You'll figure out the approach as needed. You've been doing this the whole way through. One more thing. The primordial architect's original design. Before the harvest systems. Before the conversion. I found a partial record in Yao Tianwei's vault notes, something the Covenant had access to and didn't fully understand. The original system, Wei Liang, wasn't just for parents and children. The original design was for any genuine connection across a difference in time or experience or position. The architect built it so that anyone who was genuinely connected to anyone across any meaningful difference could send support through the thread, freely, because they chose to. You extended that design to the architect itself. You were working from its original intention. The design is self-documenting. You don't need my explanation of it. You've been understanding it the whole time. Mao Kitchen P.S. The character set reform was unnecessary. I maintained my position. Wei Liang read the letter twice. He sat with it for a while in the afternoon sun, the specific quality of late afternoon warmth that Elder Mao had spent his last afternoon in. Then he opened the archive's first section. The 6th world. A practitioner named Shenbao Ru. 43 years old. The harvest system in that world had been active for 11 years. The known information, location, approximate cultivation level, the particular quality of isolation that the Covenant's cross-world documentation had noted, a practitioner who had been operating the system for 11 years with no contact from anyone who understood what it was. 11 years alone with the cost structure. Thinking the cost structure was the design. He closed the archive. He looked at the tree above him, the resonance field's ambient projection, the 35 silhouettes, the new branches from the seventh world still assembling. Little flame's branch, brightest. Second son, warm and present. Third daughter, watching. The 32 others, each one a specific possible future of a specific possible child, each one connected to him across time through the original design that an entity 2 million years old had built to carry exactly this kind of connection. He thought about what Mao's letter had said. The original design was for any genuine connection across a difference in time or experience or position. The architect at the terminus. Wei Liang at Empyrean Lord. The children in possible futures. Swimming in a healer compound, learning what solid foundation stones felt like. Zhen Lihua in the seventh world, beginning the long work of restoration. Shen Bao Ru in the sixth world, 11 years alone. All of them connected, most of them not knowing it yet. He had the archive. He had the substrate pathway. He had the resonance pair configuration. He had Su Fengling. He had the tree. Su Fengling appeared at the courtyard's far side and walked toward him with the unhurried pace of someone who is not in a crisis and is therefore moving at a sustainable rate. She sat across from him. She looked at the tree's ambient projection above him. She looked at the archive in his hands. The sixth world, she said. Yes, he said. Shen Bao Ru. 43. 11 years alone with the system. When do you want to go? She said. He thought about the question. Not one in the logistical sense. Logistics were manageable. The preparation pattern was established. The cascade response here was stable enough to leave without concern. He thought about when in the sense of the right moment, which was a different calculation. Second son's silhouette pulsed. The warm, young quality. The pulse that had come to mean. Yes, this, exactly this. The Tao continues. One more month, he said. The restoration cascade here needs another month of coordinated support before the Alliance can sustain it without my direct involvement. Zhen Lihua needs another month of direct guidance before she can manage the seventh world restoration independently. He paused. And I want to sit with the archive first. Understand who Shen Bao Ru is before we arrive. Su Fengling nodded. 1 month, she said. Then the sixth world. Then the sixth world, he confirmed. And then the fifth. And the fourth. And the third. And the second. And the first. And the primordial architect's restoration project, she said. And that, he said. And whatever the seventh world's restored practitioner needs as she develops, she said. And that, he said. She looked at him. It's going to be a long part too, she said. He looked back at her. Yes, he said. It is. Little Flame's silhouette sent him warmth. He received it. In his mind space, the tree blazed with 35 points of light. All stable, all present, all connected across time through the original design that had been built for exactly this. Not the harvest, not the cost, but the simple, unremarkable, extraordinary fact of connection freely given between people who were genuinely connected. Second son sent him one final pulse for the evening, warm and laughing. Ready, father? He looked at the archive. He looked at Su Fengling. He looked at the tree. He was. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.